This rally house vibe is different. It makes me feel like I'm at the track, waiting at the starting line, ready to race at top speed.
Number one in the show. German cow up in this motherfucker. Hey, thank you, female eunuchs. Appreciate the view. Enjoy your day. Patriot up in this motherfucker. Volume up just a touch. Getting big oof vibes. That's the Rally House FM Part Deuce. Rally House mix with nostalgic footage. Love watching that. Uh-oh. What happened here? There it is. Love watching that rally footage. Hope everybody's having a good Saturday. I've been sick all week, and I'm just getting over my cold. Ooh, Jesus. They don't let people get that close anymore. I don't know if I told you this, but there's this one thing I saw from a rally documentary or something. And it was from Group B, I think. But you know, the rally, you know, they fix the cars in between rounds or whatever, and they're opening up the car, and one of the mechanics finds a finger from somebody who's like trying to touch the car as it drives by. And they find this severed finger. People are suicidal. I've never really played a rally simulation video game that accurately depicts the crowd getting just too damn close. Did I scare you? Ooh woo. Boo woo, is that the new thing? Welcome back, strategy member. Yeah, so back in the day, they'd be finding severed fingers in their rally cars. People getting a little too close. I've always wanted to see a rally race live. I've never seen one live. I've always wanted to do that. Yeah, now they do this where they don't let people get anywhere close now. But back in the day, and it's, of course, you go to certain countries and the restrictions are a little bit more lax. But the European rallies, they keep them away from the track now. Boo. Yeah, no, I mean, Carmageddon is just like smash into people. you know. But in terms of a rally simulation, you know, every time they do Group B, they should have crowds get ridiculously close. I don't think I've played a rally simulation where they do that. All right, folks, welcome to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the realest motherfucker on Twitch, the sickest motherfucker on Twitch, literally. Sick as a dog. Wanted to jump into Ukraine right away so I don't forget. Oh, look at that. It's even in my thing. Oh, yeah, parents get pissed. Well, you know, when you have a kid, you actually start worrying about them. Let's see here. There we go. My wife has been using my office. So things are a little discombobulated around me. Doing crack rocks. But yeah, I wanted to start with Ukraine here. Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome back to the News Underground. Yada yada. Like and subscribe. Tell your mother. He's live. He's live. He's live and he's sick. Hopefully I don't get you sick through the microphone. What am I doing? Let's get to the news. Kyiv says Russian troops need Starlink so badly they're trying to get Ukrainians to register terminals for them. So I'm sure you've if you're following the news, you know, you probably saw this, but and I didn't know this because I've been criticizing Starlink and Elon Musk for a while now, letting Russia use their technology, but apparently, at least on paper, they were not allowed to. They were banning Russia, but now they've gone the extra step here and officially banned Russians from using Starlink, which, you know, you got to give Hitler 2.0 some credit there. So we'll give him one of these. That's the best you're going to get, Elon, from me. I mean, because we, you know, just a couple months ago, what was it, 6 months ago, maybe 3 months ago? It's hard to tell anymore. But there was that major offensive that Ukraine was trying to pull off, and conveniently, hair Elon over here cut off Starlink, just for Ukraine, though. So anyway, I'm not going to pretend like this guy has Ukraine's best interest at heart, but hopefully it was pressure, right, from the State Department, from the government somewhere to say, you know, hey, Elon, cut him off. It's interesting because that's what I'm seeing is that quietly, very, very quietly, I'm seeing the United States basically acquiesce to Ukraine and not Russia. And it's, of course, back to what I was saying, how Putin is not wanting to make a deal. He refuses to make a deal. That's all he needed to do. If he would just have placated Donald and acquiesced on the Donbass or acquiesced on anything, instead of just holding on to his maximalist demands, this would be all different. And Donald Trump would have applied full pressure to Ukraine. But because Putin is Putin and he doesn't want to give up anything, doesn't want to compromise on anything, he's opened the door wide open for Zelensky and his charm offensive, which has quietly, because they're not being very public about it, but quietly it has worked. So big props to your boy Zelensky. We're going to get to his speech next. You even got Miss Lindsey Graham coming out and saying we have to help Ukraine. But this is great news. Starlink's been cut off, and it's affecting the battlefield immediately. Starlink is, you know, of course, Elon didn't invent it. He just bought the company. But Starlink technology has been incredibly effective for Ukraine and Russia in terms of getting around some of the limitations, some of the jamming, whatnot. I mean, we saw Russia literally putting Starlink terminals directly on drones so that they could go longer distances. Really nasty shit. Kyiv officials warn that Ukrainians might be coerced into registering Starlink terminals for the Kremlin's forces after a recent block on Russia's access to the service. So they're so desperate, they're actually trying to... It's really quite nasty what they're doing. You know, they're taking... Some Ukrainians are being taken prisoner, of course. This is war. And they're calling up the families of those POWs and saying, we're going to torture your son, your daughter, whoever we have here, unless you register a Starlink under your name and give us the information. Here's the terminal, here's the serial number, right? Ukraine's auxiliary body for handling prisoners of war posted a notice on Tuesday saying that it had learned of multiple instances where families of Ukrainian prisoners were threatened and told to enroll such terminals. This is how desperate they are for this tech. The warning comes after Ukraine's defense ministry reached a deal with SpaceX earlier this month to cut off Russia's access to Starlink by blocking general connectivity across Ukrainian territory. Once again, I hate to do it. I really do, but you do have to give credit to Elon here. Of course, it went through Elon, and he decided to go through it. And of course, he wouldn't have gone through with it unless Herr Donald Trump wanted it, right? All modern tech is just an upgraded pointy stick. That might be simplifying things a little bit, but I think I get what you're saying. Quote, looking for a way out of the difficult situation in which they found themselves, the occupiers turned their attention to the families of the prisoners. The coordination headquarters for the treatment of prisoners of war wrote in a statement. Quote, cases of threats and demands to officially register Starlink terminals have been recorded. To maintain Starlink access, Ukrainian troops, civilians, and businesses must register individual terminals to a whitelist, either online or at a municipal center. So this is how Ukraine is able to continue to use the technology. They gotta contact them directly, add their hardware to a whitelist, and everyone else is getting kicked off. Something that, by the way, I need to mention, something that could have been done years ago. Okay, right? Like this, I have a feeling that Elon Musk has been dragging his feet on this. Sorry, once again, I'm sick. I'm sorry. Struggling here. The sweeping move aimed to curb a black market loophole that Russian forces were exploiting in compliance with U.S. sanctions. SpaceX doesn't do business with Russia. Yeah, right. I don't believe anything. You know what I mean? I just don't believe anything. But Ukraine has repeatedly said that Russian troops were obtaining terminals and using them to guide attack and reconnaissance drones. So the officials could trace, register. Yeah. Terminals are used to control. Quote, if the terminal is used to control drones that destroy infrastructure and take lives, the fact of registering the terminal by a citizen of Ukraine is grounds for criminal prosecution. Okay. Go ahead. That's what's going to stop Putin. Oh, man, I could get arrested. Russia is not known to have satellite internet service that compares to Starlink's in terms of speed, availability, and stability. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, too bad internet doesn't run on crude oil. Quote, for the enemy, Starlink is so important that they have destroyed a whole network to search for traders who are ready to register Starlink for themselves in the Central Administrative Service. You got to call them traders. These are families who like, they probably get a fucking, FaceTime phone call, and it's their son with the fucking gun to their head, right? Not exactly a trader, but there's probably some that are doing it just for the money as well. That military language is harsh, man. Wrote Sergei Flash Burskinov, a drone analyst and an advisor to Ukraine's defense ministry, in a Telegram statement. Listen to these cheapskates. In some cases, Russian troops were offering up to $230 to register a single terminal. Whoa, $230. Is that all it takes for you to to fuck over your country? $230? Can't even get a PlayStation 5 with that, bro. $230. Holy shit. A whole year of Netflix where they give them a gift card. That's roughly a third of the median monthly salary in Ukraine. So, I mean, that's, in Ukraine, that's decent money. For the Kremlin's forces, the service disruption has been significant enough that pro-Russian military bloggers have reported that most Russian units now lack internet access. Funny how that, that used to not be a thing. That used to not really matter. Used to be like, radio access and, communication lines, copper lines. Now it's like they don't have internet. Oh no, but it's huge. It's a huge deal. Some have blamed Moscow for what they call a reliance on Western technology, even as the U.S. and Europe explicitly back Ukraine, which is a great point. You know, the backbone of the Russian military over here, depending on a U.S. company, Western technology. That's why I've been railing against Starlink for so long now. And Elon Musk, like, what are you guys doing? And these guys are using, you know, like, what are we doing here? Are we actually trying to fight to win, or what are we doing, right? We're undermining ourselves as we're sending money and weapons to Ukraine, but we're letting this gobsmacking fascist over here with his fucking Sieg Heiling to undermine our, you know, our effort. Quote, it's about to suddenly become clear that units cannot operate effectively without communications. Scrolling forever. Is Kick working, by the way? Are we on Kick? No, not really. You might as well come over to Twitch, bro. Yeah, that ain't working. I think I'm getting doxxed. I don't know if this is Kick anymore doing this intentionally. I think I'm actually getting doxxed. I think that's what's going on. I think the bots and what. I'm totally offline over here at Restream. What's happening? Oh God, have I been booted off everything again? It's like, no, okay. No, I think that's what's going on with Kick there. I think the bot. I think I pissed off a right winger on Kick. I think I pissed off a right winger on Kick, and they're DOSing me, DDoSing me on Kick, because they probably don't have DDoS protections like Twitch does. Seems like it's okay, now I'm back. Yeah, for 10, 20 seconds, and then I'm offline again. Yeah, no, I think it's a lack of DDoS protection on Kick. I think I pissed off a right winger, and they probably just had me on a list. And Kick doesn't have the proper DDoS protections to protect me, so. Oh no. What am I gonna do? My Kick account. Anyway, back to the story here. It's about to suddenly become clear that units cannot operate effectively without communications. That'll be news to some in high places, one blogger under the handle Belarusian Slavic wrote. Yeah, they do. They do. It's a multi-billion-dollar company, Twitch. They have, and they have, bigger streamers like Hassan. I'm sure they're getting DDoSed. I'm sure, there's the DDoSes are coming from both sides, I'm sure. But Kick doesn't have the money or the technology to invest in that kind of stuff yet, at least. And why would they implement technology that would... Because I'm sure it's just mostly right-wingers doing it against lefties. And they don't care about lefties, right? So why would this gambling company invest millions of dollars to help lefties like me stream leftist content on their right-wing gambling site? Right? I mean, the bots are, it's so clear how bad the situation is over there on Kick with the the messages, the constant messages, right? Yeah, it's, whatever. I'm really not gonna shed a tear. Hey, if you want to see me, my DLive account is doing great. DLive kicking butt. Check me out over on DLive. DLive. The fascists don't even bother anymore with it. Used to be the fascists were on DLive. Now they're all on Kick. Check out the DLive account, y'all. Making that they still got some cryptocurrency thing going. I made lemons, is that what it is? What am I earning? Gems? I have 168 gems. What does this mean? Lemons? Imagine DLive. Okay. I'm sorry, it's just so hilarious to me. Denying Russian access to Starlink has long been a priority for Ukraine's new defense minister, Myhinklio Fedorov, who had previously advocated such measures while serving as Minister for Digital Transformation. And hey, congratulations to Myhinklio, however you say your name, because you were 100% correct. This is huge. It's a huge, huge, huge thing. So congratulations there. And props to the hardest working motherfuckers on planet Earth right now, the frontline soldiers defending their country against the brutal Russian invasion over there in Ukraine. You guys kick ass. We're not done with Ukraine. We're going to do just a quick snippet from Zelensky's 40-minute speech here, and then we're going to get a rundown of the battlefield from the military show. 2 million subscribers. Holy shit. So let's hear what Zelensky had to say here.
I'm very honest. Give us 2 months of ceasefire, we will go to elections. That's it. Give us ceasefire, give us security, infrastructure. Sometimes I heard, yes, we had elections in the United States during Lincoln's time and etc. How we can compare it? We have missiles.
This is a ridiculous comparison. I totally agree with that. This is not the 1800s, okay? Is that a GIF? Yeah, it is. Exactly. He's sweeping away Russia's Starlink. Yeah, it's definitely not a Zeke Heil, good guy Dari. 100% not a Zeke Heil. Definitely, I can confirm that. Doesn't even look like a Zeke Heil, you know, when you see it. Doesn't even look like one, right? No way. And it's not like he's been posting. I did you see the report of, like, in January? Every day in the month of January, he posted about race, about the white race, about the white great replacement. No, he's not a white supremacist, though. Come on, guys.
People under missiles. It's not just land war. A lot of missiles.
Roman
We're
salute.
under ballistic attacks. So give us ceasefire. President Trump can do it. Push Putin, make ceasefire, then our parliament will change the law and we will go to elections.
And this is the strategy. This is the winning strategy where he's bending to Trump. He's saying, I want to do what you want to do, Trump. It's totally ridiculous. Anybody else, like if I was up there, I'd be like, it's ridiculous. I'm being invaded. You want to have elections while I'm being invaded? Are you insane? But he's like, no, I'll acquiesce. Yeah, no, we'll do an election. He knows he'll win it, by the way. He knows he'll win it. But he's like, yeah, acquiesce, no problem, Trump. I'm on your side. Let's make a deal all day, baby. You want them mineral rights? Here you go. You know? Go crazy. And Putin is like, I want everything. I want everything. Give me everything. Give me everything and then some. And from Trump's perspective, it's like you got one guy working with you and the other guy, saying, fuck you, basically. Because he, of course, he has to understand, behind closed doors, election, it's ridiculous. What a waste of time. This is all about placating Trump. This is, and it's working, man. It's fucking working.
If they need them, if Americans need elections in Ukraine, and if Russians need elections in Ukraine, we are open for this. I'm very honest. Give us 2.
Guy's a baller. Guy's a fucking baller. Ukraine would be Russia right now if it wasn't for Zelensky. Guy's the shit. Apparently he won some contests. I don't know, some magazine or something did a poll. He's the world's most popular leader of a country right now. So let's get this. I don't know if we'll do the whole 17 minutes here, but they got maps, they got animations. I think I've shown the military show before, but they're apparently Ukraine is now ready for a counteroffensive. They're starting to push back, and the ground is fertile for a pushback right now. Russia. Starlink being disconnected. I read a report that said, I think it was last month, that Russian troops, there was more Russian dead than there were new recruits. So literally more people dying than they're actually, getting recruits in from Russia. Sorry, I'm a mess right now. I'm sick. So that's, now's the time. Now's the time to push back. I think things are starting to thaw out. The winter is over, so here we go. We got the beautiful Ukraine pushing back. Let's see what they're doing. Let's see what's happening here. Because battlefield, like a legitimate battlefield, some battlefield victories, helps Trump look good for his support, and that will encourage him to continue supporting. Right.
It has
Trump likes a winner. Trump likes a winner.
begun. After a year spent weakening Russia through the destruction of its offensives, Ukraine has created openings. The counterattack is one. In both the north and the south, Ukraine is going all out with a counteroffensive that has flipped the Ukraine war on its head. Russia never saw this coming. It may not have any answers, and if Ukraine pulls this off, literal months, if not years, of Russian gains will go up in smoke. Except there may be a twist in the story. We'll reveal what the twist is later in the video.
Oh, come on.
First, let's start with what we know about the Ukrainian offensive. On February the 10th, the Combat Veteran News YouTube channel reported on a pair of Ukrainian counteroffensives, one to the northeast and one in the southeast, that have changed the battlefield. Now, Ukraine isn't disclosing much about the true scale of these counteroffensives. We know for sure that Ukraine has reclaimed territory, and we'll explain more in just a moment. However, Ukraine has learned...
So you might not have heard that, but Ukraine has slowly, quietly been taking back some territory. Not a lot, but looks like Russia's on the back foot.
...from its mistakes of the past, particularly when it comes to the failed summer counteroffensive of 2023.
Right.
And it isn't exposing every aspect of its plans in the north and south of Ukraine just yet.
Yeah.
But there are...
They're also leaving the United States out of the loop on certain things as well, because some of that shit has been leaked over to Russia. Right? You can't even trust the fucking U.S. government anymore. It's such a mess.
...hints that something big is coming. And those hints come from the liberation of several settlements that Russia thought it safely occupied. First, we take you to the embattled region of Kharkiv. That oblast has been a target for Russia since the beginning of the Ukraine war, with the city that shares the oblast's name being subject to the flash invasion that Putin launched in February 2022. Russia failed to capture Kharkiv during the initial weeks and months of the war, and it was pushed back substantially. A September 2022 counteroffensive launched by Ukraine did most of the damage, but Putin hasn't given up on yet another piece of territory that he believes should belong to Russia. And Russia has made some minor gains in Kharkiv. In particular, its forces had managed to capture at least a portion of a small settlement named Chuhunivka at some point during this winter. As a statement released by Ukraine's 16th Army Corps onto Facebook recently said,
Welcome back, strategy member from D-Live. We're growing. Make sure you like and subscribe on D-Live. Make sure you give me those Bitcoins or whatever the hell they got on D-Live there. Making that D-Live account. We're going to be #1 on D-Live, folks. Watch out. Taking it over.
Taking advantage of difficult weather conditions, the enemy attempted a covert infiltration through the combat formations of the defense forces in the area of the village of Chuhunivka. However, that statement was accompanied by a video, one that showcases footage of Ukrainian soldiers on the ground working alongside UAV operators conducting reconnaissance to flush the Russian occupiers out. This was the first of the two counteroffensives. For just a few moments, Russia's forces thought they had managed to establish a foothold in a settlement that could have later served as a launching pad for future offensives in Kharkiv. Ukraine snatched that possibility away. It has liberated Chuhunivka in a powerful counteroffensive that saw it take several Russian soldiers as prisoners and resulted in Ukraine raising the national flag over the liberated village.
Don't worry about
what,
strategy.
You might think.
But
it's always good to hear about the liberation of a village, but what makes Chuhunivka so special? Well, the answer lies in what Putin wants to create in Kharkiv. While Russia's ultimate goal is to take the entire oblast, Putin's immediate aim is to capture enough territory in Kharkiv to create a buffer zone between Ukraine's forces and the border territories inside Russia.
And really, this whole concept of a buffer zone is really old school thinking. Because if you just apply, all you need to do is apply pressure to some other location, and those buffer zones, they have no choice but to pull back on these buffer zones. They don't really provide the kind of security that they used to, because the munitions now are so advanced. They're able to pinpoint target. The buffer zone doesn't really provide anything. So it's like this old school military thinking that we need a buffer zone and then we can catch our breath. You're vulnerable across the entire battlefield now. Buffer zones aren't going to do shit. And then the moment pressure is applied to some other location, you're pulling back from those buffer zones anyway. So it's just a failed concept.
In some respects, it appears that Russia may be trying to build themselves some kind of buffer zone of sorts inside the Ukrainian territory and link up the forces in Volchansk along with the forces elsewhere in Kharkiv, Combat Veteran News says. The channel appears to be correct. The BBC was reporting on Putin's desire to create a buffer zone as far back as May.
Look at that. Look at what Putin is afraid of. Look at what he spends millions of rubles on to target and destroy. Fucking bastard.
2025, not long after Russia had managed to mostly retake the territory in the Kursk Oblast that Ukraine captured the year before. That loss of territory...
I mean, I'm no expert. I'm sure there's still some, modern military uses for a quote-unquote buffer zone, but Ukraine has proved that you could be well within your own territory, and any concentration of troops is still vulnerable. I mean, we've seen, how many times have we seen these training posts, these congregation areas, right? The Russian general gets these guys to come out. He's going to do some big speech. Ukraine smashes them, completely fucks them up. They think they're totally safe, miles and miles away from the front line. Just doesn't matter like it used to. But I'm sure, a military expert would correct me and say, oh, there's still, this and that. There's still a use for it, right? And of course, if you can hold that buffer zone long enough, you can solidify it and make it an extension of the front.
Humiliated Putin. It made him the first Russian leader to have lost Russian ground to an enemy since World War II, and it put a massive dent in the strongman image that Putin has created for himself. Putin's desire for a buffer zone in Kharkiv places a new spotlight on what Ukraine just did in the northeast of the country. Liberating Chuhunivka makes it so that Russia can't create the buffer zone it so desperately wants. And as for the future, we can only say this: no buffer zone means no protection for Russia's border. The Chuhunivka offensive may just be the starting point for a much wider series of Ukrainian counters that sees it reclaim more territory in Kharkiv, and perhaps even across the border to conduct a repeat of what happened in Kursk in 2024. And remember, there's an interesting twist to the counteroffensive story coming. But before we tell you what it is, we also have to travel to Ukraine.
And they're gonna wait to the 10-minute mark before they give us our little twisty twist, aren't they, sons of bitches?
South. In particular to the settlement of Ternovatha in Zaporizhia. Now, unlike Kharkiv, Zaporizhia doesn't represent much of a threat to Russia on the border counter-invasion front. The oblast lies to the west of Donetsk and Luhansk, so any Ukrainian attempt to take territory in Zaporizhia to, say, prepare for an attack against Russia's Rostov-on-Don would be futile. Ukraine would much rather use territory gains to strengthen its position in the Donbass region, where Donetsk and Luhansk are located, along with chipping at Russian control in Zaporizhia itself. Russia claims to control about 75% of that oblast, and Ukraine will want to whittle that percentage down. So, we come back to Ternovatha. On February the 11th, the New Voice of Ukraine reported that Andrei Kovalenko, who is the head of the Center for Countering Disinformation in Ukraine, has said that Ukraine soldiers had liberated Ternovatha. Again, that seems small, at least in the grand scheme of the war. A liberated settlement is of course always good, but it's not necessarily a sign of a larger Ukrainian counterattack. Except it may well be. Ternovatha was liberated on February the 8th, and in the 3 days between then and the New Voice of Ukraine's report, Ukraine has also liberated the villages of Kosivtsetva and Pridorozhna, which are also in the Zaporizhia Oblast. Now this means that Ternovatha wasn't a one-off liberation. Far from it. Russia lost a trio of settlements to Ukraine in less than a week, which suggests that something bigger is at play. Possibly. Keep the settlement...
Possibly, because when they take these settlements, it's with like a dozen dudes. They put up a flag. They get a drone picture. Things are rather loosey-goosey there.
Of Ternovatha in mind, because there is something about this village that we're going to uncover later in the video.
Oh my god.
Now obviously Ukraine wants to retake any territory
I can see why this channel has 2 million views. They're using all the algorithm tricks
it can from Russia. Whittling away the Russian occupation is a big goal for Ukraine, as we mentioned earlier.
Look at that territory. Oh my god, dude. That terrain, nasty.
There is potentially another reason why Ukraine is launching this counteroffensive in the region, and it may have something to do with the Donbass region that we discussed a couple of minutes ago. Ukraine doesn't believe that it can break through into the Donbass via Zaporizhia, but what it seems to be doing is taking advantage of Putin's tunnel vision for that region of Ukraine to make gains elsewhere.
And this has been Russia's fault. This entire conflict. Russia, prioritizing things for PR purposes to please the higher ups, taking areas that aren't of strategic importance so that they can please their bosses, dumping tens of thousands of troops into these areas just so that they could tell their superiors we took it.
Combat
You know,
veteran
and Ukraine, of course, happy to take advantage of that.
News explains Russia's attempts to take the Donbass are forcing it to pull troops away from other regions of Ukraine, notably Kharkiv and Zaporizhia, to replace soldiers who are being churned up by the kill zones that Ukraine has established in Donetsk. Now, it doesn't take a genius to work out that Russia pulling soldiers away from the north and south of Ukraine creates openings. Territory that was once at least somewhat safely in Russia's possession becomes vulnerable. And as we saw in Chernihiv, Russia was reduced to using a handful of infiltrators to take the village.
Right.
That failed. Perhaps something similar had happened in the Zaporizhia settlements we discussed. Russia weakened its own defenses, and Ukraine took the opportunity to launch massive assaults that flipped what we thought we knew about the Ukraine war on its head. Now, Russia isn't going to be changing its approach to the Donbass anytime soon. Putin has made the ceding of that region a key condition in peace negotiations, and he claimed toward the end of 2025 that Russia would take the Donbass by force if Ukraine didn't hand it over. There are also rumors that Russia is planning another summer offensive, and this time starting with a push deeper into the eastern Donbass. TVP World reports that the open-source analysts Deep State say that this summer push may involve more than 100,000 soldiers. And those troops have to come from somewhere, and it seems that Kharkiv and Zaporizhia are two of those places. Now, Ukraine has taken advantage, and what it all means is that we may be starting to see the early signs of Ukrainian counteroffensives to the north and south that Russia won't be able to stop. If troops are being pulled back, Russia won't have anywhere near the numbers that it needs to hold.
What? This is just propaganda, right? Why would you put a camera facing the other direction? Why? This is clear. This must be some kind of training or something.
Territory in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia that it was already barely holding on to begin with. And if Putin and his cronies had been paying attention rather than being so focused on the Donbass, they might have been able to see all of this coming. It was only on January the 19th that the Kyiv Post reported on comments made by the Ukrainian military's commander-in-chief, Oleksandr Syrskyi.
Right, there was another one that fell off a balcony or something recently, wasn't there, Seneca? Something like that? Some guy got popped? Man, I tell you, to be, you know, it's you know, it's like I don't feel bad for them, but at the same time, it's like, you know, all for this guy, you know, when, you know, how do you, once they get into that position of power, and this is what's so scary about the United States, you know, because like once they get there and that impunity is set for real, getting them out of there, it's like a tick. It's like a tick buried in, and the skin is grown over. You know, I mean, you gotta orchestrate a massive, you know, plan to uproot this guy just to protect yourself and your own country. We have to do everything we can to prevent this from happening in the United States. Welcome back, Simply Steve. I brought Pam Bondi a juice box. Bring her some more Botox.
We understand that you cannot win a war by defense alone, Syrskyi said, adding, "This is why we will conduct offensive operations and fight to retain the initiative." And perhaps Russia didn't take this statement seriously. Well, it has to now. 4 settlements have been lost, 1 in Kharkiv and 3 in Zaporizhia, and it looks like the environment is perfect for Ukraine to continue this budding counteroffensive to retake yet more territory as Russia's soldiers die in their thousands in the kill zones that Ukraine has created in Donetsk. And there's one more interesting thing to cover before we get to the strange twist in the tale that we talked
Okay, with your goddamn twisty twists.
you about earlier. As Combat Veteran News reports, Russia's loss of settlements in the north and south of Ukraine has been accompanied by the Russian military's rate of advance dropping off a cliff. The rate of advance is slow and getting slower, the channel says, and this has been reported fairly widely.
Right.
For instance, Euromaidan Press reported on January the 28th that Russia's rate of advance had slowed to its slowest pace in 9 months. And by the end of January, Russia was taking a tiny average of just 6.5 square kilometers, or about 2.5 square miles of Ukraine per day.
You know, and think about how many soldiers it takes just to get that. You know, any honest military analyst would see that and say there's nothing sustainable about that. I don't care how many drunken Russians you got back at home. You're not going to be able to win this war with that kind of acquisition rate. You know what I mean?
That only adds up to about 75 square miles, give or take, per month, as it seems that the descent of winter onto Ukraine has started to cause major problems for the Russian military. Combine winter conditions with the weakening of Russia's forces, be that via death or troop withdrawals, and Ukraine's counterattacks, and you get the sorts of situations that we're now seeing in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia. And 2.5 square miles captured per day may even be an ambitious number for Russia.
Yeah.
As Combat Veteran News notes, much of the territory that Russia is claiming to have captured is actually within the grey zones that run along the combat lines. These are contested areas, often stretching for about 15 kilometers, where Ukraine and Russia are both actively attacking and defending. This is dynamic territory. One day, Russia might sneak a few infiltrators into a village. The next day, those infiltrators will be destroyed by a Ukrainian pushback.
Exactly.
So in other words, Russia often claims to have captured territory that it is a long way away from controlling. And it sometimes loses that territory almost as quickly as it sneaks a soldier or two into it.
Yeah.
This is the Kremlin's deception. Ukraine's counteroffensives to the north and south are exposing that deception for what it really is. The reality that Putin is trying to hide from the world is that the Russian war effort is falling. Putin is trying to paint Ukraine's military as one that is on the verge of collapsing before the might of the Russian army. But what's really happening on the ground is that Russia is feeding cannon fodder into Ukraine's defenses. And its claimed gains are often marginal, made using as few troops as possible, and often reversed by Ukraine soon after being announced. Perhaps the New York Post put it best in a January editorial, where it stated, after failing to accomplish its initial 3-day objective of toppling Kyiv, Russia has now fought in Ukraine longer than it fought Germany during World War II.
Crazy.
The Russians have neither collapsed Ukrainian defenses nor can they drive on Kyiv. Russia has spent almost 4 years since it launched its invasion in something close to a stalemate.
The world used to be afraid of this military, by the way. Like Russia was selling arms to any dictator that needed them. It was just assumed that this is the army that defeated the Germans, right? And I mean, after this conflict, it's never been more clear that through corruption and just lack of care, that this military, up against the full force of NATO, or even up against the full force of the United States, I mean, hell, even up against China, that the Russian military doesn't have what it takes to truly defend its own territories. Yeah, Nero's, exactly. Yeah, I mean, and I was victim of the propaganda as well. I just assumed that the Russian military was far more capable than what it actually is. And Ukraine knew this. Barack Obama knew this as well when he started sending arms and stuff over to Ukraine after the invasion of Crimea. It was ripe for total implosion. Yeah, I know, Seneca. Like this would have been wrapped up if it wasn't for Trump's hand-wringing and trying to make a deal. We go all the way back to Biden as well, because had Biden just poured on the heat instead of being a pussy-ass bitch, this wouldn't even be a story anymore. It'd be Putin licking his wounds. Lots of propaganda outlets saying, "Oh, he's coming back. He's coming back." It's just, it didn't need to go on this long. Just needed to pour on the goddamn heat.
The country made no strategic battlefield advances at all in 2025, which means it didn't capture any major cities or other key pieces of territory. And now, as its defenses are weakened by the Kremlin's tunnel vision on the Donbass, Ukraine is countering. And over the last week or so, 4 villages have been liberated. There may be many more to come in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia, and all of this brings us back to the twist that we've teased several times during this video. And the
right, past the 10-minute mark. I knew it. Busted.
Exposing of Kremlin lies by Ukraine plays into this twist. So, we'll start with the basics. At around the same time that Ukraine was taking territory back from Russia in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia, Russian military bloggers were claiming that Ukraine was making gains elsewhere. In particular, those bloggers claimed Ukraine was launching offensives near the regional borders of Zaporizhia and in Dnipropetrovsk. Euromaidan Press reports that the bloggers claimed that Ukraine was pushing to retake territory in Sosnivka and Novoalexandrivka, as well as in Nechaevka, which is north of Huliapolia. The bloggers added that the loss of access to Starlink terminals
I knew it was going to be Starlink, the twist. I knew it.
Among Russia's forces, caused by Elon Musk's decision to crack down on illicit terminals and the foggy weather brought on by winter, were contributing to Ukraine making gains. Other territories near...
I like how this guy's looking at the device and looking at the sky. Like, what? Are you able to see the... He can see the frequencies. This is how good he is. He's like looking at it, looking up in the sky. Yep, things are looking good.
Winter were contributing to
Right,
Ukraine
yep.
making gains.
No, that's working.
Other territories near Oleksandrivka and Hulia-Polia that the
He's
bloggers claimed
clairvoyant.
Ukraine was attacking were Preluki, Zarichna, Pishachna, Orestopil, Velikomikelivka, Dobropilia, and the settlement of Ternovatha that we discussed earlier.
I mean, even Dennis doesn't get the names right like this guy. This guy's going the extra mile to make sure he's getting the pronunciations right. Oh, thank you, baby. Ooh, I got some egg rolls over here. Nice. Yeah, he's checking for drones. Yeah, that's a good point.
Now, on the surface, all of this makes sense, particularly in the case of settlements in the Zaporizhia Oblast. Ukraine has been retaking settlements there. But something about all of this was, well, fishy. Several outlets started asking questions, including the big one of why Russia's military bloggers, many of whom have ties to the Kremlin, would suddenly become so open about what amounts to a massive loss of territory that humiliates Putin and the entire Russian military. And remember, we asked you to keep Ternovatha in mind earlier in the video.
Right.
This is the reason why. So, according to the Institute for the Study of War, or ISW, Ukraine wasn't launching counteroffensives in most of the territories that the Russian military bloggers highlighted. But that doesn't mean that Russia still controlled those territories. It likely never did. What we saw in these claims of a mass counterattack by Ukraine, the ISW suggests, is Russia attempting to mask what has really been happening across the front lines. The ISW points to statements made by Colonel Vladislav Voloshin, who is the spokesperson for Ukraine's Southern Defense Forces, which operate in Zaporizhia. According to Voloshin, Ukraine didn't retake Ternovatha, it retained it. Russia had attempted to infiltrate soldiers into the settlement so they could raise the Russian flag.
Right. Yeah. We see this a lot. We see this a lot where they take a small little portion, they put up a flag, they take a picture. Thanks, honey. They take a picture, and then they say, "We got it. We got it." They tell their superiors, "We've got it. We've got it. We've got it." And it's just not even close to the case.
Those infiltrators had been shut down quickly. The reality is that the front line is about 10 to 15 kilometers, or 6.2 to 9.3 miles away from Ternovatha.
Wow.
And according to Voloshin, the Russian military bloggers' claims that Ukraine has launched a sweeping counteroffensive across a range of settlements had also been fabricated. Now, it's possible that Voloshin was trying to keep people from seeing the Ukrainian hand here. However, the ISW suggests that it is far more likely that the Russian military bloggers made their counteroffensive claims to hide the fact that Russia has never held the territory that they claimed Ukraine was attacking at all.
Exactly.
It had always been in Ukraine's possession.
And it really doesn't help that, one, the Western media has just basically been ignoring this conflict like it ignores so many other things. Over the kidnapping of the news lady and the Epstein files. It's like the only two stories that they're talking about right now. So it doesn't help that they're ignoring that, but it also doesn't help that you'll have U.S. government officials, in an attempt to, curry favor with Putin. I don't even know what they're trying to do there, because it's like pick a fucking side. But they'll spread this Russian propaganda as if it's truth as well. So you'll see these fucking bastards on Fox News and whatnot talking about how Russia's taking this and taking that, repeating Russian propaganda talking points. And it makes it seem like, that's the reality.
The supposed liberations were a smokescreen put in place to hide the fact that Russia had massively inflated its battlefield gains.
Right.
Voloshin noted that Russian forces have been inflating their advances in the area and assessed that they are now trying to use claims of a Ukrainian counteroffensive to manage their lies, the ISW reports. Now that changes everything. It means that at least part of Ukraine's counteroffensive, or at least the parts that Russia's military bloggers claimed to be happening, didn't actually happen at all. They didn't need to. Ukraine already held the settlements, as Russia had long ago failed to take them. So, we have to ask the question, what do we know for sure in the wake of this revelation? Well, for a start, we know that Russia's frontline commanders are sending false reports of their gains back to the Kremlin, presumably to keep Putin happy as their soldiers utterly fail to do what they claim they are doing. We also know that Ukraine is still very much launching a counteroffensive. Of the 4 settlements we discussed earlier in the video, only the supposed recapture of Ternovatha has been called into question, as Ukraine apparently always held the territory. The other villages and towns in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia that Ukraine has reportedly captured, including Chuhunivka, Kosivtseva, and Pridorozhna, weren't on the military bloggers' lists, so Russia has still lost territory. Now to Ukraine's counteroffensive. Just not as much as Russia itself is claiming, as it tries to hide the fact that it's been lying about the territory that it holds. And the final thing that we know for sure is this. Ukraine is definitely on the attack,
Hell yeah.
even if it's not in the places that Russia's bloggers claim.
No, and that's what I'm talking about. Is that this it's a totally different battlefield dynamic. Like you don't need to, you don't need to address every advancement of the Russian military with your own counteroffensive. You actually, if you're prioritizing smart military targets, you push on those areas, and then these other areas just so that they could reinforce the area that Ukraine is attacking, they start pulling out of those regions. So it's just a totally different dynamic.
February the 6th, Syrskyi revealed that about a quarter of all battles between Ukraine and Russian forces across certain areas of the 1,200-kilometer or 745-mile front line are being driven by Ukraine, not Russia. So in other words, 1 in every 4 assaults is being carried out by Ukraine as part of the counteroffensives against the Russian forces.
And you got to, so it's like only 1 out of 4, but the Russian attempts are these half-hearted, farted out, sending a dozen dudes, from Africa, from North Korea, trying this, trying that, and the ones that Ukraine are actually doing are well planned, well thought out, well resourced. Real goals, not just like, good luck, try to take as much as you can. Good luck. Here's a sandwich and a half a bottle of vodka. Good luck with you. It's an actual push. Where do we go from here? Fascism? I assume you're not referencing the conflict in Ukraine, Russia. I mean, if Russia wins, then yeah. But I assume you're talking about the United States, and yeah, I mean that's the direction. Welcome back, Elaney. Welcome back, everyone else, by the way.
Occupying its territory. Now, it's important to note that 25% of the offensives being carried out by Ukraine don't translate to Ukraine retaking 25% of the territory that it has lost to Russia. But it does mean that Ukraine is going on the attack. And we have seen that in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia. We also now know that Russia has likely been inflating its gains for months, and Ukraine is in an even better attack to push on from its initial spate of counteroffensives to reclaim perhaps more territory that Russia actually does occupy. The storm has started, and with Ukraine claiming that it is going to go on the offensive in 2026, that storm is only going to grow larger, and it is going to leave destroyed Russian forces and liberated territory in its wake. In other areas of Ukraine, we've already been seeing Ukraine take the fight to Russia. In Kupiansk, which is also in the Kharkiv region.
I mean, I'm hesitant to say like the 10% NATO's fault. Like I see what you're saying, NATO, but I really don't believe this. Like if NATO were to have acquiesced to Putin and say remove some of the missiles from Poland and told Ukraine we're going to ban you from joining, we're going to make it impossible for you to join, and had Ukraine taken out the desire to join NATO from their constitution, I still believe Putin would have gone forward, because the main impetus for Putin to take Ukraine was that Ukraine was starting to do better than the whole of Russia. They were starting to make deals with Europe and starting to opening up trade and opening up new industries. And that's what it was about. It was about this vassal state that Russia thought they had complete control over, starting to prosper and do better than the entire Russian nation. And Russia has a history of going after countries that, vassal states, states that, countries that they think they have control over, just to suppress them and hold them down. So it had had NATO preemptively, and which they should have, by the way. I was advocating for that before the invasion. But had these steps taken to placate Putin when it comes to NATO, he still would have invaded. He still would have invaded. Especially after COVID, where he got the fear of death in him, where he started to realize that, hey, I'm not going to live forever, and I won't. My empire is going to be, I'm going to look like a weak dictator. I'm going to look like a weak leader because under my rule, I lost Ukraine, I lost, Crimea, et cetera, right? But I do agree, though, that it would have been a better look had NATO acquiesced at least a little bit. But now, post-invasion, NATO's so-called aggression perfectly justified, totally justified, right? It was clear that the military community knew more about Russia's motivations than the general public, and it's totally clear now. You know what I mean? But I still, it would have been a better look had NATO acquiesced to some more stuff instead of just rhetoric and just discussions. Pulled a couple missiles away, et cetera, like I said, Ukraine taking NATO out of the Constitution, that stuff would have been would have been a good look for NATO, right? It would have made this, but they, even if that was the case though, the Russian sycophants, the Russian defenders would still be saying it was NATO aggression that led to this. Had NATO done all that stuff and totally acquiesced and bowed down to Russia, pre-invasion, they would still be coming out and saying it was NATO aggression that led to this invasion. All right, so there you go. That is your Ukraine coverage, and they're kicking ass, and we're gonna be following their efforts here. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. They're kicking some ass. Change this up. Absolutely. Tragically, unfortunately, we have a mass shooting in Canada. And even more unfortunate, apparently it was a trans person who did this mass shooting with a history of mental illness, a history of violence. There were a lot of warning signs. Yeah, Eleni, I see what you're saying, because I do agree it would have been nice for NATO to have gotten in front of this a little bit more proactively outside of negotiations and discussions. But we've seen the way Russia, any statement made by Russia is a dishonest statement. They don't know how to tell the truth. No strategy. So they have put out some information about the identity of the person, because some other people with the same name were getting falsely targeted. So normally the Canadian police, they don't release any information about anybody, about perpetrators and whatnot until the investigation is at a certain point. It's not like the United States where it's like Kash Patel, taking selfies with the fucking, supposed murder weapon 3 seconds after after it happened. Yeah, that googly-eyed motherfucker. Mortiz, welcome back. Good to see you. But uncharacteristically, the Canadian authorities have put out the identity of the shooter early to help stymie some of the innocent people that have been incorrectly targeted and DDoSed and tracked down on social media because they have a similar name. Of course, it's par for the course for Canada to not talk about and not release and not make the focal point of the discussion the person's sexuality. They do that for straight people, they do that for gay people, they do that for trans people, because it's not about their sexuality, right? But of course, the reason why I have the search up here is, of course, the opportunists over here, the fucking dum-dum, the goddamn child who's pretending to do news with his little toys and whatnot in the background. This fucking dumbass, Pim Tool. It's a cover-up. It's a cover-up. Because, yeah, if you do watch the CBC, they don't bring up the fact that this person was trans, because that's not relevant. It's never relevant. They don't, because in the United States, it's a big deal. Oh, he was a gay person. Oh, he was, he was this, he was that, he was trans, he was this. She was trans, whatever. But in Canada, that's just how things are. They don't make the sexuality of the person the focal point of the story. So it's not a cover-up. And by the way, he says it's a cover-up. And of course, What's the first fucking second search result? Transgender is right there in the title. Of course, it's a U.S. coverage. But of course, Pim Tool would have you believe that it's a cover-up, it's a cover-up. No. This is just how the Canadian media covers these things. They don't make the sexuality of the person the focal point of the story. But no doubt about it, we will, of course, see this used against trans people. And this person has done a great disservice to the trans community by doing this horrific attack. Let's see, which one should we watch here? Telegraph, of course, going full in on the trans thing. Let's do the AP coverage. But this is actually, I mean, last year we had a guy with a car go after a festival. Canada is starting to see the nihilistic violence that we see, you know, in the United States and in other places. It's starting to come over here. It's not about sexuality. It's about class. It's about mental health availability, you know, the ability to get people the mental health that they need and for them to be able to afford it. That's a problem over here in Canada as well. And of course, accessibility to high-powered weapons. These issues are now starting to affect Canada as well.
The suspect in Tuesday's shooting in a remote Canadian town in British Columbia has been identified as 18-year-old Jessie Van Rootselaar. Authorities said she had a history of police visits to her home to check on her mental health. 8 people died in the shooting on Tuesday. Police initially said 9 people had been killed, but clarified on Wednesday night that they had mistakenly thought a survivor who had been airlifted to a medical centre had died. 6 people were found dead at the school, including a 39-year-old teacher and 5 students aged 12 to 13. 2 more people were found dead at a home nearby. Authorities believe they were killed before the shooting at the school. They said the victims were the suspect's mother and stepbrother. Police said the shooter was also found dead at the school and appeared to have died from a self-inflicted gunshot. Royal Canadian Mounted Police said more than 25 people were wounded in Tuesday's attack at the secondary school in Tumbler Ridge in the Canadian Rockies, more than 1,000 kilometres north of Vancouver, near the border with Alberta. The motive for the rampage, the deadliest in Canada since 2020, was unclear.
Right. And of course, Pim Tool and the rest of the right-wing monsters would say, "Oh, it's about trans identity. It's about trans. It's about trans." It's not even close to true, and it's really disgusting that they would go in that direction, that they would grift in that direction. But here we are. Look away from the real issues. You know, class, economics. Availability, you know, the accessibility of high-powered weaponry. It's disgusting stuff. Moving on from that terrible story, we're going to get a little spooky, folks. Ooh. My favorite spooky subject, 9/11. So Cenk Uygur is actually on my side when it comes to 9/11. He's not believing the story. He's not believing the propaganda when it comes to 9/11. It's one of the few things where I get a little Alex Jonesy on people. I'm not going to do the Alex Jones voice because my throat is already destroyed. But for those who don't know, I don't buy the official story. I do think something funky happened with 9/11. You know, I don't know all the facts. I certainly don't believe all the Alex Jones bullshit. Loose change, all that shit. But I definitely don't believe the official story. We won't get into it. One of these days I'll do a special 9/11 episode where we get into some of the irrefutable facts. And yes, unfortunately, you know, it's been memed to death, but unfortunately one of those irrefutable facts is that jet fuel doesn't actually melt steel beams. But et cetera, right? I know people are turned off by this. To be honest with you, though, that knee-jerk reaction that people have to 9/11 is fascinating to me. How people have been so successfully programmed against hearing alternative ideas around 9/11. I was there. I experienced it. This was one of my, formative childhood kind of things. And it's been interesting to me to see the evolution of the story of how you're not allowed to question the official narrative. There's so many other things that we freely question when it comes to the government. Iran-Contra. You got, of course, Kennedy. So many other things. What's that one? The mind control, the Manchurian Candidate thing. The government gets up to all kinds of shit all the time. One thing that I wasn't aware of until recently was how there might be a close relationship to Israel and to what happened on 9/11. Yada, yada, yada. Just trust me when I say I'm not an Alex Jones, quote unquote, truther on this. But there are some irrefutable facts when it comes to how steel high-rise buildings are constructed and how they are, what happens during a fire. Yes, even when a plane hits them filled with jet fuel, how they normally collapse, how long that takes. It doesn't. 9/11 is a complete and total anomaly in terms of how that happened. 3 buildings falling within 8 seconds, each one collapsing upon itself in a very controlled manner. It's the only time that's ever happened. I don't believe it. I don't believe the official story, and I never will, because I'm not a sucker. And no offense to the people that want to believe the official story, but it's bullshit. And if you've seen the show for a while, I have a pretty good bullshit detector. I don't like to just glom on to, official stories and things that, I'm not afraid to talk about uncomfortable subjects. And unfortunately, 9/11 is one of those uncomfortable subjects. But this is pretty interesting without getting all spooky in that direction, right? Jet fuel doesn't melt the steel beams and all that. There's some Epstein file revelations when it comes to 9/11, and TYT, with all my criticisms of TYT, and you know me, there's plenty. I can't shut up with my criticisms of TYT, especially lately. We got Anna Kasparian doing softball interviews with, what's his fat fuck face? What's his nuts there? The fat fuck comedian that thinks it's really funny to be a uncaring, cynical nihilist. What's his name? I keep thinking Tim Pool, but no, it's not Tim Pool. It's the fat fuck. He wears the sunglasses. He looks like a drunk uncle. But anyway, she did a softball interview with that son of a bitch recently, claiming that she's a fan of Tucker Carlson, et cetera, et cetera. Got a lot of criticisms of TYT, but quite frankly, Cenk Uygur, because he also doesn't believe the official story of 9/11, and he's got a nutsack big enough to talk about it. He's the only one talking about the revelations pertaining to 9/11 in the Epstein files. No one else is talking about it. CoffeeZilla not talking about it. No one wants to touch this. And once again, that dynamic fascinates me. How it's like a career killer, and it still is. Like, how did they manufacture that? How did they engineer that? They churned 9/11 into this career nuking subject that you're not allowed to be critical about. It's just fascinating to me. But anyway, TYT is not afraid to go there, so I thought I would show you this video. Keep an open mind, if you will. If you can just help me out here, keep an open mind on 9/11, because no one else is reporting about this. I know you haven't heard about it unless you're following TYT, but I know you haven't heard about these 9/11 revelations in the Epstein files. So keep an open mind when we hear what this is about.
Say, look, Cenk, you rail against mainstream media, legacy media all the time. But guys, I didn't think that they were part of an active cover-up. Like, I thought they got all their framing wrong, and it was partly because of the pressures and the different things that happen, like the advertisers, a lot of them are politicians and big pharma and defense contractors. I've explained to you all the things that are wrong with media in 100 different ways, but even I didn't expect this. Wait, there was a shadow 9/11 commission and there's not a single national media reporter that's interested in that? I'm not going to be quiet about this.
Tim Dillon, that's who Anna Kasparian did a softball interview with recently. She's really loving the right wing fuckheads, right? It's like, what are you auditioning to try and get on Joe Rogan? It's really pathetic. Anyway, it's Tim Dillon.
In the Epstein files, we find 2 emails that are shocking. Now you're gonna say, wait a minute, aren't all the emails shocking? I mean, there's missing babies, there's torture videos that people are talking about, girls 9, 10, 11. It just couldn't get any worse. Until you found these 2 emails. Now these are gonna make you go, wait a minute, what in the world? And these are from the Justice Department's website, from the Epstein files, emails actually sent. So first one is to Ghislaine Maxwell. It's from Ed Epstein. Okay, interesting. Well, now that's not that surprising that Ed Epstein would be talking to Ghislaine Maxwell, but what's interesting is that's January 6th of 2003, and the subject is Shadow Commission Invitation. Wait, what?
Never heard of this.
And they say, any interest in being on the Shadow Commission on 9/11? The membership list is secret. Ed Epstein. Wait, there was a shadow commission?
Never heard that before.
Do we know about that? I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Did you guys know about that? And of all people in America, they were asking Ghislaine Maxwell to be on the
Ghislaine?
Shadow 9/11 Commission?
Sorry,
So
Seneca. Sorry.
did that exist? What did they decide? Did they affect the real, not the real, the apparently maybe not so real 9/11 Commission that we were spoon-fed?
Yeah, and you know, fellow 9/11 spookies like me, you know, we often call it the 9/11 omission report, because there really is just a lot of missing information in this so-called commission report, manufactured, of course, by the Bush administration. You know, it's interesting. Liberals don't trust the Bush administration to tell you anything, but they fully trust George Bush and Dick Cheney when it comes to 9/11 and every little thing that they come out with, right? But the so-called commission report was filled with guesswork and all kinds of assumptions, that kind of stuff.
Who else was on this secret list that actually decided what was going to go in the 9/11 Commission report?
Yeah.
And look, guys, at that point, even if you back in 2003, you don't know Ghislaine Maxwell's working with Jeffrey Epstein, Ed Epstein knows that she's working with Jeffrey Epstein. And let's say that he somehow miraculously doesn't know what Jeffrey and Ghislaine are up to. But Ghislaine Maxwell is Robert Maxwell's daughter. Robert Maxwell is not just a generic Israeli spy. He's the
factually active. You knew about it, yeah? Oh, okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to step on your toes.
Israeli spy that stole our nuclear secrets, and you're going to put her on a secret 9/11 shadow commission? And so, what's amazing? The second one is email that I'm going to share with you is arguably even more amazing. But how is this not national news everywhere? So, yeah. What's happened?
And quite frankly, this should be. Right. This should be something that, at the very least it's mentioned. But literally there's only 2 stories right now if you're watching multi-billion-dollar mainstream news. It's that kidnapping of the news lady's mother and Epstein. But only the stuff pertaining to Russia and only the stuff related to Republicans. Sometimes, not even all the Epstein stuff. They're being very selective about what they cover.
To me in the last week or so is that my eyes have been open to how much deception is in establishment media. And if you watch the Young Turks regularly, you can say, look, Cenk, you rail against mainstream media, legacy media all the time. But guys, I didn't think that they were part of an active
I didn't hear
cover-up.
about it.
Like I thought they got all their framing wrong, and it was partly because of the pressures and the different things that happened, like the advertisers, a lot of more politicians and big pharma and defense contractors. I've explained to you all the things that are wrong with media in 100 different ways, but even I didn't expect this. Wait, there was a shadow 9/11 commission, and there's not a single national media reporter that's interested in that and has done a story about it. Okay, now let me give you the second email.
Kind of a big deal.
Also to Ghislaine Maxwell, this time from a guy named Philip Levine. God forbid anybody should ask who he is. This one's date is even more important. September 18th, 2001, a week after 9/11.
Where's the real pilot?
And the email reads, "Where is the real pilot?" Whoa. What is that? Where's the real pilot? A week after 9/11? And that email's going to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Right. So I mean, it's not the smoking gun. Okay. I'm not trying to say that. Anybody, any schmuck can write that. There was a ton of theories. There was a ton of crazy theories. Especially during the early days after it happened, right? But kind of spooky.
If you don't think this is an interesting story, you're not a journalist.
No, exactly. That's
if you're covering up this story, you're not a journalist.
I agree with that.
Well, literally no one in corporate media is covering this, so apparently there are zero journalists in legacy media, none. Okay, I mean, but it's beyond that. There's no one who doesn't think that this is interesting. It doesn't mean that you can't disprove it. I don't know how you would, but I know what you would do. You would do investigative reporting.
Investigate it,
and you would try to figure out, wait, that's super interesting. What do they mean, real pilot? Could it be the biggest coincidence in human history that they don't mean 9/11, even though it's a week after 9/11, and you're emailing someone who's very, very likely an Israeli spy? But it's a different pilot from a different plane, maybe.
Definitely.
But that's when you would have to do journalism and you would have to investigate it. And you would find this remarkable and you'd want to look into what the hell was the Shadow Commission? Why is someone asking Ghislaine Maxwell where the real pilot is?
That's a good source.
But we've got literally none of that from our national media. So, okay, I mean, it forces us to wonder, are you in on it? I mean, if you told me even a week ago, 2 weeks ago,
and that's the thing is like this phenomenon around 9/11, like that you don't have to be quote unquote in on it to kind of go along with the official propaganda on it, because it's just an automatic career killer. Those who own these outlets, except for TYT, even Democracy Now. It's like, oh, you lose all legitimacy. I think Jimmy Dore and TYT are the only two mainstream people who are willing to talk about this kind of stuff. But you nuke your career if you're willing to question the official story, and it's unanimous across the board, right? When it comes to 9/11, and that dynamic really does fascinate me. Like, there's very few things that I've seen where it's like untouchable. Oswald did 9/11. That son of a bitch, he's up to it. He's up to it, man. It was the Watchman. It was actually the comedian who did 9/11.
The entire national media will find out that 9/11 might not have happened in the way that we think, and they'll bury it, even though it's it would be the most interesting. I mean, this has got Pulitzer Prize written all over it. The most interesting story there is, what actually happened on 9/11. And they're like, nope, we're not interested in it. No, okay, that's full mask off. I don't trust anyone in national media anymore.
Right. So he goes on like this for the next couple minutes, right, to hit the 10-minute mark. If you want to watch the rest of it, I'll give you the link here. We'll move on from this. I know people are rolling their eyes. 9/11 was an inside job. I'm a truther, yada yada yada. And I need to reiterate this, like, Alex Jones and the rest of the grifters have done a great disservice to this story. There's some truth that does need to be unearthed, and like Kennedy, maybe in 50 years we'll get little bits and pieces of the truth, right? Yeah, he trusted him before. No, he clearly didn't. But anyway, sorry to get spooky on everybody. Sorry if I lost your trust, I apologize, but I refuse to believe the official story. I really do. I don't buy it. I don't buy it one bit. And really, I base my quote unquote theory, whatever you want to call it, conspiracy theorist. I base my theory on the fact that steel high-rise buildings, when they catch fire, after a plane crash, because it has happened in other places, they don't magically collapse like that. They just don't. They burn for hours and hours and hours, days. They'll burn for like 48 hours. They'll burn, and they'll leave massive parts of the structure remaining once the fire has actually died down. They don't magically collapse in 8 seconds, one right after the other, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, woke patriot, exactly. I mean, it's tough with TYT because it's like, they're definitely not the home of progressives anymore. I'll say that. They're definitely not the home of progressives anymore, for sure. It's not the same network that was covering Occupy Wall Street. I'll say that. So let's move on from spooky 9/11. Sorry, everybody. We got ice stuff, head lice. Why did I type that? Yeah, COVID really changed things, but I think honestly, it's such a shame, but I think honestly it's some of TYT's funders that have changed things a little bit, which is ironic, of course, because TYT is they were up front and criticizing access journalism, and it does seem like that they have themselves kind of, maybe just to survive, have kind of changed their coverage because of access journalism. Anna Kasparian has also made a deliberate shift away from progressivism into more hardline conservatism. The whole Tucker Carlson thing is really something else. Like this guy, Tucker Carlson is a nihilist, a grifter. And he really does seem to have legitimately fooled TYT, Cenk and Anna at least. He really has legitimately fooled them. Yeah. The birthing person situation. Yeah, that bothered Anna. And it's perfectly fine to say that's a little ridiculous. Right? Like the whole Latinx thing as well. Like that's a little silly. Most Mexican people don't use Latinx. Right? It's perfectly fine to point out how liberals have, the mistakes that liberals make, the mistakes that progressives make, pointing that out, but Anna takes it to the next step. And it's like she's dropping, the defense of social justice because some loony lefties on Twitter were talking about birthing persons and things like that. It's, it's a little obvious. It's a little obvious. Yeah, okay, factually active, sure. And the rare times that I actually do stream. Welcome back, Promethean, by the way. Yeah, Promethean, I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, I think they were more progressive, though. There was a certain time when they were more progressive. I appreciate that, everybody. Thank you for the props. I appreciate that. I really do try to, keep things honest, keep everybody honest. I believe that there needs to be, at least one guy in this space who's just keeping it 100. You know what I mean? Like I was shitting on Kyle Kulinski. I'm a big fan of Kyle Kulinski, but I was shitting on him for his lack of criticism of Joe Rogan. But I'm happy to come back and say, oh, he's fucking destroying Joe Rogan now. He's done a mea culpa on Joe Rogan, and he's happy to admit that he's wrong on Joe Rogan. But there's, when it comes to Ukraine, he could be a little bit better, right? Democracy Now, of course, with Ukraine has been an abysmal failure. there's got to be at least one guy who's willing to say the truth, you know? And if you say the truth about everybody, you're not going to be friends with anybody. And that's just how it is, man. I don't need fucking friends. You know what I need? Freedom, liberty, constitutional democracy. That's what I fucking need. That's what keeps me awake at night. Not if you know, Majority Report thinks I'm cool. You know, not if Kyle Kulinski thinks I'm a badass. I don't really give a shit about that. You know, we're in chains. These motherfuckers, these oligarchs are putting us in chains. I don't want to die in chains. I don't want to die in slavery. I want to die a free man. And I want everyone around me to be free. I want to raise all tides, you know, raise all the boats, like Martin Luther King talked about. So moving on to the next story here. This is really something else. Like, this is like literally, I said this in the Discord, Monty Python couldn't have written a better sketch. You know, it's Saturday Night Live, eat your heart out over here. It's literally a comedy sketch. It's amazing. How do you broadcast this? How do you not just say we're not putting this on air? It must have happened live. This is sketch worthy. This is a fucking sketch. But it's not a sketch though. This really happened on Fox. Jesse Waters, of course, proud fascist, wants to put us, you know, talk about a person that wants to put us all in chains. Jesse Waters, willing to excuse almost any crime. But even the Epstein files is too much for him, I guess. But he's really just one more story from saying, you know, 14-year-old, what's the big deal? Yeah. Come on. Right? I mean, true slimeball, Jesse Waters here. But even he had to bring this up. And just watch. This is unbelievable. I'm uninterrupted. I'm not going to pause it. 30 seconds. Watch this. This is unbelievable.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
No, I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. I've never been on his plane. I want to put these rumors to bed. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know him. I don't want to be connected to this.
Well, these images have just been released, and it clearly shows you pictured with Jeffrey Epstein multiple times. What's going on there?
I've never seen those images before. This is the first time I'm seeing them. Now that I recall, I may have flown on his plane once, but he was just a financier, he was just a businessman, and we were just doing business.
Holy shit! Holy shit, right? Oh, you know, okay. Never met the guy. I don't know who's a Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, we got these pictures of you hanging out with Jeffrey. Oh, you know, now that I recall, I totally did hang out with him. I think this was I think this was edited somewhat. But this is all the same story. I mean, goddamn, dude, when Jesse Waters has to call you out, I mean, goddamn. And this guy's supposed to be a celebrity. I've never fucking heard of this guy. What does he do? Like right-wing Hallmark videos? Is he an actor next to Kevin Sorbo in one of those fucking terrible right-wing libertarian movies? Never heard of this fucking guy. One more time. I just got to play that one more time because it's just so, it's very much like Howard Lutnick as well, right? Like, oh, I only met the guy once and he had a massage table and I looked over at my wife and he said something creepy to me and I said, we're getting out of here right now. And then the emails are like, hey, Jeff, where can we park the yacht? We're going to come hang out. Hey, how you doing, Jeff? And there's apparently all kinds of business history.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
No, I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. I've never been on his plane. I want to put these rumors to bed. I've never met Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know him. I don't want to be connected to this.
Well, these images have just been released, and it clearly shows you pictured with Jeffrey Epstein multiple times. What's going on?
Bro, I mean, look at his fucking face, dude. Look at his face. Look at the picture. Dude, never met the guy. Never met the fucking guy. He's on the fucking pedo island. Right after a night of debauchery, me and my boy Jeff putting it on his own social media.
What's going on?
Look at his fucking face, dude. I mean, And where's SNL with this? Like SNL or like some other sketch troupe should literally word for word not change a single fucking word and just do a reenactment.
On there.
I've never seen those images before. This is the first time I'm seeing them. Now that I recall, I may have flown on his plane once, but he was just a financier, he was just a businessman, and we were just doing business.
Which is, of course, the excuse that they're all using now. Right? That's the, I just, I was just hanging out because, basically the Noam Chomsky excuse. Oh. I mean, the Epstein files have been a real gift. To be clear, there's no proof that Epstein, right? There's no proof, but God, it sucks. That one hurts. That one hurts really bad. That one really hurts, man. There's no proof, but like the fact that he's like emailing Jeffrey about how to, like the guy who did manufacturing consent over here, like, giving pointers to Jeffrey Epstein about how to, avoid media scrutiny. God damn it. So we're going to do a little bit of Voidzilla here. He's all over it for the most part. Like I said, he's ignoring some of the other stuff, like with the 9/11 stuff, right? But he's doing a great job. He's certainly doing a better job than mainstream media is in covering this. And he's over here securing interviews with Ro Khanna and other people. Like, he's blowing up as well as he should, right? So I'm happy for him. 1.5 million subscribers. If Joe Rogan had any nutsack whatsoever, he would have CoffeeZilla on. I think one of his guests mentioned that he should do that. But Joe Rogan's a bitch, and he's in the pocket of Elon Musk and the rest of these billionaires and Peter Thiel, some of the worst fucking people. Peter Thiel over here creating Palantir. Yeah. Peter Thiel over here, like literally creating the surveillance state that Joe Rogan pretended to give a shit about. Oh, well, it's just for the poor people. No, Joe, it's for you as well. So Joe Rogan doesn't have the fucking nutsack to have somebody who actually knows what they're talking about interview, because then he would have to, if he has CoffeeZilla on, CoffeeZilla is going to bring up Elon Musk. He's not going to let Joe Rogan just, talk about Bill Clinton and Bill Gates the entire time. Joe Rogan's a disgusting bitch. He really is. He's a bootlicking bitch, and he's just he's trying to navigate this without admitting fault. The guy doesn't even admit that he was wrong on COVID. He's a fucking bitch. So let's hear what CoffeeZilla has to say.
I am increasingly disgusted by the way this is all a big joke to liars like Howard Lutnick, who deceived the American public about the status of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
That guy was there. I wasn't going.
Now he testifies under oath that he actually went to the
Big
island of the
D.
creep and
Underline.
brought his kids.
We had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour, and we left with all of my children.
Nevertheless, every time Epstein is brought up, this guy can't stop chuckling. Here's Lutnick laughing again when Trump is addressing a question about Epstein.
To talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation.
I mean, really, what kind of reaction is that? What the fuck kind of reaction is that, man? Evil motherfucker, dude. Evil. Because he's like, you're not going to get anything. You're trying to get us. Cabal of pedophiles. Cabal of fucking pedophiles. Yeah, exactly. Factually active. You're going to try to bring that up? We're lawless and shameless. We got you defeated.
I don't know. I could ask you that question.
He thinks it's the funniest thing he's ever heard. And maybe it's because they really think we are buying it. Maybe it's because they think, hey, we're just going to get away with this. We can just keep, the lies are so brazen, so audacious, so in your face that it is actually funny to them. And you know what? I have to agree that the way the FBI and DOJ have been treating this is a joke. Because we just talked to a congressman who passed the Epstein Transparency Act. As part of it, the DOJ was supposed to release all the Epstein files with no redactions except for survivors. That didn't happen. Several of the survivors' names were left unredacted, and several of the perpetrators' names were left redacted.
Is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did.
And some are speculating, you know, we'll never know until someone writes a book, but some are speculating that this is an intentional intimidation intimidation tactic to try to get other survivors to keep their voices down, to say, hey, you know, if you try to be a hero, we'll call you out on this. You know, expect to have your cover blown. You know, we'll never know for sure, but I'm leaning towards intentional as well. Welcome back, Crail.
Title of this one is Child Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted.
But in response to criticism that they had over-redacted, they said, hey, we're so transparent, we're going to let you guys come and see the unredacted files to the congressman. The problem is, guess what happened when those congressmen showed up? The unredacted files, many of them were redacted underneath the redaction. They were,
and because the DOJ, you know, Pam Bondi is, you know, completely compromised. There's no enforcement mechanism for this stuff, because normally people would be going to jail, you know, but there's nothing there anymore. They've you know, the Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, one of their big priorities was subverting these enforcement mechanisms right off the bat. It was one of the first priorities of Donald Trump's second term, and that has been unmitigated success. There's no doubt about it, because it's like they break the law, and who's going to stop them? The marshals are compromised, cops are compromised, the army's compromised. There's no one to actually enforce this. I think it was the Jefferson quote that said, you know, something about how, something about how, you know, the law has been broken, but who's now who's going to come in and actually enforce it? Something like that. I'm butchering the quote, but that's what we're dealing with right now. No one's actually there to follow up. It was a Jackson. Sorry. Should get my butchered quotes correct. But the law has been broken, but who's actually going to enforce it? You know.
2 layers of redactions. By the time the DOJ got them, they were already redacted. So what they're looking at is an redacted copy of the Epstein files. This is at the same time that the FBI has a government project to build a next-generation redaction tool where they claim they need multi-layer redaction management. And you can see it here where a representative talks about getting to see the, quote, unredacted files. He says the search function didn't actually work. Half the stuff I was looking for was still redacted. We couldn't write on files we brought in. We shared 4 computers for 435 members of Congress. So what is this actually? This is transparency theater. This is not real transparency. It is actually a joke. Here's another joke. The FBI just concluded.
Well, factually active, if we get a Gavin Newsom, if Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer continue to enjoy their positions, we won't see that. We won't. They don't even lie to us. They don't even lie to us. There has been no Chuck Schumer. There's been no fucking evidence, rhetoric even, that they're going to hold anybody accountable. They don't. They're too nutless to even talk about disbanding ICE. It's disgusting. It's actually like legitimately disgusting. They need to be primaried. They need to be replaced. They shouldn't have their jobs. This is the time to fight. There's no political reason to not fight. Usually they have some political reason, right, to say, well, we shouldn't, we got to play this strategically. It plays really well. Abolishing ICE is playing really well with people. It's polling really well. This is just how they are. How they're status quo defenders, and they bend over backwards to protect the Bush administration and the Reagan administration. They have to go.
Again, that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't running a ring for powerful men. But when the public was asked about this just the other day, 94% believe that he was. Yeah, so obviously there's a huge gap between what the FBI says they believe and what the public, who has now at this point seen most of the same files, say they believe. If anything, the FBI, by definition, would have access to more evidence. And yet, with the files that we already do have, 94% of the public say, yeah, Epstein obviously was trafficking, but the FBI, of course, isn't investigating new parties. They say there's no evidence for it.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information.
Liar.
None.
Liar.
If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
He's a liar.
That he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we...
And of course, we know Kash Patel's living it up. There he is. This fucking googly-eyed motherfucker. He's living it up on the taxpayer's dime. Him and his girlfriend there, his hot 20-something girlfriend or whatever. Flying jets and treating the FBI like his own, like his butler. Making him get him things and things like that. He's just in hog heaven over here. As long as he, does what Donald Trump tells him to do, he gets to pretend like he's a big boy.
Have again is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay, even if you believe what he says, after the revelation that the FBI themselves thought there were 4 co-conspirators in the previous draft indictment, they later said they thought they had 10 co-conspirators. Now you're supposed to believe, nope, no women were trafficked to any of these people. Epstein was working alone. It might be surprising to learn then that the DOJ and FBI under Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, who ran on the idea of releasing these files, have not talked to people who say they were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein. This was brought out 2 different times. I want to watch both of them with you because it's astonishing to hear someone say, we have no credible evidence on other perpetrators, only to learn you never talked to the women who were allegedly trafficked.
At the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims. Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the public to submit any information, why have you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
My job as the FBI director is to invite all
investigative leads. Is the answer yes or no to whether or not you met with these women who were abused and...
Any insinuation by you or any people on your side that I am not manhunting child traffickers, just look at the stats. And you talk about cover-ups, man.
Mr. Chairman,
you talk about cover-ups.
I'm going to stop it there. It just devolves. He refuses to answer the question.
And as we saw with the Pam Bondi interview a couple days ago, same MO. When they're cornered, that's when they attack. How dare you impinge on how dare you try to make an accusation, make an aspersion that I'm not doing my job. How dare you, how dare you, how dare you. And then, of course, they Darvo it, flip it right around. It's you're doing the cover up and you're doing this and you're doing that. The performance really only works for the hardest of hardcore partisans. Grand majority of people, even a good chunk of Republicans, see this and they're like, yeah, this is not a good look. Even Pim Tool came out and was criticizing Pam Bondi for her shrill performance. Yeah, exactly. Clutch Cargo, thank you for those stats. I'll take your word on those stats. It's a winning political stance to take. It's a winning political stance, and even if you're not coming out and saying you're gonna abolish ICE, if you just come out and say I'm gonna reform ICE, but then later abolish ICE, it's a political winner.
Did you actually meet with these women? Luckily for us, some of those same people later showed up at another hearing, this time in a hearing with Pam Bondi.
I don't see it.
Survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Yeah, it's honestly shocking to see. There's these people who are claiming to be victims of Epstein. The DOJ and FBI have consistently said, look, we want to take all available evidence. We just need the evidence.
And we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it.
And then it's like, well, did you interview these people who say they have evidence? Well,
no,
actually we didn't. This comes up again.
Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them.
Oh my God. I mean, what can you even say to that?
It's a blatant and obvious cover-up. And sorry for the auto mod, but, you know, being in politics, I got to crank it up to 11. I got the auto mod on full censorship mode. I get banned every fucking week, it seems. So we got to be careful. The TOS is strong. The right-wingers like to weaponize the TOS against me. So sorry about that, folks.
This is a DOJ. This is an FBI that claims to be interested in getting to the bottom of the Epstein files, except when actually asked, they cover up, they redact, and they don't ask for victim testimony or evidence. I mean, how can you possibly say you've reached a conclusion as to an investigation when you literally haven't talked to the people who would be a victim of said investigation? Furthermore, how can Kash Patel say under oath, without perjuring himself, that there is no credible evidence that Epstein trafficked to anyone else, when internal emails to 710 directors call, it says approximately 4 to 5 victims accused other adult men of abusing them. There was not enough evidence to federally charge these individuals, so the cases were referred to local law enforcement. There's a huge difference between there's no credible evidence.
There is no credible information. None.
And we couldn't pull charges. I mean, that's a totally different thing. And in that case, isn't the whole point to investigate that? Isn't the whole point to call more of the people saying they have evidence? Isn't that your job? How can the FBI, the DOJ, conclude definitively that Epstein wasn't trafficking to anyone when Jess Staley, during a UK court hearing in 2025, admitted to having with a member of Epstein's staff? He, of course, described it as consensual. But internally within the Epstein files, there's accusations against Jess Staley. One of the files alleges that a victim was left with body marks after an interaction with the former...
This is a guy that's biting chicks on the vagina. He's just biting them. And the email correspondence is like, I never want to fuck with this guy again. I'm pretty sure this is the guy that's also asking to dress these girls up as Disney princesses and Tinkerbell and, you know, Belle from Beauty and the Beast. So he likes to bite them, he likes to hurt them and get them all dressed up like Disney princesses. It's my theory that, you know, he probably has a daughter that likes to dress up as Disney princesses. That's my theory.
Barclay's boss, the disgusting Mr. Staley. If anyone ever calls me Tinkerbell again, I will lose my mind. Which I know sounds weird that Jess Staley would allegedly refer to a girl as some type of like Disney character or cartoon character, but this is consistent with email exchanges. Jess Staley says, that was fun to Jeffrey Epstein. Say hi to Snow White.
Yeah, this is the guy. Yeah.
What character would you like next? Epstein later asks, to which Staley replied, Beauty and the Beast. Epstein responded, well, one side is available. Now again, I'm not saying these emails would be enough to charge Jess Staley, but to investigate, almost certainly. It's definitely unconscionable to say there's zero evidence of Epstein trafficking to anyone.
There is no credible information.
Keep his reputation.
How can that possibly be true when some of your files say 4 or 5 victims accused other men? So it is just totally insane to me the way we are all treating this, where the people in power whose job it is to hold these people accountable, they want to laugh about it, they want to joke, they want you to smile about the whole thing. This actually came to a head when one reporter asked about the survivors.
But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. You are the worst reporter. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile
Well,
on
I'm
your
asking
face.
you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein,
You know why
Mr.
you're not
President?
smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth.
It's honestly baffling. I mean, how are we supposed to act during
What's he gonna do next? Pinch somebody's ass? Hey, come on over here, honey. Sit on Daddy's lap. Tell Daddy he's a good boy.
the Epstein files, when we hear about these horrific stories? Are we all supposed to be like Howard Lutnick, just guffawing, laughing it up? How are we supposed to treat this travesty of justice? And again, I want to restate for the millionth time.
Right.
This is not.
And you know, the Democrats, you know, putting out statements here and there, but where is the drum beat? Every single day, you know what I mean? Constant statements, constant, you know, pushing back, constant escalation of, oh, we're going to do this. You vote for us. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. It's a whole lot of actually of this coming from the Democrats. Once in a while, little statements here, you know, you'll catch them leaving Congress or whatever, little interviews on the steps. But you know, if this was the opposite side, it was the Republicans, it would be constant drum beats of, oh, we're going to do this and we're going to go after this and we're going to investigate that and we're going to subpoena this person. Right? Taking like full political advantage of this. And what are we getting from the Democrats? Almost silence. Almost.
Political, no matter how much the DOJ and FBI try to argue that it is. The person we're about to watch questioning Pam Bondi is a Republican. But anytime you say anything negative about the Epstein file handling, which was run on by this administration, they either bounce to, well, you must hate Trump, or the Democrats didn't do it last time, so we shouldn't be expected to do anything either. And you're about to see more of that.
Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Yeah. There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has
Right.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Literally, we caught you guys redacting a co-conspirator's name. I mean, there's a lot more than that they redacted, but it's like, for them to say, oh, what? Oh, it was just one name. We put it up when you said so. When you caught us on our 4 computers we allowed you to use with redactions on top of redactions. Right. And Pam Bondi's performance here.
And I don't think CoffeeZilla gets into it, but there's evidence. She had her notes, you know, and of course everyone's taking pictures of this stuff, that she had all these people's search results right there. She knew exactly what they were searching for, you know, in her little burn book with her little insults and whatnot. So they're fully tracking all this, really, you know, doing the best they can to cover up for disgusting pedophiles. It's really something else.
Was so bad that at one point she's being asked about, you know, like, are you bringing any more indictments? Are you investigating anyone? And she jumps back to some pretty bizarre talking points.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
That's what she does. She's not like, question, what's a question? No, and immediately starts with her little insults and her little burns. First of all, you have a small penis. I know it. I know. I got a picture of your penis right here from Google.
I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Adorable.
And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000, and the Nasdaq.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a fucking miss. I do agree with Promethean though that Joe Biden could have done this. I mean, Barack Obama could have done this. You know, this stuff was out there. We knew about Donald Trump and his connections to Jeffrey Epstein in 2016. Hillary Clinton could have pushed Jeffrey Epstein really hard. She didn't. there's absolutely a failure here of the Democratic organization to push Jeffrey Epstein. I do agree with that. And it's biting them in their ass right now. It really is. Because, I mean, this could have been Joe Biden, Joe Biden putting all this stuff out. This could have been this could have saved Merrick Garland's reputation. Could have been used in the investigation against, Donald Trump, for Jack Smith there. So it's definitely a failure of the Democrats. And it's pretty clear, at least in my opinion, it's pretty clear that the reason why they were protecting him is because there's a lot of left, or I don't know if you call neoliberals left, but there's a lot of liberal associated, the donors, Bill Clinton himself, that there was evidence of them protecting their own, which neoliberals have a long history of doing. They didn't, Barack Obama talking about George Bush, we're going to look forward, not behind. What was it? Jimmy Carter there, pardoning, was it Ford? There's lots of evidence of this neoliberal establishment looking the other way to their colleagues, their politician colleagues, because they don't want to set a precedent of politicians in suits getting arrested. They don't want to set that precedent.
NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming.
And Woke Patriot, you're over here accusing other people of saying that, Joe Biden should have directed his DOJ to do something illegal. That's certainly not what I'm advocating for, because we should have just, there's nothing wrong with the president saying to the DOJ, do some investigating. Right, uncover this stuff. It's pretty clear that they were keeping a lid on this stuff. So they're okay using politics in the Justice Department to protect pedophiles. And I'm not saying, okay, sorry, Woke Patriot. But, I don't see the problem with, a little nudge to your DOJ to say, hey, look into this stuff. Get these documents out there, redact the victims, but get these people out, get these perpetrators out there in the public, get this information out there. I don't think that would be, politicizing the DOJ or anything like that for Joe Biden to be nudging his DOJ to get this stuff out there, right? It's pretty clear to me that that both sides wanted to keep a lid on this because both sides were being implicated. Obviously, but I mean, obviously they should have burned Clinton. They should have burned Bill Gates and the rest of them, because I mean, Donald Trump over here, over 1 million mentions. Apparently, that's what we're hearing now. Over 1 million mentions. And they didn't see the danger. They still, even Joe Biden's 4 years in office, he never acknowledged the danger of Donald Trump, still going full Hillary Clinton style delusion, thinking that, okay, Donald Trump's defeated. He'll never, he's been impeached twice, and he's been and he's been convicted over 30 times, and indicted over 30 times, right? He's not coming back. His political career is over. They made that calculation and they were dead fucking wrong. They made a political calculation instead of just letting the chips fall where they may, letting justice do its job.
That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
No, I do want to know, what does the Dow have to do with Jeffrey Epstein victims? I truly don't understand that. So yeah, this whole thing was a complete disaster of a meltdown. They're treating it as an
It's beyond ironic that Merrick Garland, that at least some who speak for Merrick Garland try to claim that he was trying to not be political, but in his slow walking and obviously inefficient pursuit of justice when it comes to Donald Trump, he was playing politics. He was fucking playing politics, right? So it's ironic to me that that he's like, oh, we're trying to avoid the appearance of playing politics, so that's why we're doing everything the right way. when he was in fact playing politics by doing everything as slow as possible, allowing Donald Trump to delay everything as possible, as much as possible. I mean, he himself was playing politics.
Absolute joke. And they criticize you if you don't smile like Howard Lutnick when he's caught lying about the Epstein files. And while I can't personally muster that kind of energy, I do want to talk about some more of the revelations in the Epstein file. Like, the most noteworthy is that Trump called the Palm Beach Police Department immediately after Epstein was arrested, according to a police chief that was interviewed in 2019. He says back when he arrested Epstein the first time, Trump called him and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Saying about Max,
which is exactly something that Trump would have done. It's exactly how Trump operates, right? Tries to get in front of stories, tries to, throws people under the bus. He knows exactly how connected he is with Jeffrey Epstein, so he gets on the horn right away. You got him. Good job. Good job. Right? It's a total Trump move right here.
She's evil, and to focus on her, according to the police chief, Trump was one of the first people to call. Julie K. Brown said that when Trump called the chief, it was after the Epstein story became public, when Epstein was arrested. This actually goes a long way to explain Speaker Mike Johnson's previous comments that Trump blew the whistle to the FBI to stop Epstein.
He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
It's obvious that he probably just misunderstood that it was an FBI interview of a police chief, and that at the time it was the Palm Beach Police Department handling that case. And I think that even for the people who say, okay, that's just because they had a falling out over real estate or anything like that, I think it undoubtedly is a good look for Donald Trump. And
I would say Clinton is probably the most damaging, right? And the DNC, the Democratic Party, should have been like, yeah, that's a sacrifice we have to take. Sorry to Hillary Clinton's political career. They should have made the calculation that, well, we gave her a chance, right? She was the chosen one for one cycle. She lost to Donald Trump. They should have been willing to throw her and Bill Clinton under the bus. But the Democratic Party doesn't work that way. They are tight-knit, friends with each other. The whole reason why Joe Biden was chosen was because he was next in line. That's kind of how it works. It's a very insider club where they take care of each other. And they made, once again, they made the wrong calculation to protect one of their own instead of throwing the Clintons under the bus and exposing Donald Trump fully. I mean, could you imagine during the election, this information was coming out during the election, right? These unredacted emails, of course, redacting, of course, the identity of the victims, but everyone else coming out, all these, Elon Musk and all these other people. Elon Musk over here doing his little, X symbol, jumping in the air, wearing his little, Nazi caps, the "Make America Great Again" with the Nazi font on it, right? The black one. At the same time, all this Epstein stuff is coming out. There, it would have really helped, Kamala Harris. It would really, and Kamala Harris herself. I was criticizing her during the 100-day blitz during her election there, her attempt at an election, because it was like, how come you're not bringing up Jeffrey? They intentionally completely ignored Jeffrey Epstein in the rhetoric, even telling Tim Walz there. Oh, hey, cut out the weird language. Stop calling them weird, right? They went in the other direction once again. They went in this bipartisan direction once again. She ran a Hillary Clinton 2.0 campaign. It would have been, throwing the Clintons under the bus would have been a small, token to damage Donald Trump's political career, and they chose not to do that. That was an intentional decision by the Democratic establishment.
Clearly something they're going to hang on to as more of these files get released. We also have something that kind of goes the other way. Remember the Wall Street Journal birthday book story, which Trump said is absolutely false, and he's suing?
Yeah, Promethean. Yeah. I kind of agree with that. It probably would have been better had he just won. Maybe. I mean, we can't read the future, but that 4 years of the Biden administration really gave Project 2025, they had all the resources. They really did a great job of getting Donald Trump ready to, turn him into America's first dictator. It probably would have been better for him to just continue on with this, you know, with Donald Trump's cavalcade of failures and excuses, right? But we'll never know. We'll never know.
We have a B-Day book update sent in 2002 when the book was supposedly drafted.
So this is the book, of course, where Donald Trump drew a picture of what apparently looked like a young woman's torso and tits, with the wonderful secret quote, right?
You see LM for blank, George Mitchell, Donald Trump, Henry Jarecki, and Leon Black, which definitely undermines his defamation case against the Wall Street Journal. I think another interesting component of this was realizing that Jeffrey Epstein was secretly buying motion-detected hidden cameras that record, and one of the people who said they were installing them said they were installing them into Kleenex boxes.
And by the way, I have a follow-up on this. We have another video we're going to watch next about these Kleenex box cameras, other cameras. We actually, some randomly out of the blue, I don't know where this shit's even coming from. We now have footage of some of these hidden cameras.
There's another email from Jeffrey Epstein where he claims to need a button camera for the Sultan. Once again, highlighting that this case about Jeffrey Epstein is also a bizarre case of power. Who did this guy work for?
And the media is doing a cover-up right now when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein's connections to Israel and the IDF, and the fact that he was, honeypotting and blackmailing all these guys. The media is doing, once again, the supposed mainstream media, the supposed left mainstream media over here, doing the work of pedophiles, doing the work of secretive covert government operations, and intentionally lying by omission, just leaving it out of the story completely. Happy to talk about the Russian connections. Barely a peep. You got to look really hard to see acknowledgement of Israel in the foreign press, in the United States. Not a single peep about the Israel connections. Even like they're not playing the interview of Jeffrey Epstein talking about Palantir to Ehud Barak or whatever his name is. They're not talking about the map of Palestine. The picture with the map of Palestine. They're not bringing that up. They're lying by omission. The mainstream media in the United States is. In the international press they're leading with Russia, and then mentioning Israel once in a while. But I did put in the Discord, there is at least one video from France 24 discussing the connections between Epstein and Israel.
He talks about going to an SCIF, which might be an acronym for a sensitive compartmented information facility. Later, he says that Ehud Barak is with me. You would have loved my tech meeting in the SCIF. This is an intelligence term, which is usually something you need the ability to receive classified information for.
Just throw
although
it
it's
around,
not clear because later Epstein says that his house is similar to an SCIF. So the connection to the government is not exactly bulletproof. I don't want to give the false impression that it was, but it does raise a bunch of questions like Bradley.
I heard one expert in the international press talk about how Epstein might not have been working for the IDF, but might have been above the IDF, that they were kind of, working with him, that he wasn't like, he wasn't like an agent, created, but that he actually had power even above the IDF.
Words, one of the victim's lawyers actually speaks about this in his book.
Thank you, German
He said
cow.
that this bodyguard had been sent by Epstein to Virginia to CIA headquarters. Nervously telling me the story, the bodyguard said, "I don't know why I was there, but he told me they would take care of me. I attended a class for a week. At the beginning of the class, everyone had to introduce themselves. There were 45 people. 44 were in the CIA or some other government unit with top secret clearance. I was the only private citizen." So clearly there's some indication, some testimony to the fact that Epstein may have had access to either classified briefings or he had some pool with the CIA. Now, we might know about this.
I tell you, dude, Massey and Ro Khanna need to cut back on the public, speeches. You know what I'm saying? Like they got a target on their back. They're going to get fucking Charlie Kirk, dude.
Because there was actually a FOIA to the CIA about Jeffrey Epstein. Ironically, it was from Jeffrey Epstein. This is Jason Leopold saying the Epstein filed FOIA requests with the CIA in which he sought documents that would show that he had a, quote, open affiliation with the CIA between 1999.
Oh, by the way, I don't have the proof, but I read this, that there's at least one person, one doctor who looked at the autopsy stuff and is saying, oh, this guy was strangled. Of course, it's hard to fish out the truth from any of this. But there's at least one so-called expert out there saying that it doesn't really seem like a hanging to me. It looks like it was taking the cable, choking him out, killing him right there, and then hanging him up, right?
In 2011, and NSA for documents relating or referring to himself, Epstein did not receive any records. Instead, he got GLOMARS. That just refers to a term that basically they neither confirmed or denied it because they said that doing so would reveal, quote, a classified connection to the CIA, and thus the CIA cannot confirm or deny the existence of records responsive to your request. Therefore, you may consider this portion a denial of your request pursuant to FOIA exemptions. More specifically, they say, we searched the CIA originated responsive records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation. So these are also the important questions we need answers to, but it's hard to get them when everything is treated as a joke, when nobody takes this seriously.
Exactly.
So yeah, all in all, this is a very frustrating...
He's such a happy little tool, Kash Patel. He's such a happy little cog.
Story to cover, given how the people handle...
And where's the Democrats saying like, oh, Kash Patel going to be investigated. Kash Patel better, get his ass ready to be behind bars. They don't even have the balls to fucking say it.
Building the whole story are engaging with it. They're laughing, they're joking, they're not responding, they're telling us to smile. And in general, they just want us to get over it. But I don't think that's going to happen. And,
big fat props to your boy, CoffeeZilla over here. Doing an amazing job. His previous work in the crypto stuff is amazing. Really, if we didn't have a CoffeeZilla, we'd be kind of screwed. He's working with the people that are doing Jmail, and there's also a J Wikipedia as well. Jpedia. I don't know how to say it. But there's a Jeffrey Epstein Wikipedia now. See if I can find it. See if we can find it here. There's something that's called like Jpedia or something. But anyway, he's doing a really great job investigating this stuff, digging in, and talk about protect. Like, we need to protect CoffeeZilla over here, because if we didn't have him, we would have mainstream media and a bunch of talking head bozos like me. Who are just, pulling shit out of their ass. So he's really doing a great job running through these documents, trying to connect the dots, trying to stay as fair as possible, by the way. Like, he could be grifting, he could be grifting to either side. He could be grifting, getting all Alex Jonesy with it, but he's really not. He really has, there's no standards anymore when it comes to journalism. So he has to create his own standards, and he's doing a great job. So folks, I really encourage you to like and subscribe. Get that CoffeeZilla, get that Voidzilla in your algorithm. Make sure you support him. He's doing a great job. Real quick, let's get to this other Jeffrey Epstein stuff, and then we'll just move on from the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. So, I don't even know where this stuff is coming from now. Yeah, Promethean, 100%. They all need to be behind bars. They're all complicit. They all think that they're going to get a pardon. The entire administration thinks that they're going to get a preemptive fucking pardon. Thank you, Factually Active. They're all criminals. They're all complicit. In the cases of Stephen Miller, full-blown fascists who, white supremacist fascists, a good portion of them are just nihilists who don't believe in anything, and are just willing to go along with anything, even the full destruction of the United States, if it means that they get to put a little badge on their lapel that says, I'm the leader of this and that. I'm the head of the FBI, mama. Right? They don't fucking care. They don't care about justice. They don't care about democracy. They know they're mediocre. They know that they're, inadequate. That they shouldn't be holding the positions that they hold. Anyway, so let's finish up the Epstein stuff. And let's watch some of this spy camera footage. that's come out. I got a Channel 4 News coverage, and then I have something from CNN as well. Epstein's butler selling Epstein's little black book. Got some behind-the-scenes footage. Let's go ahead and do this one since it's a shorter video. We'll take care of this one first.
Names, last names, area codes, okay.
Who created this book?
Epstein himself.
This book was made by Epstein?
This is a video of an FBI sting operation with Jeffrey Epstein's former house manager and an undercover FBI employee from 2009. The Palm Beach house manager, Alfredo Rodriguez, believes he is selling Epstein's address book to someone representing a lawyer of Epstein's victims.
You will see a lot of important people here.
He claims that the book contains contacts of powerful people, as well as Epstein's victims.
So those are mostly underage girls, those numbers?
They were very young.
A source familiar with the case confirmed the video shows the sting operation, which court documents show happened 2 years after the FBI demanded that Rodriguez turn over any Epstein documents. Instead, court documents say he kept the address book and tried to sell it for $50,000. In the occasionally redacted 45-minute video of the meeting, Rodriguez implicates Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's close associate, who is now serving a 20-year sentence for sex trafficking of minors.
Ghislaine Maxwell was his former companion, a very powerful lady from England. She would go to the former Eastern countries in Europe and find girls for Epstein. And I knew that because I went with my wife.
Rodriguez.
And she would befriend these girls. Like, she's truly scum. I mean, there's the poetry from one of these autistic, mentally disabled girls that was trafficked. She was in love with Maxwell. She thought that they had a relationship, and she would constantly, reassure her as Jeffrey Epstein and the rest of them are abusing her. And she thought she was in some kind of relationship. Whether she was, she was disabled mentally, but physically, she didn't have the appearance or anything like that. But she was, she had problems mentally and whatnot, and she's being taken full advantage of. And in the poetry there, she is implying that there's, she's being betrayed by Jazane. It's just, yeah, where's the fucking book? Yeah, where's the fucking book?
Rodriguez also claims that Maxwell kept a computer database of girls, something he said he saw briefly once.
Pictures, naked girls from Sweden. Right.
And all this stuff was taken by the FBI very quickly, locked up behind closed doors. We don't get, and this was Democratic administrations, not just Republican administrations, that are complicit in hiding this stuff. This stuff should have been redacted as much as possible to protect the victims, and then put out, in a timely manner. And it was all locked up and sealed behind lock and key here. And it's beyond ironic that, Donald Trump was basically forced to sign the bill, because it really should have been a Joe Biden administration doing this stuff.
From Romania, from Czechoslovakia, from Brazil, from
all
Colombia.
minors, all young girls?
Very young, very young.
Like when you say very young, how young are we talking?
16, 17. The teenagers, they have braces mostly.
Rodriguez.
The teenagers had braces. Woke Patriot, I kind of see where you're going with that. This is not the first time you brought that up. Obviously, if liberals, progressives were to do what MSNBC is doing, which is focusing on it while not holding the Democrat DNC establishment accountable, I would agree with you. But oftentimes when you see liberals and progressives like me covering this, it's the effort is to not just hold the right wing accountable, but to criticize the DNC establishment, the liberals who have participated in the cover up and continue to do so, right? Laser beam focusing on specific things, but ignoring large swaths of other information, mainly Israel. When I see the Majority Report, when I see Tom Figurino there, was it Tim, Tom, whatever, Mike Figurino. When I see Mike Figurino covering this, oftentimes they're bringing up the failures of the DNC establishment to cover this as well. They're not framing it like it's some bipartisan victory because Thomas Massie is working with Ro Khanna like the mainstream media does. Well, not with that attitude. Certainly not with that attitude, woke patriot. I think, there's a possibility for you to be wrong, but there's no possibility for you to be wrong if we take that attitude that no one's going to be held accountable, right? If that's the attitude right out of the gate, then yeah, and we're basically doing the pedophiles a favor at that point. If we just cynically give up and assume that there won't be any justice, we absolutely won't get that at all. I mean, because with that attitude, we wouldn't have the documents that we have now. Right, if that attitude was the prevailing attitude, Ro Khanna and Massie might not have taken the political risk to pressure and get these documents released. Right, literally forcing Donald Trump to sign a law to get these documents released. So, okay, yeah, keep lolling away, but no, not if the prevailing attitude is why bother, why try, because no one's going to be held accountable, then yeah, we've already lost. I do agree, though, that the current direction of the DNC neoliberal establishment is not going to get us accountability, because they've shown that even through their rhetoric, they've shown no nutsack, no impetus whatsoever to pursue these criminals. It's mainly coming from Ro Khanna. And of course, I guarantee you the DNC liberal establishment is probably trying to, find a way to replace Ro Khanna because he's too progressive. They don't want Ro Khannas. They want a bunch of Joe Manchins. So, I don't think it's a waste of time, but it will be a waste of time if nobody sees justice. I agree with that.
Provided no evidence to support the existence of the database. The video, released as part of the recent trove of Epstein documents, abruptly ends after the agent hands Rodriguez a bag of cash and says he will call the lawyer. Rodriguez was arrested for failing to turn over the book as evidence. He claimed the book was his property and that he should be compensated for it, saying it was his insurance policy and that he feared Epstein would make him disappear or harm him. He eventually pleaded guilty to obstruction charges. At sentencing, prosecutors said that if Rodriguez had turned over the book...
Where's the fucking book then?
...in 2007, when authorities first requested it, it would have significantly advanced the ball toward bringing Epstein to trial, rather than allowing him to secure a plea deal. Rodriguez was sentenced to 18 months in prison and died in 2014.
Come on with this. Come on with this. So he died and we didn't get the book? Is that it? Or did we get the book and then he dies? Man, I wish CNN was a multi-billion-dollar news organization so that they could actually investigate this. And we got nothing. After this video was published, the Justice Department said it failed to obscure the face and an undercover person in the video. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, did he hang himself? No, he slipped on a banana peel off a balcony. God damn it. I mean, come on with this. And it's like, who are we protecting? Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Bill Gates and Donald Trump? You know what I mean? It's like, fucking throw them under the bus. Oh, they got some money in their pocket. Whoop-de-doo. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel. Throw them under the fucking bus, you nutless fucks. Oh, I might not get my donation. I don't want to throw Israel under the bus. I'm Cookie Schumer. I exist to defend Israel, even when they're running a pedophile ring. It's like, goddamn, there's no shame. There's no shame whatsoever. You'll defend a genocide. You'll defend pedophiles. Whatever it takes for Israel, huh? It's just disgusting. Vote blue like my balls. Welcome back, Blase. It's good to see you. All right, so here's the last bit of Epstein stuff I have. Magically, this video is now out of a video of Jeffrey Epstein in a bathrobe. There's some woman there, post-coitus. It's nothing too juicy, but it's like, okay, When do we get the good stuff? You clearly have the good stuff. Okay? We're obviously not going to get it with this administration, but we can't even get it. We can't even get a promise. They don't even lie to us. They don't even fucking lie to us over here with the DNC neoliberal establishment, right? Oh, we're gonna, you know, once we're in charge of the FBI, you know, we're gonna get all this stuff out there and we're gonna unredact stuff that doesn't need to be redacted. They're just quiet. Ooh, ooh. Well, vote blue no matter who. Woo!
Jeffrey Epstein's victims have long said they believe they were being filmed by...
And I've been watching mainstream media all week. You know, I turn it on. I got a Haystack is a good app I use on my TV. Not a fucking peep of this. Not a fucking peep of this video.
...by the sex offender. And this footage from a spy cam style camera inside Epstein's Palm Beach house appears to show just that. The footage has been obtained for the first time by Channel 4 News. Because the quality is so grainy, during our investigation, we analyzed it frame by frame.
I don't believe the PP tape stuff from Donald Trump because he was a germaphobe. He didn't like that kind of stuff. He instructed his underage prostitutes to jack him off with a glove. He had a lot of rules. I think if if he was in a room and some of these prostitutes started pissing on the bed that Barack Obama slept in, I don't know, maybe he'd get a kick out of it. I don't know, maybe. But, you know, like it's not the PP tape that we should be looking for. It's the jerk off tapes. It's the him, you know, grunting for 15 seconds, to some, underage Russian prostitute. That's the real juicy stuff that somebody has. Someone has that.
And we've slowed.
And quite frankly, Russia doesn't have that. Because if Russia had that, Ukraine would be completely cut off, no questions asked, full loyalty to Putin. There wouldn't be a question, right? Putin would have pulled that card by now. Putin would have fucking pulled that card if Russia had something. I think Israel has it. And that's, one of the reasons why we're seeing this just complete allegiance to Israel, no matter how bad. And it's like, has it, because the mainstream media has done a lot of, carrying a lot of that, laundering a lot of that image there. They've done a great job covering for Donald Trump. But I think if anybody has the juice, it's Israel. It's not Russia. Because if Russia did have anything, Putin would have pulled that card. Hey, private meeting. Putin opens up a laptop and hits play. We got the video. Okay, you're going to stop helping Ukraine. And Donald Trump would have done that immediately. No problem. That would have been no problem for Donald Trump to fall in line. But he hasn't. And Putin is, as we've shown at the beginning of the stream here, Putin is having trouble on the front lines. He would have pulled that card by now. If anybody has the real juice, it's Israel.
Put it down here so that you can see what's happening. A man, likely Epstein himself, at one point looks towards the hidden device. Images of what seems to be his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as what appears to be several women or girls. So how do we know what this is and where it comes from? Epstein's Palm Beach property was raided by law enforcement in 2005, where police filmed this footage. Pause it here. You can see his office in the corner of the ground floor living area. This is the exact same office captured in the spy cam footage. We can match up some features like the stairway pattern in the shelves, the two small bookshelves above a larger middle shelf, a framed painting, behind an oversized lampshade, and an ornamental plate on the top middle shelf. So where is this spy cam in the office? Well, we believe it's here. And in the footage of the 2005 police raid, we can see that there is what looks like a wide clock positioned on a low side table facing the desk. In a 2006 affidavit from Palm Beach detective Joseph Recarey, the man who led investigations into Epstein during the 2000s, he said that there were two covert cameras hidden within clocks, one in the garage and another in the library area.
So, I mean, like, did he put these cameras on himself? Were these put there? I don't, why? Who?
He adds that a computer was located which was believed to contain the images from the cameras, and that all of these images appeared to come from the one positioned behind Epstein's desk.
So he put these cameras on himself. He put these cameras on himself. Yeah, I was there to film guests that he would have. He would probably hold little meetings right there. Yeah, he
and
knew.
then in
He
a
knew the cameras
2010
were there.
deposition, Detective Ricari said that despite the lighting being poor and not being 100%, he thought that it was Mr. Epstein in the videos.
It's obviously
adding,
Epstein.
You know, I can say the female did appear to be redacted word. One of the assistants appeared to be redacted word.
Underage.
You know, that kind of thing.
Underage.
Now, one police report states that Epstein bought and installed a hidden clock camera himself. But in this deposition, the police suggest that they themselves may have actually helped Epstein install it following a 2003 burglary at his home. The newly uncovered spy cam footage, part of millions of documents released in the Epstein files, appears to show a moment of intimate contact at Epstein's desk involving an unidentified woman or girl. That's why we can't play it in full. Epstein's victims repeatedly said they believed they had been filmed. Elsewhere in the footage, a man we believe to be Epstein emerges in a bathrobe. And this is all just from one spy camera in the 2000s. Epstein had a vast, elaborate, and secretive surveillance system across his properties.
I think you get a little frame. I think the intimate thing there is probably a BJ. I could get in trouble showing this, but there's a frame. There's a frame that they yeah, right. Oh no, okay. No, okay. That frame wasn't. She was whoever the person was down here, not there. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We know from other police reports that Epstein had CCTV installed in Palm Beach, but the computer equipment associated with those cameras was removed before police searched the home. And over a decade after his 2008 conviction, these images from his New York townhouse show cameras inside the property and a room with monitors that were linked to those cameras. That room was behind a door that read 24-hour video surveillance. Yet this footage from Palm Beach, identified by Channel 4 News, remains the only covert surveillance footage the public has seen so far.
Well, back to our main news now.
So there you go. That's they get into a few other things here in this coverage, but that was the main meat and potatoes of what I wanted to show you for the Epstein stuff. It's pretty clear to me. He was a blackmailer for Israel. I don't think it started off that. I don't think he was like groomed by the IDF to be this guy. I think it was just kind of like, well, you know, he's hanging out. I think it started off with him just being a big enthusiastic pedophile, hardworking pedophile. He was great at networking. He charming the pants off, you know, no pun intended there, charming the pants off of everybody, including, you know, heroes of mine like Noam Chomsky, etc. He was just really well connected, hardworking, competent, and he, you know, built this network, and he made himself rather useful to these intelligence organizations, and it kind of spiraled from there. I think he was obviously a big supporter of Israel already, and he, you know, was probably enthusiastic. He probably thought he was a James Bond like character, right? So I think that's kind of what happened there. This goes all the way back to the 70s. He used to be a fucking school teacher, and there was, of course, sexual impropriety there. Got pictures of this guy. He looks like he's shagging students, just in the photos. You know, he's got like bell bottoms on. Yeah, baby, yeah. Like he's just got that whole look about him, right? The question is, it goes back to what Woke Patriot was saying, though. Like, are we going to see justice? And with the current crop of neoliberal Democrats, with Gavin Newsom, Chucky Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and the rest of this establishment neoliberal, corporate fuckers, we're not going to see justice. You put those guys in charge, they'll impeach, they'll go after a couple of the lower ones, maybe. but they will quickly, as efficiently as possible, sweep as much of this as they can under the rug. They won't instruct their intelligence agencies to, properly redact this stuff and put this information out for the public. It'll just be covered up under Gavin Newsom. I feel very confident of that. We will not see justice. They're not promising it, that's for sure. They're not promising it. This fella, though, Mr. Tallarico here, James Tallarico, several of these new progressives that we've seen get into office during these special elections, an AOC maybe, Zohran Mamdani's, these types of people, if we get them into higher levels of power, they would produce justice for us. They're not afraid to talk about abolishing ICE. They're not afraid to talk about, Ro Khanna, another example, right? They're not afraid to call balls and strikes on this story. They're not afraid to throw billionaires under the bus. It's really a shame with James Tallarico here, because even though he's like a religious nut, I love this guy. He's saying all the right things. He's saying like all the right things. His speeches make me stand up and fucking cheer. And I was just getting to that photos printed. Welcome back. But the polls are showing Jasmine Crockett is ahead. And I don't hate Jasmine Crockett, but honestly, I think Jasmine Crockett's a ladder climber. I think, she talks a good game sometimes. Her rhetoric sometimes is totally on point. But it's very selective, and I think she wants to carry the torch for the DNC establishment. She doesn't want to rock the boat as much as she should, but unfortunately her poll numbers are better right now than James Tallarico. I would like to see James Tallarico take her job, and what would be great to see with Jasmine Crockett is her to lose, and then to come back into politics even more left, right? To make that calculation that I should have steered harder to the left. But honestly, I think she's kind of a careerist. She engages in the theatrics during the meetings and whatnot. The public meetings, she raises her voice and like that gets you fired up and everything. But does she have the substance? Does she have the desire to rock the DNC establishment? I don't think so. James Tallarico, he's going for the neck when it comes to the oligarchy. He's going right to the target, talking about the 1%, talking about how we shouldn't be distracted by talking about the 1% of trans people, the 1% of immigrants. We should be talking about the real problem, the real 1% problem, and that's the filthy rich that are corrupting our politics. He talks about it all the time. Over here, people talking about MLK was a religious nut too. Religious people have the ability to be quote unquote based. Absolutely. His rhetoric is damn impressive, and he goes a lot harder than Jasmine Crockett. I would like to see him win, especially in Texas. I would love to see him win. And here's an example. Here's an example exactly of as to why. It's ironic to me though, because like looking at this guy, the squeaky clean white boy religious, right? I could easily write this guy off as like, okay, he's just another one, right? But he's got the nutsack. He's either a total charlatan, he's either a total fucking charlatan and liar, or he's actually interested in addressing some of the core issues that is creating the political problems that we're experiencing today. And here's an example why. I really do like this guy.
Well, I think it's interesting. I've been in this race for 5 days, and I've had a lot of interviews with national media. No one's ever asked me about the cost of housing. No one's asked me about the cost of prescription drugs. No one's asked me about the cost of childcare. The only thing the media wants to ask me about are trans athletes. And so what I would say is that the only minority destroying this country is the billionaires. Trans people are 1% of the population. Undocumented people are 1% of the population. Muslims are 1% of the population. We are all focused on the wrong 1%. Trans people aren't taking away our health care. Undocumented people aren't defunding our schools. Muslims aren't cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends. It's the billionaires and their puppet politicians. And so we need not only the media, but all of us to focus on the real problem at hand.
Right. Like I said, he's either a goddamn good liar or he's got the right message. This is the right message. If we even get 50% of this, if we get people in power that follow through on 50% of this, that's great. But so many Democrats now are going anti-woke. They're throwing trans people under the bus. They're acquiescing to the entire right-wing framing on immigration. They're too afraid to push back on so many of these issues that the Republicans are lying about. Tim Walz is a great example over here. He lets some Nick Shirley amateur come in and make a big deal out of something that he was tackling, something that he was on top of, doesn't defend himself, doesn't defend his previous actions, doesn't defend all the people in his administration that were actually going after some of the fraud, comes out with some pithy statement about, he's a racist, he's a bigot, and then steps down and says, I'm not going to run for re-election because I'm a coward bitch. Paraphrasing. But Tallarico here, he's got the nutsack to come out and say, no, it's, you're being distracted by these wedge issues. It's not immigrants that's taking away your health care. It's not trans people going after these things that's affecting you. It's the 1%. It's the oligarchy. So I would like to see him win. I would like to see, and it's like, I would like to see, it sucks that we would lose Crockett, because I do think, she's better than your average Democrat. But I would like to see her lose and then come back, right? Not give up with her political career, but come back going even harder to the left and winning another election somewhere, right? So this one's from your boy, Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Doing a great job covering the police state. So this has kind of come up. Yeah, right, because she's black, right? Photos printed. Let's talk about that, right, in Texas. But no, moving on from that. Here's an update. So we've actually discussed this about how, ICE is getting all this money. They're undertrained, 47 days trained terrorists are, barking orders at the cops and whatnot. And there has to be in the background some kind of, push-pull, some kind of conflict happening with established police and ICE. So this has come up here. DHS announces new reimbursement opportunities for state and local law enforcement, partnering with ICE to arrest the worst of the worst criminal illegal alien, blah, blah, blah. And we all know it's not the worst of the worst. If they were going after the worst and the worst, that Donald Trump would be in handcuffs. But that's what this is. This is kind of smooth things over. So, hey, if you acquiesce to the police state, you work with ICE to abuse people, you let ICE get away with crimes, literally, there's a little money in it for you. And this will shut up a lot of cops who maybe might have a problem with it. A lot of them don't. It's my guess, it's my assumption that soon, probably after the midterms, we'll start to see rumblings of integrating existing police into ICE. Basically just making everybody ICE, making everybody unaccountable, getting everybody on the same page here. Of course, they'll still call themselves police, but, it'll all be the same jurisdiction right from the president. And a lot of cops are totally okay with that. Because let's keep it real. A lot of cops are ready and raring to support the fascism. They're ready to go. They love it. what a cop, 9 times out of 10, what's a cop's solution to a problem? More arrests, more crackdown, more harassment, more violence. The police union to this day are fighting every single day to try and remove body cameras from cops. They don't want any accountability for police. They all think that they're the Punisher. They all think that they're Judge Dredd. They are ready to be integrated into a fascist dictatorship. And of course, neoliberals like Tim Walz, too afraid to push back, too afraid to look weak on crime. And here's Homeland Security. They understand this. They're not. We're talking about Project 2025 here. We're not talking about Trump. They're aware of that, of this dynamic, and stuff like this is to butter the wheels, grease the wheels. Sorry, butter the bread, grease the wheels, to make that transition to a full fascist police state easier for cops, and covering some of the financial needs helps that along. So we see this as a priority. This was September of last year. Kick is something else, man. Kick is just a cesspool. It just makes me laugh every time. Yeah, exactly. Woke patriot, exactly. You want to know who the police really are? Talk to a black person since forever. The music has been telling us exactly who cops fucking were since at least the 90s. Right? Black people know goddamn well who the cops represent, who the cops protect. This is nothing new to black folks. Yeah, that's how it works. They want gambling and pornography on Kick. They don't want liberal politics on Kick. Black rap artists have known for a very long time. Ask Ice Cube, right? If cops are there to protect you. Ask Public Enemy if the cops are there to protect you. Ask, what was it, Lethal Weapon? What's his name? God, he's really great. It's not coming to mind here. Sorry. Is my whiteness showing already? Yeah, look, I'm a chalky white guy who loves gangster rap. Guilty. Fucking guilty. Fucking guilty. The Coup. That's a great group. The Coup is great. Never heard of the Coup? Show you a little bit of the Coup here. My favorite mutiny. 5 Million Ways to Kill a CEO. The Guillotine. Oh man. They've been out here doing this shit way before Donald Glover. I think this is a homage to The Wiz as well. Yeah, exactly, factually active. Yeah, off-world colonists. Right. So obviously, I'm gonna get DMCA'd here, but if you like that, if you like this style of music, make sure you check out The Coup. Great stuff. Keeping it moving. This is some good news, actually. The justice, the lower courts hasn't been completely destroyed yet. And we're seeing even some Trump appointed judges are coming out and resisting some of this attempt, some of these blatant attempts to politicize their career, right? Even though they're appointed by Trump and they're obviously right wing, even they don't want to go so far as to be like China or North Korea or Russia. And basically, it doesn't matter if there's no precedent. It doesn't matter if there isn't a good case. It doesn't matter if it's blatantly hypocritical in this case, right? Convict him anyway. Whatever dear leader says. So this is some good news. So if you don't know what's going on, some of these Democrats, Mark Kelly, even CIA Slotkin, and a couple others, they did a video telling soldiers, you took an oath to not follow illegal orders. It's right there in black and white. It's right there in the documentation. I'm sure Pete Hegseth is trying to find some way to remove that. I've predicted for a long time that he's going to get the Army to do a new, yeah, exactly, Seneca, yeah. But I predict that Pete Hegseth is going to make them take a new oath, right, to the president, not to the Constitution. So it was literally just a video that was a factual statement about how you took an oath to the Constitution that explicitly tells you not to follow illegal orders. And, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, treason, 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 it's treason. Thankfully, Pentagon can't dock Senator Mark Kelly's rank, pay over illegal orders video. Federal judge rules. So a federal judge has come out and said it's not treason. You can't destroy these people's careers. So it's some good news. Of course, they're appealing, right? This will be immediately appealed. Sedition is sedition, Captain. The happy tool, Pete Hegseth. Keg's breath. It's not sedition. It's not treason. It's literally in black and white right there. It's the oath that they take. So this is some good news. This is some good news because it's like it's seemingly the military establishment is willing to put up with some bullshit. Picking up leaves in some park in Washington, D.C., standing around with their dick and balls in their hand in L.A., but when it comes to actually doing what Pete Hegseth wants, what Donald Trump wants, right, the full-blown police state crackdown that they want, there might be a chance that this military establishment says, no, that's too far. We're not going to do it. And a ruling like this can help make that decision easier for those folks who are being asked to do something blatantly illegal. The closer we get to the midterm elections, and of course, the closer we get to the presidential election in 2.5 years, 3 years from now, we'll see. We'll see what happens because they're going to pull out all the stops, any card. Yeah, exactly. Time to duck. I mean, it's blatant what they want to do. It's blatant what they want to achieve, how they want to use these organizations, for their own benefit, how they want to politicize them. They're making it crystal clear in black and white what the goal is. I've lost a lot of respect for the military because I was expect before Trump's second term here, I would have expected more of them to step down publicly, to make public statements. And it's honestly been a lot of quiet resignations, a lot of silence, a lot of yes, sir, no, sir, no, sir. Which is kind of a double-edged sword because it's like, well, they respect the civilian leadership, even if the civilian leadership is a joke. They still respect that chain of command. But you would also, I was expecting more of a pushback against putting an obviously unqualified piece of shit like Pete Hegseth in charge of their organization, right? So I had higher hopes for the military, but we'll see because they're going to do it. They're going to do a martial law, whatever they can legally or illegally. They're going to do it. We're talking about the person who did January 6th. Okay? And we're talking about people who, stop the steal to this day, right? It's like it's a loyalty check now. They're going to do it. whatever they can. And this organization is going to have to stand up for itself and say, this is an illegal order. I'm instructing my troops. I'm a general, right? I'm an admiral. I'm instructing my troops not to follow this order. You're fired. You're fired. You're fired, right? And I'm going to put a sycophant and, and I'm going to put Dan Bongino in there as an admiral, and he's going to do what I say, right? The organization is going to have to stand up for itself. So, I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on it. Really, I am. I don't know. Because there are a lot of right-wingers in the military who are still down for Trump, right? There are a bunch of lunkheads, a lot of dum-dums who love the Zeke Heiling, who are white nationalists. Every military organization has that, even Ukraine's. So you can find loyalists. You can find them there. But, even the loyalists won't have much ground to stand on if they're like standing, almost alone, right? If like three quarters of the organization stands down, and it's really just, a couple 100,000 folks, and they don't have enough troops, they don't have enough resources, they don't have enough knowledge and know-how to deploy everywhere. It's kind of like that Civil War movie that we saw recently, right? Where the guy from Parks and Rec, he plays the president, and he orders his military to bomb Americans, and then there's a full-blown civil war in the United States. Good movie. Could have been better. Could have been a little bit more political, quite frankly. Could have pushed it a little harder there, but good movie. But we're looking at a similar situation, where because in that movie, the president makes that decision, and that creates, a good, half the military leaves and starts fighting against the president, starts fighting against the loyalists that have, taken over these organizations, right? There's no coup after the military got together for these really stupid speeches. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was like. Not a scene, you got, Keg's breath over here doing the speech. You gotta work out. There's gonna be no more woke, and we're gonna kill woke, and there's gonna be no more women in the military, and and it's like, it clearly decisions that are wasting everyone's time and making the organization weaker, and not a single one stands up, throws their career away for the greater good, right? I kind of get it though, because it's like I get the calculation to kind of ride it out and say, okay, like, yeah, we can fart around. The National Guard can fart around in Washington, D.C. and pretend to play police in D.C., right? But they haven't taken that, they haven't gone to that next step, right? And gone full, police state, full, God, the word's not coming to me. You know what I mean? Like, they haven't gone to that level yet. Oy vey. Okay. All right, we got to talk about this. So if you don't know, Discord, which is a tool that this company, whatever you want to call this news show, this news channel uses, we use Discord. We have it's a really great Discord, really great community over there. And big props to everybody who contributes to the Discord. Thank you so much for being there. But we got a problem, folks. They, basically are going to set everybody's account to be like a child-friendly account, and I don't really even know what that means. They're basically just going to assume that you're an underage teenager, unless you literally give them like a face scan or an ID. And they, this is an organization that's already had data breaches. This is an organization that already has a history of working with law enforcement. And now I see this article here. We got a connection with Peter Thiel and fucking Palantir. Okay, and if you don't know Peter Thiel and Palantir, the entire goal is to literally surveil the entire world. You know, it's named after the Lord of the Rings magical bauble that basically allows you to surveil anyone at any time, track them, and all that. And Peter Thiel believes that this will make society safer if everyone's being tracked, right? Minority Report kind of shit. So, oh good. So this is, you know, from PC Gamer over here. Oh good. Discord's age verification rollout has ties to Palantir co-founder and Panopticon architect Peter Thiel. Discord is, quote-unquote, experimenting with an age verification vendor whose major investors include Thiel's Founders Fund. He's not to be trusted. You give him your personal data. Eventually, it will be plugged into Palantir. That's the goal. If they're not legally allowed to do it now, they're going to figure out a way to legally do it later. Last week, Discord invited the contempt of its users by announcing it will be rolling out global age verification restrictions in March, which will restrict viewable content in communities for users who don't scan either their faces or government IDs and haven't already been determined to be an adult by unspecified prediction algorithms. I mean, this might save me. Not too many teenagers post politics like I do, right? Approximately nobody thought this was cool. And possibly, despite its attempts to pacify the ensuing outcry by issuing a clarification that merely some users will be required to submit to its child detection matrix, Discord has managed to make the rollout of its global age assurance policy seem even grimmier. Is that a word? Grimier? Grimier. The company has informed some users in the UK that they may be part of a quote-unquote an experiment with Persona, an age verification vendor whose investors include Peter Thiel, co-founder of ICE's premier surveillance provider, Palantir. In the days since Discord's age assurance policy announcement, reports began bubbling up on social media from users in the UK, where Discord already requires age verification as a result of its 2025 Online Safety Act, who are presented with prompts to consent to age verification processed by the company Persona. So not only are we ruining Lord of the Rings, but we're also ruining Atlas's amazing Persona series. That's great. That's great. Yeah, and Woke Patriot is correct. The alternatives to Discord Stoat is the big one, but the searches have increased by, 10,000%. Sure enough, Discord's support article describing its age verification process now features a disclaimer informing UK users that they may, quote, they may be part of an experiment where your information will be processed by an age assurance vendor Persona. Isn't that great? Isn't that just great? And by the way, the next story that I'm going to show is a follow-up to this. This has all been part of the fucking Labour Party in the UK, Keir Starmer's Labour Party's push for this, anti-privacy shit, and it's already been a massive failure in the courts, and they're driving ahead, piling ahead, installing Palantir-style, ICE-style police state foundation in the UK. Yeah, exactly. Off-world. Yeah, exactly. Woke Patriot. And while Discord has previously insisted that facial age verification recordings would only be stored and processed locally, that's how it always starts. It's just, it's like, even if they were telling the truth, Discord HQ has already been hacked. But the goal is, right, and if Discord isn't going to do it, then Peter Thiel or one of his buddies will just buy Discord, and then the gloves come off. But the whole thing is to get everything plugged into Palantir. That's what Peter Thiel's goal is. Everything plugged into Palantir. Every bit of data, every bit of government data, everything goes through Palantir. That's the goal. The notice about personas says that the information you submit will be temporarily stored up to 7 days and then deleted. Google says that. They've lied. Cell phone companies have said that. They lie. ISPs have promised that. They lie. Comcast says that shit. They lie. They store that information, and then eventually governments get access to it. While some users have speculated that Discord is testing alternate age verification providers because KID, its primary age authentication partner, has proven susceptible to creative workarounds, Discord doesn't specify where some users will be processed by Persona instead. I think these workarounds, people were starting to use like fake faces and other faces to get through it. Yeah. Free Tool says it can bypass Discord's age verification check with a 3D model. Bussin'. Regardless of the reasoning, the partnership with Persona has compounded concerns about privacy due to the company's investors. In its two most recent rounds of venture capital funding, its lead investor has been Founders Fund, the venture fund co-founded and directed by Peter Thiel. So he's not just an investor, he's a co-founder. A co-founder and former CEO of PayPal. Yeah, all the oligarchs. They target stuff like this. Any place where people are congregating that they don't have full visibility over, they target and assimilate and take over. They did it with Twitch. Thiel is nowadays more often discussed or reviled for his work in co-founding Palantir, the data harvesting and surveillance technology firm that furnishes ICE's deportation efforts with a digital panopticon and compiles databases from the private information of American citizens. And listen, I know people harp on this a lot, but it's a company literally named after an orb that lets the most evil force in the world spy on your thoughts. True. Yeah, all these crypto fascists, they're obsessed with Lord of the Rings, Elon Musk included. If that's not enough for you to be unsettled by Thiel's money being involved in Discord's age verification rollout, the billionaire who infamously wrote, "I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible." There's all kinds of quotes from Peter Thiel that are like this. He was asked, does the human race have a future? Do you believe that the human race should proceed? And he's like, He got tongue-tied on whether human beings should exist. That's who Peter Thiel is. He's a fucking monster. Literally. Evil. Literally. In 2009, he said that. He loves Curtis Yarvin, of course. Yeah, it's a beautiful quote, right? Let's give this guy all of our data. Appeared more than 2,200 times in the latest release of the Epstein files, where he coordinated years of meetings with a convicted child predator and sex trafficker. So on top of being evil, he's also a pedophile. Maybe. Discord has downplayed the significance of its age verification rules in response to public fears, while critics, such as the Electric Frontier Foundation, great organization, by the way, Ronaldo Alagi, argue that the outcry is warranted for a myriad of reasons. A figure like Thiel appearing on the scene within days sure as hell doesn't dispel those fears. IRC is looking more attractive every day. Indeed. So, here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to make an official Sloat account. I'm going to make an official Sloat server and see how that works, right? I'm going to encourage people on the Discord to move over to it, give people an alternate, see if I can use it like Discord, because I got it plugged into my phone. I upload articles and things like that to it. So I'm going to try. See how this goes. I'm crossing my fingers that Discord will change their mind, but I don't think they will. So you're going to see that in the next couple weeks on the Discord. I'll be announcing it, putting a link there, tagging it, repeating it over and over, allowing people to move on over to it. So we'll see. I don't like it one bit, but it's also a fucking useful ass tool for the stream. It's a useful ass fucking tool. And that's why they're targeting it. That's why they're going after it. We are 100%, it is illegal to have good things, okay? It is fucking illegal to have nice things anymore, okay? Banned. You are banned from having nice things. So let me show you this. Yeah, here's the Keir Starmer thing I was talking about. So this was, this was a big deal from Keir Starmer. Let's arrest blind guys in wheelchairs who have the audacity to hold up a sign that says that they support Palestine action, right? And the whole reason why we're doing this is because a couple people who were members of Palestine action had the audacity to throw some cornstarch on an airplane sitting in a fucking, airport somewhere, a military airplane, right? Some orange cornstarch. So, okay, now all of the entire organization, the entire Palestine Action Organization are terrible terrorists. Be afraid, and you're literally Russia style, not allowed to hold up a sign that says you support Palestine Action. We've had, Greta Thunberg over here getting arrested, holding up a sign that says I support. You can hold up a sign that says I support Palestine. You can hold up a sign that says I demand action. But if you hold up a sign that says Palestine action, there you go. You're done. Take her away. Keir Starmer has been doubling, tripling, quadrupling down, all at the behest of Israel, the Israel lobby, AIPAC, all that, right? Subservience to Israel, whatever it takes. I don't care if it ruins my political career. And here's what's happening now. Palestine action ban ruled unlawful after judicial review. Time and time and time again. You put your political weight behind Israel, right? You put all your support into Israel, and they don't give a fuck about you. They don't fucking care. If it was up to Israel, the UK would be Israel 2.0. The United States would be Israel 2.0. Yeah, woke patriot. I agree with that. It's hard not to. I agree with that. I'm only one man though. But I agree. What the fuck can I do? But so he's dumped. Keir Starmer over here has dumped just an epic shit ton of political capital into defending Israel, doing this Palestine action nonsense, giving all kinds of, giving all kinds of political capital to Nigel Farage and Reform, who will happily continue this police state, by the way, because they're talking about freedom and all that. And, oh, this is terrible. Look at Keir Starmer and his tyranny. Nigel Farage, if he gets in charge, he will quietly continue this, continue with this. He's not going to change a single thing. He's beholden to Israel just as much, right? But basically giving all this free PR to Reform for them to come out and grandstand about how Keir Starmer, he's not liberal, like he's an authoritarian, he's a tyrant. I agree, woke patriot. I do agree with that. Which is, it's all well and good, right? Until it's just no one's there. And no one's using it. Okay? Now, Blue Sky is doing really well, but Mastodon, what's Mastodon? You know what I mean? Mastodon's the real open source alternative. And it's like, But I agree in principle. But anyway, Novara Media here reporting a landmark judicial review has ruled the government's prescription for Palestinian action unlawful. The verdict handed down on the 13th of February is a major victory for Palestine action. Co-founder Hunda Amori and and means that thousands, okay, we got a typo here, that thousands of arrests and hundreds of charges made under the Terrorism Act since the ban came into force will, in theory, be quashed. In a statement responding to the ruling, Amori said, quote, "This is a monumental victory both for our fundamental freedoms here in Britain and the struggle for freedom for the Palestinian people, striking down a decision that will forever be remembered as one of the most extreme attacks on free speech in recent British history." And it wasn't the Tories. And it wasn't the fucking Tories. It was the goddamn supposed Labour Party that was doing this. Yeah, woke patriot. That's always been the case, you know. Yep, that's always been the case. The judicial review in London's High Court ran from the 26th of November to the 2nd of December and included witnesses' statements from Irish author Sally Rooney, human rights groups Amnesty International and Liberty, UN Special Rapporteur and Protecting Human Rights Ben Saul, and Novara Media. Hey, Novara Media was part of this. Nice. It is the first time in British history that a prescribed group has been able to challenge its prescription via judicial review, proscription. At least 2,350 people have been arrested and hundreds charged for allegedly showing support for Palestine action since July, more people than during the entire war on terror. The judges said that the ban will stay in place until the government decides whether or not to appeal. Huge win. Huge win. And yet another L for Keir Starmer. One-term Keir. Step down, Keir. Give it up, man. You're done. You're fucking toast. If you don't know what's been going on with Keir Starmer, he's been dealing with this Mandelson fucking crisis. Mandelson over here got a picture of him in his fucking underwear hanging out with some fucking floozy. We don't know if she's underage or not. But Mandelson over here, getting outed in the Epstein emails. It's been a massive, massive career-ending disaster for Keir Starmer. And he's just got to let Angela Rayner take it over. He's got to let, Angela Rayner take it over. He's such an epic fucking failure since day one with the heating tax and all these terrible decisions that he's made. He's handed nothing but good PR to Nigel Farage, and this is just yet another thing that he went all in for fucking Israel. Right under the bus he goes. Get the hell out of the way. He's got to get the hell out of the way, Keir Starmer. Once again proving that the main priority for the neoliberal organization, for those that adhere to neoliberalism, is to block and stymie progressivism, to get in the way of leftist change. That's the number one priority of these fucking neoliberals, always. Not to challenge the Tories, not to challenge the right or the extreme right with reform, but to get in the way of the fucking left. This has been his priority. This has been one of his big priorities here, this nonsense. And he doesn't even get the win in court. So fuck you, Keir Starmer. Get the fuck out of office. Step down. You're a joke. You've been a joke since day one. You were a fucking joke the moment you took out taxing the rich from your fucking manifesto. And I've been covering this shit since day fucking one. Talking about how I'm getting big whiffs of Barack Obama off this motherfucker. And he doesn't even have the charisma of Barack Obama, right, to carry him through this shit. So get the fuck out of the way, Keir Starmer. You're an epic, epic failure. Epic. Leave. Leave. And let somebody who knows how to do the fucking job. Let them try. Whoops. Anyway, moving on. Not a big fan of Keir Starmer, as you can tell. Little bit of Massey here once again. Sorry, I should have put this with the other Epstein stuff. Yeah, woke patriot. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to convince people to take their own privacy seriously when everybody's carrying the CIA tracking device in their pocket. I know, Seneca, it is sad. It is fucking sad, man. This was supposed to be like the 15-year Labor Party resurgence. And he's completely and totally botched it. And now we're staring down the barrel of fucking reform. A bunch of white supremacist bigots who want to come in and do a Donald Trump 2.0, a Brexit 2.0 in the UK. Epic disaster. Epic disaster. And like this Mendelsohn dude wasn't just like, some lower rung functionary. He was like Keir Starmer's secondhand, puppet master, basically. Keir Starmer, he was like his buddy. He's like, you're taking advice, He's Mandelson's over here telling him to roll his sleeves up and do this and do that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's just sad, man. Anyway, over here to Massey. He understands. It's interesting to see this comment here from Thomas Massey because he understands. He's not going to say it. He's probably not going to say it. But this is about Israel. This is about Israel. He knows what's going on. He's like, I'm not suicidal. I eat healthy food. The brakes on my car and truck are in good shape. I practice good trigger discipline and never point a gun at anyone, including myself. There are no deep pools of water on my farm, and I'm a pretty good swimmer. Right. But we've seen this before. I mean, Gouffre over here, one of Jeffrey Epstein's unfortunate victims, the one that got Prince Andrew tied up. She killed herself after making a very similar statement on social media. But I mean, Thomas Massey or Ro Khanna getting taken out, that's like, even Israel has to be like, ooh, I don't know about that one, man. Not a good look. But yeah, that's what this is about. This is about Israel. Because they'll do that shit. They'll do that shit. I don't have all the proof, okay? I don't have all the proof. But they're up to some shit. They're up to some shit. And no, that is not an anti-Semitic comment.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
So moving on to some ICE news. If you didn't know, they're spending billions of dollars purchasing massive warehouses across the United States, concentration camps, basically, proto-concentration camps. And Dreamleaf here, I think this is Blue Sky. I don't know if this is Twitter, but she makes a good point. Why the concentration camps if they're supposed to be deporting all these people? And that's a really good point. If the goal is to kick all these people out, right? If the goal is immigration, why all these, why do you need the capacity to hold tens of thousands of people, millions of people potentially? And of course, the obvious answer is it's not about immigration. It's never been about immigration. It's some brown shirt shit. It's some SS stuff, right? It's about holding American citizens, dissidents, leftists, students, protesters. You're going to need places for them. Can't kill them, right? You can't do that right off the bat. But you can arrest them, intimidate them, hold them for months and months, disappear them, Assad style. And you need a place to do that. Feed them a bunch of disgusting food with worms and shit in it. Right? The worst of the worst. And that's what this shit's about. That's what ICE is about. That's what all this, power given to ICE. It's about dissidents. Shugard takeover by BlackRock. Yeah. And then, of course, we have the voting machine company being taken over by the right winger as well. They know millions of people it's going to be just like Minnesota, right? But Minnesota on fucking crack. People are going to communicate with each other, right? Going after Discord over here. They're going to use alternate forms. Like, we're going to have to fucking communicate with each other with Fortnite. Get on a fucking Fortnite server, right? Get on a fucking Team Fortress 2 server to coordinate our protesting efforts. Get on a Counter-Strike server, right? Everyone connect to DayZ, right? Everyone gets on an 800-person DayZ server to coordinate our protesting efforts. But they're going to go after these avenues. They know what they're doing. They know how people will react, and they're getting ready for it. That's what these concentration camps are for. They're not for immigrants, and and it's disgusting. You know my position on that, right? I believe in the poem that's on the base of the Statue of Liberty. I believe we should be getting these people citizenship. Obviously, I'm perfectly okay with kicking out criminals, right, who are here illegally. Yeah, get the hell out. That's like 10% of the people that are here illegally, quote unquote illegally. Good majority of them, of course, statistically, we all know they commit less crimes than native-born Americans do. Doesn't matter, right? So I believe we should be giving these people citizenship, giving them a proper path to citizenship, making them into tax-paying Americans, tax-paying patriotic Americans. That's what we should be doing. We're the melting pot. We're not the fucking monoculture, okay? We're not the fucking Klingons. Oh, interesting. Good book recommendation there, Woke Patriot. So that's what this shit is about. They know what they're going to take from us. They know how we're going to respond, and they're getting ready for it. And a lot of this shit's in Project 2025, by the way. They're not even hiding it. You know? They're not even fucking hiding it. You got Nick Fuentes over here wearing his Jeffrey Epstein hoodie. Literally, he's selling Jeffrey Epstein hoodies. And Zieg Heiling. So Terry Taylor over here, internal Department of Homeland Security documents from early 2026 indicate that less than 14% of individuals arrested by ICE had violent criminal records. Yeah. Challenging assertions that operations primarily target dangerous criminals. Nearly 40% of those arrested had no criminal record, often facing only civil immigration violations. Yeah, like traffic stops, traffic tickets, right? That kind of shit. Public drunkenness. And, don't bother wasting your breath trying to convince a right-winger of what the facts are. That's fake news. Oh, yeah, fake news. That's fake. That's fake. The best we can expect from those sons of bitches is their silence. Them giving up on politics, because they'll never agree with us. The best we can get from them is them to just give up and, go back to their little incest holes, incest hovels, and disconnect themselves from politics. That's the best we can expect from them. But thank you very much, Terry, for that update. I'll just take your word for it, because that's what I've read. I've read something very similar. More on this here from Democracy Docket. 1 second here. So, of course, we're seeing Donald Trump, we're doing voter ID, we're doing all this, we're going to disenfranchise tens of millions of women who took their husband's last name. We're doing it regardless of Congress's approval or not. Voter ID, it's all about safety, it's all about... We all know what it's about. It's about disenfranchising tens of millions of people. It's about, purging people off the voter rolls, disqualifying people however they can. Republicans, Democrats, they don't care, because they know a good majority of people who are voting are going to be voting against them. So, right, they just use a blunderbuss, take out as many voters as possible. You got Donald Trump talking about stopping the counting at 12 o'clock before all the mail-in ballots are counted. Killing mail-in ballots altogether. So they're doing everything. They're doing everything. President Donald Trump suggested he would issue an executive order attempting to impose a nationwide photo ID requirement for voting, a requirement to show proof of citizenship for registration, and a ban on mail voting ahead of 2026 midterms. And it, like, I know I'm speaking to the choir here. Got very informed folks in the chat, but voter fraud is basically non-existent. There's like the last 20 years, there's like been 20 cases of attempted voter fraud. Like, we're not even talking about like successful, you know, operations where like they were able to get 50,000 votes for one side or the other, you know, successfully through the system. No, we're talking about goobers who think they know what the hell's going on. They try some slick shit. The system that already has all kinds of checks and balances flags them, disqualifies their vote, and those motherfuckers get arrested. By the way, you know what's really funny? A good majority of those people that try to do fake votes or illegal voting are right-wing Republicans, almost always. Yeah, exactly, Blue Brother. They've known this since way back when. I mean, I remember even before the Tea Party, there was that Republican convention where some famous Republican got up there and let the cat out of the bag, where he was like, we need to discourage voters. You know, we need to discourage voting. The less people who vote, the less Republicans, the more people who vote, the less Republicans win. Yeah, okay, Gaius, yeah. What's ironic about the 2020 election is that it was one of the most secure, buttoned up, like, locked down, legitimate elections America has ever had because of all the shit that Donald Trump was talking. Oh, sure, 2024. There was definitely some shit going on in 2024. Who's the amazing journalist? It's not coming to mind, but Kyle Kulinski and Crystal Ball have covered him a little bit. But there's definitely some evidence that Republicans, using, the usual tactics, were able to, there is some evidence to show that it's not Bill Moyers. Who is it? God, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's great. He wears a fedora. Oh, what's his fucking name? No. Bush family. Documentary. What's his name? God. Did this great documentary. Yeah, Bush Family Fortunes. Greg fucking Palast. There it is, baby. Greg Palast has done some great reporting on how the 2024 election might have been stolen by the right-wingers, right? That some of the swing states that Donald Trump, he's like, I got all the states, I did it, everyone voted for me. That there is some evidence that, they pulled some shit. Some gray area stuff. Then can be concocted, put a major Senate to vote. Yeah, Trump definitely. Yeah. So if you want to know, it's like, but most people, including me, are like, so like the Republicans have done such a great job with their stop the steal bullshit. It's like we don't even want to talk about how, the Republicans might have stolen the election in 2024. It's so exhausting. But look it up. Greg Palast. Yeah, Palast. Yeah. He's been covering this. So he's been saying 2020. Let's see here. I didn't spell that correct. Yeah, he got Reddit over here. Right. So he's actually, Kyle Kulinski is really the only person who's been covering this, Greg Palast's coverage. But there is some evidence there.
Never mind all the conspiracies about the last election, which there's a lot of stuff that's legitimate questions there in terms of ballot purging and things of that nature. Greg Palast has gone deep on that. We've had him on Crystal Kyle and Friends to discuss it. There's already question marks, but
yeah, it's hard. It's hard though, right? Because they've done such a good job of muddying the waters. It's hard to even like have a discussion about it. But there's something there. Yeah, here we go.
All right, I am now going to talk about the article by Greg Palast.
Right, so we even got Pac-Man over here covering this as well. If you want to know more about what the hell I'm talking about, here's the link. I won't waste too much time on it because it's like we can't even get the Justice Department to defend the Constitution. Okay, we're not going to get the Justice Department to come out and do anything about this right now. Greg Palast is no joke. He's a legitimate journalist. He's I respect him greatly. One of the last true muckrakers out there. Like I said, he's got the fedora and everything. He's not a crackpot by any means. But anyway, not to belabor it, but he says he's going to do an executive order to pass the SAVE Act. And the SAVE Act, like I said, could disenfranchise tens of millions of women voters. It could, ban mail-in voting. He's going to pull out all the stops. So, what do you do, right? What's the message? What am I trying to? Okay, there's a lot of bad news. Wow, this is really, doom and gloom. What do I do? What do I do? You have to embrace the activist lifestyle, and you have to start encouraging your friends and family to come to terms with that need. Right? I call it the 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. We got all the resources right here. And step 3, we turn this into a lifestyle. We ask ourselves, what am I doing for the movement? How am I contributing? Am I contributing financially? Am I contributing my own time? Right? This is how we win. The people are the final check of check and balance, right? Because the founding fathers, they built all these systems of checks and balances. Donald Trump and Project 2025 has barreled through all of them. We are the final check. And for generations, millennials especially, they haven't had to really worry. They should have been worried about this, but a good majority of us don't have this mindset. Right? It's, I'll just vote. I'll just, maybe I'll vote. That's about it. That's about all you can get from your average millennial. But this is how we fix it. This is it. This is the only thing that's ever worked. This is the only thing that will work. Begging and pleading, social media, rich celebrities and, billionaires that maybe are friendly to some of our causes, not going to be enough. We need full-blown Minnesota-style, Occupy Wall Street-style opposition, activism. If you're not willing to do it and you're not willing to advocate for it, then you don't want it fixed. Okay? It's like dieting, right? It's like, oh, I don't really want to eat right and exercise. Can I just take a magic pill? And we have these charlatans on our side, supposedly on the left, right, with abundance liberalism, right, and other neoliberal grifters who try to convince us that we just have to vote blue no matter who, and then everything will be fixed. It's not true. They're lying. They want to hold on to their fucking neoliberal status quo, their neoliberal establishment. They don't want to see the DNC destroyed, right? They want to continue to say that Nancy Pelosi was a hero. This is the only thing that works. We need to primary the Nancy Pelosi's, the Hakeem Jeffries, the Chucky Schumers. We have to primary them and destroy their political careers. Gavin Newsom is garbage. Okay, and his little Twitter account isn't enough to get us to freedom, to liberty. This is the only thing that works. Okay? So if you're feeling overwhelmed by the fascists who are heading us off at every direction, know that this is the only solution to defeating them. They've destroyed the checks and balances. They've destroyed the Justice Department. They've destroyed, accountability. Nobody's arresting them. Nobody's going to arrest them unless we get in charge. Nobody's going to hold them accountable for us. Hakeem Jeffries isn't going to do it. Gavin Newsom isn't going to do it. Barack Obama isn't going to do it. It's the Zoran Mamdanis. It's maybe the AOCs, maybe, if we can push her hard enough. But this is it. And, if you want me to give you some other solution, I don't have it because it doesn't exist. Nonviolent, direct political action is our only choice if you want to save democracy in America. That's it. A lot of people don't want to hear that. But that's it. This is it. It's just that simple. If you don't want to show up, you better be donating. If you don't have enough money to donate, your ass better be showing up. Okay? Oh, I'm too scared. Well, then you got to donate, right? Make some signs for some folks. Make some, something. Okay? You got to put your energy into this. This is it. This is it. Shout out to all you commies out there. This one's for the commies. I am not a communist. I'm a democratic socialist. But too many of the ideas that I agree with come directly from Marx. We can't have a conversation about the problems that are affecting us without talking about class. And if you want to understand class dynamics, Karl Marx, okay? So unlike fascism, and they're not two sides of the same coin, fascism and communism, but unlike fascism, that needs to be completely flushed and disregarded and destroyed, and those that believe in it need to be cut off, right, completely. Communists have a right to be listened to and debated with and talked about. Now, I believe that I believe in true democracy. I believe in people people being able to democratically choose their governance, how they want to be governed. And I believe that if given an honest opportunity, Americans, but most people as well across the world, if given an honest opportunity and honest debate, they would not choose communism. They would choose democratic socialism. Woke patriot is, of course, harder to the left than I am. But I truly believe that for us to have a fair and just society, we have to let the communists debate. We have to give them an opportunity to present their ideas. Because there's too much legitimacy there. There's a lot that I disagree with, and I won't bother getting into it, but there's a lot that I disagree with. But there's a lot that makes a lot of sense. And quite frankly, we're already doing it in a lot of cases. Right? Because we just had no choice. It's the only thing that works. Right. That's what all you communists say. And you're not a communist. You're an anarchist. But that's what all of you far left say about democratic socialists. We're too centrist. My belief is that if communists truly want communism, they need to start with democratic socialism. Like, only the democratic socialist movement will allow an honest debate to happen about communism. It's not going to come from the capitalists. It's not going to come from the liberals, right? It's not going to come from the actual centrists. If communists actually care about their movement getting a chance, they should fully support the democratic socialist movement, because it's only that movement would be even willing to get them on stage and have an honest debate, allowing people to make that choice for themselves. Gaius, I don't agree with that at all. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. So anyway, the reason why I'm saying all that is because Second Thought is a very communist-friendly, communist-oriented YouTube channel. And they're going to talk about the new Red Scare, which affects anybody that's to the left of Nancy Pelosi. Okay? and even Nancy Pelosi, right? But this new Red Scare is affecting everybody to the left of the Democratic establishment, the DNC establishment. So that's why I'm showing you this video, because they're not just going after the communists. They're calling anybody that is any flavor of left communist, and they're firing up the fear-mongering from the old Red Scare from back in the day. Have you ever been a communist kind of shit? They're bringing it back like it's a fucking retro revival. And this is affecting us because I was just talking about it. The concentration camps that they're building, what they're doing with ICE is all about putting leftists, people who consider themselves progressive by any flavor, even the centrists, even the neoliberals, anybody that stands up against their tyranny and authoritarianism, they're going to fucking put us in a camp. No joke. No fucking joke. And that's what this video is addressing. So let's please enjoy. Yeah, woke patriot. Yeah. Communists should be offended by that, right? Yeah. Got a lot of disagreements over here. But they don't care, right? It's like anybody they disagree with is a communist, whatever. So, hope you enjoy this video.
You don't seriously think you're going to get Americans to go communist, do you?
It sure sucks to be right all the time. 4 years ago, we made a video about the Red Scare coming back, and, well...
The future looks red, as in communist.
We have been fighting the spread of communism.
Communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now, Donald Trump.
You could go through her ideology. It's the ideology of a communist.
We will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society.
This is the first time in American history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, to dismantle Antifa.
Just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor.
We're in the first stages of a new Red Scare, and things are getting hotter for sure. Frog in a hot tub kind of vibes. Not exactly stewing yet, but the heat is definitely there, and the jets are hitting just right.
Have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
No peoples in the world can feel secure against this aggression.
It is a matter of national survival.
It's about class.
Seizure of power.
Yeah. No, and I truly believe that. The root of a grand majority of the issues that we're facing is class. It really is. It's not left or right. It's up versus down.
But first, it's ad read time, because God knows we're not making any money from YouTube AdSense. Thank you.
Communist wants to make money. Communist wants to make money. Got him. Got him. I'm so smart. Got him. No. You can't fight against the system without working within the system, right? So of course they need to make money.
And now, back to the show.
We must not confuse dissent with disloyalty.
Okay, so Red Scares. I won't lie to you, these things are usually pretty easy to spot. Red Scares are periods, historically speaking, during which civil liberties are attacked in the name of defending America from domestic movements for justice and equality.
I don't know about
How does communism exist if it is so intolerable?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to get this out of the way. I don't know about the hair, bro. No, man. Are you old enough to be bussin'? I don't know if you're old enough to be bussin' with your pencil mustache. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say.
For justice and equality.
How does communism exist if it is so intolerable to the people it rules?
It is a way of life, an evil and malignant way of life.
They take over organization after organization in America in just
Satanic Panic's already here. They bust that shit out whenever they want.
I don't think you have any conception of the danger of the Communist Party.
To some extent, there's always some of that going on. But in moments where you have an unpopular war, economic problems at home, and visible racialized violence coming together, like we do today, that's when the communist label starts being thrown around and becomes much more toxic.
Communist?
Communist.
He's a straight-up communist.
And the effects of that can be devastating. Just a few months ago,
Bill
we
Maher
saw one
needs
of
to
the
fucking
clearest
suck
signals
my
that
chode.
things are escalating when Trump signed the National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7,
There's the
also
L,
known
Bill
as the
Maher.
NSPM 7. This is not a normal executive order.
Exactly,
It's not an
Simply
executive
Steve.
order at all. I know, it's become way too easy to tune those
well,
out. with
Patriot,
the
yeah.
over 200 Trump has already signed,
Playing some
but
D&D.
NSPMs are actually an entirely different kind of document. Unlike executive
know,
orders, which
Patriot's
cover
true.
general federal
They
day-to-day
kinda won.
operations,
The Satanists.
NSPMs are specifically for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. So, cops. And in this NSPM, the 7th ever, all those sectors are tasked with a new project. Quote, disrupting groups, organizations, and even individuals who
Get out the
display
way
any of the following things that the NSPM calls indicators of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, extremism on gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, to name just a few.
This government's
These
too
are
evil for the
anarchists
Satanists.
and agitators, professional anarchists
They're
and
professionals.
agitators, and they get hired
They're
by
professionals.
wealthy people.
And this, this is the kind of shit that Joe Rogan repeats. He hates protesting, hates it if you watch his show. It's really something else. It claims without a lick of proof. I've never seen him show any evidence whatsoever. Not a single liberal holding up a George Soros check. No evidence. Nobody has any proof of any of this. They just swallow it wholesale. That we're all professional in Minnesota, right? Anybody standing up against ICE, they're doing it because we're getting paid. Right? It's ludicrous. Not a lick of evidence. And they just believe it wholesale.
As far as Red Scares go, this one is really on the nose. This NSPM makes holding any of these views, which it doesn't bother to carefully define, a sort of pre-crime that just about anyone to the left of the MAGA crowd could reasonably be accused of. And it gives the DOJ the authority to investigate people who hold these views without any of this having to be approved by Congress.
Yeah, no, that's what they point to is the signs printed out by certain NGOs or whatnot, right? These small, piddly little organizations, like Acorn and stuff like that, like the organizations I was just showing you with Mobilize.us. They do a little fundraising from the public, get a little money, right? And then they print out some signs. Proof. It's all organized by millionaires and billionaires. Ludicrous. It's completely fucking ludicrous. And all of a sudden they hate rich people as well, right?
Which is useful because some in Congress have already caught on to what's going on here.
It certainly appears like it's a strategy to take folks you disagree with and label them a terrorist threat when there may be absolutely no such threat at all.
That's right.
The NSPM 7 is a concerning development, but in all honesty, we've already seen what this sort of crackdown looks like before it was even signed. Remember the anti-ICE protests in LA last summer?
Our continuing coverage of the fast-moving developments in Los Angeles. Today, protesters were back out on the streets for the third consecutive day. President Trump deployed some 2,000 National Guard members in response to violence and chaos in the city.
In June, the SSCC put 3 organizations, quote, on notice for what it calls supporting coordinated protests and riots, lawless mob actions, and aiding and abetting criminal conduct. Now, that kind of warning is concerning enough on its own. But in this same letter, these 3 groups were also told they now have to keep all communications and contractual, financial, travel, and strategy information related to their role in, quote, planning, coordinating, or funding the protests, or face possible criminal investigation. And while on paper, this means that if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear, the reality is that this is a pretty common intimidation tactic that's been used in the last 2 Red Scares of the 20s and 50s.
It's intimidation, it's suppression. That's what it's about. It's not about, making sure that there aren't foreign elements involved. Because, you can do those kind of checks without the kind of tactics that they're implementing, right? You can make sure that this isn't some, China-funded operation. Ironically, other countries have to worry about the United States doing just that to their protest movements. But there's ways to implement checks and balances on that to make sure it's not direct foreign interference and to allow people to exercise their First Amendment rights.
50s to shut down
Without
progressive orgs.
Scaring and intimidation.
Without needing to take anyone to trial, warnings like these create fear, and that fear drives down membership. Abiding by these demands and surrendering all this data also takes work, and therefore resources, away from organizing and recruiting, which also hurts membership. This kind of scrutiny also opens the door to facing all sorts of penalties for non-compliance, which are bad enough already, but they can also implicate people outside the immediate organization who become guilty by association. Effectively, this is a low-effort way for the state to hurt progressive organizations and their communities without anybody needing to be formally tried for any crime.
That's right.
Yeah. The accusation is destructive enough. To give you an idea, this very kind of thing shut down groups like the CAA back in the 50s, when 18 years of pressure just became too much. And let's actually stay on the 50s for a second, because there's a lot to learn about how Red Scares work back then.
Chairman J. Parnell Thomas of New Jersey opens an inquiry into possible communist penetration of the Hollywood film industry.
I don't believe it's a political party. I believe it's an un-American thing. And I feel that they really ought to be smoked out.
When you hear about the second Red Scare, if that's something that happens to you, it's usually through the prism of what happened in Hollywood.
These are the Hollywood 10. In the fall of 1947, they were subpoenaed to appear before the House Committee on Un-American Activities. They were
Wasn't Marilyn Monroe wrapped up in this too?
Tried and declared guilty. They appealed their cases to the higher courts, and their appeal was denied. All 10 are now in federal prison, serving one-year sentences.
Good.
The big thing people know about the 50s Red Scare is blacklists. Naming names. Lists of over 900 people suspected of
Charlie Chaplin was there.
Being communists, and
Arthur Miller, that's the connection. It was Arthur Miller. That's the connection to Marilyn Monroe.
Thereby ostracized from having any place in Hollywood.
The 6 or 7 major studios, early in December of 1947, made this announcement that 10 persons who had refused to divulge before the committee their political affiliation would no longer be employed in the Hollywood motion picture industry.
Writers had to go underground. Oscar-winning actors weren't hired for decades. Studios abandoned their directors. During the height of McCarthyism, suspicion of communist ties was enough to ruin lives and careers.
I think it was probably a very necessary thing at the time. Because
fuck this idiot.
Radical liberals were going to take over our business.
And had it only been that,
radical liberals going to take over the fucking business.
The Red Scare would have already been a
I wish Hollywood was a bunch of radical liberals.
Massive attack on freedom and free speech.
Bunch of fucking centrist neoliberals.
But the second Red Scare was much more than blacklists. Quote, by official counting, 2 people were executed by the state, several hundred
I didn't know that. I didn't know anybody was executed from the fucking McCarthyism. Did you guys know that? That's crazy to me.
Academics were fired, several thousand went to prison or were deported, and several tens of thousands lost their jobs as state or federal workers. The FBI spied on Americans in the civil rights movement. The Supreme Court upheld the convictions of those who refused to name names. Cities like Chicago barred suspected communists from public housing. And New York even denied fishing licenses to those who wouldn't swear an anti-communist loyalty oath.
You're not allowed to fish, goddamn commie. Those American fish.
Wouldn't even give them the benefit of the trout. Now, on the organization side of things, groups like CPUSA, CAA, and the CRC were banned and or lost.
I don't know about that CPUSA anymore. That's kind of a... Maybe we should change that name up a little bit. I don't know about that. Join CPUSA. No.
Tens of thousands of members. We're talking about a huge chill across all of civil society. And not just in socialist groups that were officially targeted, as you might expect, but almost everywhere on the left. And I'll let you in on a secret. That was the point.
Yeah.
While on their face, Red Scares designate communism as the enemy, communism is a flexible enough word to include anything vaguely progressive the government wants to target.
Anything.
They are lying.
Right.
Dirty. Shrewd.
Yep, that's us.
Godless.
Yep.
Murderous.
Yep.
Determined.
Yep.
And it is not an American political party like any other.
During the 50s, that meant things like targeting black activists pushing for equal human rights, especially aggressively, and seriously undermining progressive programs like the New Deal.
Yeah, which, you know, the New Deal, far, far, far from communism, but inspired by socialist ideas, undeniably.
Now, the New Deal was not a communist project, just to be clear. But under McCarthyism, fear of Reds became the justification for a total assault on workers' rights that the New Deal had improved. For example, one way the New Deal was sabotaged was with the Taft-Hartley Act. Taft-Hartley curbed the right to strike and boycott and made unions much, much weaker as a result. And Taft-Hartley was far from the only strategy used to achieve that. A big part of the Red Scare was also the thousands of state and federal workers being purged from the government. Black, Jewish, and queer workers were disproportionately targeted and accused of innate communist sympathies and fired en masse, thereby gutting the government of its more social and regulatory powers in the process. And to that end, this scare looks a lot like the last one.
Yeah, Seneca, to a conservative, that's that the world is black and white, you know, and you know, things have changed so much since that day, since those days, but hasn't changed that much.
We are now in day 31 of the government shutdown, and many SNAP recipients will not receive benefits tomorrow on the 1st of the month.
As of writing this, 40 million people just went without SNAP benefits for weeks as Trump blamed the shutdown on Democrats and labeled them part of the, quote, radical left. Last year, Doge tore through hundreds of thousands of federal jobs led by a billionaire whose life mission is being anti-woke. And you probably missed this, but last January, the chair of the NLRB, the part of the government in charge of enforcing labor law and protecting workers from unfair labor practices, was fired, meaning the NLRB is now, quote, toothless, according to another fired NLRB official. And we're well on the way to the National Labor Relations Act being repealed entirely. This could potentially mean no more federal right to collective bargaining or worker organizing at all.
Yeah, and you know, I was talking about this in the Discord, but the oligarchs that run our lives are okay with all of this because they see a good majority of this as direct competition to their business, to their fortunes, to their ability to hoard wealth. So they're, even if they find some of the stuff that ICE is doing distasteful, the concentration camps and whatnot, ultimately they've made the calculation that it's going to help their business to support fascism, to support McCarthyism. So they're happy to do all this stuff, right? If it means that they can crush a union, make unionizing illegal, et cetera, they're happy to go along with it, even if they maybe personally. Like if you were to have a conversation with them, one-to-one, that, oh man, this guy's kind of progressive. This guy's kind of, open-minded, right? At the end of the day, their greed supersedes all of it. And there he is. Thank you, female eunuchs. But ultimately, as we've been talking about, it's class. And that's where they make their decisions. They're not oligarchs because they're really nice guys, They throw their morality in the trash and they say, well, it's profit over people.
And if there's some stir around the words communist and Antifa today, woke seems to be the preferred wedge for forcing these tactics through these last few years.
That's right.
Communism is bad, always. But woke is scary now. So now everything is woke, from universal healthcare to drag. And under this label, anything and everything becomes a very real threat to Americanism.
That's right.
See, real Americans don't watch drag shows.
And Americanism is the term that's now being recognized as American-style fascism.
Or afford life-saving procedures, or protest. That's lib woke commie shit. Real Americans shut up and take it. And take it, some people are. Just like in previous Red Scares, we're seeing private institutions willingly running away from woke like their predecessors ran away from red. If the last Red Scare relied on Hollywood to self-police, today law firms, universities, major brands, and hospitals have all already shown themselves to be ready to bend the knee. They've rejected any association with wokeness, and in the process, have happily helped this Red Scare along without even being forced. And the effects of that can be dramatic. For past Red Scares, all the infiltration...
If you're not woke, you're asleep. It's just that simple, right?
Intimidation and general destruction of civil society poisoned the well on progressive politics for years. At the end of World War II, the progressive movement was rich and interconnected. Membership in groups like CPUSA peaked. Anti-fascism was anti-capitalism, was anti-racism, was anti-imperialism, was anti-war. There was a clear and popular sense that to fight for one cause was to fight for them all. In the same way that today's No Kings protest opposed gross abuses of government power and horrifying kidnappings by immigration officials and wealth accumulation by billionaires, even if they do so vaguely, so too did the pre-Red Scare progressive movement unite all those who couldn't accept injustice in all its forms.
Yeah,
but the Red
rap,
Scare wiped out that solidarity. Being associated with anyone on the left was just too risky. So the fight for democratic socialism and human rights was quickly watered down into a more palatable protest for holding on to liberalism as the government was gutted and incrementally extending civil rights to more groups. It took years, until the late 60s, for the spirit of intersectional struggle to come back. Even though he's now associated almost exclusively with the fight for civil rights, MLK is a good example of this. He said things like, quote, "We must see now that the evils of racism, economic exploitation, and militarism are all tied together. You can't really get rid of one without getting rid of the others."
100%.
He believed that capitalism had, quote, outlived its usefulness, and most famously of all said, quote, "Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, but there must be a better distribution of wealth within this country for all God's children."
I think you kids would say he's the GOAT. He's definitely my GOAT. I'm going to destroy all of your language, by the way, but he's the GOAT.
But between the 50s and the 60s, too much organizational power was lost, and these beliefs and their associated demands just became too ambitious. Within months of launching the Poor People's Campaign, a new movement that brought all...
But here's the thing. If we don't listen to Martin Luther King now, we're going to have to listen to Malcolm X when we're up against the concentration camps, when they're shipping us off to the concentration camps. We're going to have to put Martin Luther King aside and start listening more to Malcolm X. I don't want to go down Malcolm X's predictions. I don't want to go down that path by any means necessary, because we all know what that means. I would rather listen to Martin Luther King right now and, keep the moral high ground. But if we don't start listening to him, we're going to have to start listening to Malcolm X.
These struggles together again, King was assassinated, and the rest of the Cold War years successfully buried his mission.
That's right.
The problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war, all tied together.
Hey, thank you, German Cow. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much.
These are the triple evils that are interrelated. What I'm saying today is that we must go from this convention and say, America, you must be born again.
What I'm trying to say here is that Red Scares aren't just mass moral panics like you might typically think.
Good recommendation.
They are concerted efforts to force progressives back to the center with fear. The message coming from the very top is moderate, accept that you have no power, and you might be spared.
Yeah, active.
The good
100%.
thing is that we're seeing people rejecting this deal everywhere. The biggest city in the country just elected a...
Oh, man, talk about the GOAT. Oh, dude. Sexy GOAT. Don't clip that.
Socialist. Running to the center lost the Democrats the presidential election.
100%.
Membership in left-wing orgs is reaching new highs.
That's right.
Protests have never had as many attendees. Everywhere you look, yes, you see intimidation and recycled tactics, but you also see courage and community and resistance. People are still organizing, still fighting for justice, still demanding equality, and getting results.
Yeah, woke patriot.
Think of it this way.
That's a good point.
They wouldn't bother scaring people that they're not scared of themselves.
That's right. No, yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't. That's a great point. That's a great point, because they are intimidated by our movement. This is why they're doing all of this ICE stuff, the concentration camps, going after students, going after colleges, even going after Harvard. They understand that it's a legitimate threat. Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation, they understand it as a direct, one of the final checks that they have to their authoritarian dictatorial dreams. Absolutely. So great job. Second thought. Like I said, really great. You know, you don't have to be a communist to enjoy their content. They do a great job. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, giving them support. Here's the link right there. Help them out. Second thought. Good channel. Good stuff. Good channel. Let's see here. Switch this back to the generic headlines. What do we got here? ICE stuff. We got some more ICE stuff coming up. Some Cuba stuff. Thank you, Taylor, for supporting these channels. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's do this one here real quick. What's this one here? Okay, yeah. Epstein thing. So this, the only thing I wanted to point out here real quick, I'll just get this one out of the way, is that apparently even in Dubai, there's more shame. And if you know anything about Dubai, that's hilarious. But this Dubai CEO resigns after released emails showed Epstein thanking him for a torture video, which is like, you know, we don't know what the video is, but if you know anything about the royal family, the oligarchs that live in Dubai, they get up to some pretty nasty shit. And torture isn't even the grossest shit that they get up to. Just look it up, okay? Like 120 days of Sodom kind of shit happening over there in Dubai. These guys are true sadists. True sadists over there. And even they are like, okay, come on, bro. Yeah, time to go, man. So, not in America, though. No, everyone gets to keep their jobs in America. You're dealing with Epstein. But even in Dubai, Sultan Ahmed bin Salamam has to step down. So, no standards. I guess I do have one more Epstein thing. I should probably just get these Epstein things out of the way before we talk about ICE. Yeah, okay. All right, this will be the last Epstein thing. Sorry, Woke Patriot. I know you're sick to death of it. But the thing I wanted to point out here is that, like, people are, like, being like, oh, I had no idea. And it's like, what is this, baby's first politics? You know, all these fucking, like, Arrested Development 40-somethings. Like, come on, what, you know, have you not, like, have you just started now paying attention to this kind of shit? Yeah, time to duck. I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to go that hard. But look it up. It's all there if you want to know. It's all there, and you know, it's all in the 120 Days of Sodom. It's all right there. But anyway, I just wanted to show this quick 3-minute video here. I don't know if I don't think it's Fox outrage. I don't think it's like faux outrage, right? But it's like, I don't know. It's like, I'm just a little disappointed in my fellow 40-something millennials that we're all still like, we're surprised by this. You know what I mean? Anyway, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Gaius, I'm busted. All right, he is the sexy goat, Zoran Mamdani. He is so fucking sexy. He really is.
Or shows up where it gets you just happened, which is this, you know, release of the Epstein files, right? And which I think, in a distant way, is a model for what catastrophic disclosure might look like. Because what the parallels there would be is that with the Epstein.
So I think this guy is like a Joe Rogan adjacent. He's in the Joe Rogan circle. I think he's been on the Joe Rogan show. And it's like, come on, man. Like, oh, you're shocked by this stuff? You're surprised? Why? Because your buddies are being, you know, it's like, and he's like, he's being more truthful. He's one of the more truthful ones in that circle. But it's like, come on, pull your head out of your ass already, okay? Get with it, okay? This isn't baby time frolics over here, okay? This shit's really happening. These people are really disgusting, all right? They're at that level.
files, you get a form of catastrophic disclosure, not disclosure of UAPs or extraterrestrial life, disclosure of the fact that
I'm not allowed to make fun of anybody's fashion sense, okay? But yeah, my collars do this too. Yeah, I don't iron anything. I'm a disgusting slob. So, but he doesn't have an excuse because he's probably a multimillionaire.
Super elite. They don't follow the same laws we do. They don't have the same view on ethics, morality. It's almost a different species, in fact.
Yeah, okay.
And
just waking up to this. Just waking up to this stuff. Okay? Like I was talking about this stuff in like 2012. You know what I mean? Like way, way, way back when.
Watching the sort of impact that that's having on the psyche of people who probably haven't gone as far out on thin ice as you and I have, is really interesting because you're looking at like people getting red pilled in the most extreme way. Where you look at these emails, it's not just emails Epstein wrote, it's emails to Epstein. Emails to Epstein from people who...
See what I mean with this like baby time frolic stuff? You know what I mean? Like really 2026... You're just waking up to this? Really? What have you been doing?
Who were sucked in by that power, into that orbit. And even though Epstein wasn't like, I'm going to puppeteer this person,
we got good fashion.
Something about hanging out with that, seeing the hedonism, seeing what it's like to be in a room.
Look, when it comes to the right wingers in your life, let them know who you are. Let them know you're wrong, right? It's not fake news. I'm not going to waste my time arguing with you. No, that doesn't mean you've won the argument. All you've done is exhausted me. If you ever want the truth, if you ever want to know what's actually happening, you want to pull your head out of your ass, you know my phone number. But it's no longer just a difference of politics. This is a morality issue. This is morality. And it's like, I can't be friends with people who support slavery, who support genocide, who support fascism. And I know to the right wingers, I know you're so afraid of that word fascism. Yes, it is fascism. Okay. Get over it. But that's the best you can do. You know, that's the best you can do, and just move on with your life and continue to fight against tyranny. And maybe one day they'll come along and open their mind up a little bit if they value the friendship. And the unfortunate reality is that 99% of the time, they don't actually value the friendship with you. They would just prefer you to just agree with them and, just go along with their delusions. They're not interested in actually being your friend. They're not actually interested in opening their mind. They just want their bubble. They want their bubble reinforced. That's what they want from their friend group. And that's just how it is. It sucks, but that's just how it is.
Room with all these very powerful people is seductive. Yeah. You just standing next to it makes you want to become part of it. And
German.
That doctor Attia, what's his name? Attia?
Peter Attia?
Yeah, the doctor, he's this I don't know too much about him, some famous doctor who's now like just in a world of shit because he wrote to Epstein, being around you, something like it's so
active,
addictive,
100%.
but I can't talk about anything I've seen.
Great quote.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Now, he wrote a long apology or explanation on Twitter saying, what I meant is you're hanging out in rooms with very powerful...
So he's talking about this Attia guy, but does he know that Barry Weiss and CBS is trying to, keep his job, that Barry Weiss is trying to, fix his reputation and, keep him employed, and that's, CBS is going to be using his so-called expertise and all that. He's just a tourist. He's just a fucking tourist, right? Poking his head out because he kind of has to. But he's not taking this shit serious.
Powerful people, you can't say that you saw that. I didn't mean I'm watching a reptile fuck a fucking 17-year-old.
And we take it out of context.
It's not, and he's still, 17-year-old. If it was just about 17-year-olds, half the people throwing up arms wouldn't even be paying attention. We're talking about toddlers, man.
fucking 17-year-old.
And we take it out of context because we want to believe something, and it's crazy to me. Even George Knapp's email was in the Epstein files because he was on a thread by this crazy guy that sent all this stuff in communication to Epstein.
They're just desperately trying to hold on to their old little mindset. Because I agree, like, you know, we shouldn't be guilting by association everybody that's on there here, but like, come to terms with the gravity of this, with the reality of this, how big this is, and they're trying to, you know, make excuses and shit.
So he was one of the 50 people on that email chain. I mean, it's insane the amount of data, but I have a theory about this. It's like flooding the zone. Do you believe?
Yeah, woke patriot, and that's up to you, man. You know, you value that friendship more. You know, that's up to you. You know, that's personal decision. I can't stand people like that. I don't waste my time with people like that. It's probably why I don't have any fucking friends, though. Right? So you gotta make your own personal decisions. But you know, you gotta do what's best for you and your mental health.
That everything in those files is legitimate, or do you think they flooded the zone with so much nonsense to take away from some of the other things that might be hurtful to?
I disagree with that comment, though, woke patriot. I disagree with that because the people who do support ICE deserve to be shamed. Even if a mind isn't going to be changed, I do believe that those people should be shamed for supporting authoritarianism, for supporting fascism. But maybe that's masturbatory, right? Maybe that it's not going to do any good. At the same time, I still think it should happen. You know, at the very least, they should know that people in their atmosphere, you know, don't agree with them. You know, on a moral level. You know. But I do agree. It's like you're not going to change any of these assholes' minds. You know, their minds are not willing to be changed. They're hammers looking for nails.
The people they're trying to protect.
It's a chaos bomb. It's a chaos bomb, and also the it seems as though there has been very little explanation that mixed in here. You have like legitimate, creepy ass fucking conversations between billionaires and bioengineering people and just all kinds of weird.
Listen to this absolute amateur. Why is the amateurs the ones with all the viewers? You know what I mean? The more you know, the more authoritative you actually are, the less views you get. The more goofy and asshole, you know, like the more disconnected you are. I don't know, is it a fantasy thing? Is this like this is what people would like? They'd just rather be like some rich asshole, you know, reading some headlines, and then you know trying to pretend you're an expert. Chaos bomb, you know, because like he's not exactly wrong that the style of disclosure is very intentional to try to disarm and confuse all of us. We've even seen Ro Khanna have to come out and apologize because some of the people he called out were shown to be innocent, right? So it's like it's an intentional form of disclosure, but this guy doesn't understand any of that. This is just directly from his anus.
Philosophical conversations that seem sinister in nature.
Right, whatever, dude. Baby's fucking first politics. Duncan Trussell, that's his fucking name. No wonder Rogan likes him. Anyway, that's the end of the Epstein shit. That's the end of the Epstein shit. Let's talk a little bit about Israel.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
AIPAC, look, I mean, we as a movement, as a leftist movement, need to start talking about this political movement called Zionism, and I'm not using that derogatorily, if that's a word. We need to find the right language to criticize this political movement without aping and emulating the language of actual anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes and whatnot. We need to be able to criticize this political movement that has dug itself into every aspect of American politics, and not just America, as we've seen in the UK, as I covered earlier. We need the language, we need the confidence, we need, the investigations, we need the facts and the context and all that. We need to be able to do that, because if we continue to let this political movement destroy our country, and then any attempt to call that out is just hand waved away as anti-Semitism, we will lose our country. Of that, I have no doubt. So we have to start talking about it more. We have to criticize characters like Hassan, who don't do a good job of using the right language, who oftentimes sounds like a Nick Fuentes sometimes when he's describing Zionism. I don't necessarily disagree with the points that Hassan is making. It's simply, it needs to be delivered better. We need to be very, very careful about this. This is an information war. This is an info war. But it's a battle of perceptions here. And, Israel has done, a very good job of laying out a minefield for the leftist movement, attempting to preempt any kind of criticism of this political movement called Zionism. We need to do a better job of criticizing it, but also, like I said, avoiding the language, the tone of the white supremacists, the anti-Semites that, it's ironic because the Zionist political organization is working with right-wing fascists to spread their ideology. I didn't know that. I didn't know that, German cow. Yeah, no, look, I got a lot of problems with Hassan, with his pseudo-communism, whatever you want to call it, with his defense of China, with his naivete. But I will say that unlike a lot of leftist streamers, he does stick his neck out. He does get out there in the streets. Destiny over here playing video games all day, supporting the neoliberal establishment, talking about Pete Buttigieg as the future of the leftist movement. He has every right to criticize Hassan, but he undermines his own message and he undermines his own criticism with calls for assassination, with calls for harassment, with language that goes way beyond criticism and is just juvenile. We need to do better, right? Our movement can't depend on the destinies of the world, but our movement also can't fully depend on the Hassans either. We got to keep Hassan in check. This is very difficult because like I said, they've laid a minefield out and they've made this a very difficult task to talk about this political movement called Zionism, to criticize that political movement, and to wrestle back some control of our country and our democracy from this political movement, because it's done a very good job of digging in and causing all kinds of problems. Right? They basically the main goal is to shut down discussion altogether about Israel, about Zionism, right? Especially any discussion about the intentional conflagration, if that's the right word, of Zionism and Judaism, right? We really need to have that conversation about how there are millions of Jewish people that don't necessarily agree with the political Zionist movement acting on their behalf. And it's a very difficult task for us leftists. Even me just saying Zionist, I'm triggering the algorithm, and I'm probably going to get extra scrutiny on the stream right now, right? Because they're literally trying to remove free speech from our country. They're literally trying to make it illegal to even have a critical discussion of Israel in the United States as well as in the UK. Germany as well, I'm sure. Right? So we need to start having these conversations, and we need to do it correctly. And it does need to be correct, okay? We can't just be flying off the handle and, sounding like Nick Fuentes. We have to do this correctly. But anyway, here is some evidence of, what I'm talking about, why this is so important that we start learning how to do this correctly. You'll see here.
Who do you think we're occupied by?
AIPAC. We send $18 billion a year to Israel. Why? And what do we get out of it?
Nothing.
We get nothing.
Sure, Gaius, yeah.
Are we doing humanitarian work? No, they're charged with genocide. They're killing off Palestinians. Are we helping them survive? Well, they've got a higher standard of living than we do, a longer lifespan than we do, free education, free housing, free health care. Well, we're sending them money. Why?
Thank you, factually accurate.
Ask yourself why a U.S. congressman can wear an Israeli military uniform in congressional chambers. I would think that would be an act of treason. Ask why the Israeli prime minister can bypass the president, fly directly in and speak to our Congress without any other government interaction. Our Congress gave Netanyahu, a foreign prime minister, 26 standing ovations. I have difficulty looking at that any other way than we're occupied. Statistically speaking, we have shown that whoever spends the more money on an election wins 94% of the time. Whoever spent the most wins. We can also show that every time somebody spoke out against Israel or AIPAC, the next election, their challenger was highly funded and wins. The facts are all there. All you have to do is look at them. Whenever we try to talk about it, you get told, well, that's anti-Semitic. Mm-hmm. No, it's not. Calling things the way they are is not anti-Semitic.
Yeah, but they've done a very good job for decades and decades. We were talking about 9/11, how that's like a career destroyer. Well, this is also one of those things that can be a career destroyer. Talking about the political movement called Zionism. It can be a very difficult thing. And like I said, I don't think a lot of, I think leftists are starting to understand how important this is. You got TYT talking about it. They're making it a pretty big issue. But we're not, but they got the wrong idea. We can't be nodding our head and agreeing with Tucker Carlson because because Tucker Carlson all of a sudden out of the blue gives a shit about Palestinians. And of course he gives a shit about Palestinians now. He pretends to, because that benefits Russian politics. Right. So it's a minefield. It's a minefield. We have to be very careful about how we handle this and the language that we use. But we do have to have this conversation because it's a direct assault on our democracy. So that's what I wanted to say. And hopefully I said that in a non-anti-Semitic way.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Because that is very difficult. Here's something fun before I get banned. I'll get banned in the middle of this. Watch. But this is great. Cardi B. Yeah, Michael Richards. I think I agree. I think I agree with what you're saying. I think so. Yeah, exactly. Woke Patriot. Yeah, they've set up a very, very difficult path for us here, right? Because we have to talk about, the Israel, the people who are big Israel supporters who own certain parts of the media, and we have to talk about that in a way that doesn't make it sound like you believe in some Jewish cabal that controls all the media, right? It's very difficult. Welcome back, Harry Haas. Yeah, Michael Richards. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But anyway, we're done with that topic. I should talk about Palestinians more. Maybe at the next stream, I'll make that a priority at the very top of the stream, like I did with Ukraine for this stream. So we'll talk about Palestinians next stream for sure. But let's move on from something that isn't going to get me banned immediately just for talking about it. Cardi B over here criticizing ICE. This is great at her concert. She's great. I love Cardi B's attitude. She's not like Nicki Minaj, where she just, it's ironic that Nicki Minaj is defending MAGA, because a lot of people speculate that she's defending MAGA because she's closely associated with several pedophiles. And she's trying to get a pardon. She's trying to get a pardon for these people. She chose the right group of people to help her out with her specific problem. But Cardi B isn't having any of it. And this is what she had to say about ICE at one of her concerts.
Come on out, floor. Bitch, if ICE come in here, we're gonna jump their asses. Bitch, I got some bear mace in the back. They ain't taking my fans, bitch. Let's go.
So smoking hot, she's not right on all the things. There's definitely some stuff that she said that's, obviously she's a celebrity, multimillionaire. She's not plugged into every little thing. Damn, look at that booty. Jesus Christ. Is that real? Oh my God. But her heart's in the right place. Her heart has always been in the right place. And she says a lot of things that I agree with. And she definitely, the one thing that she is 100% correct on is her attitude, right? What she says about educating her kids, yeah. But her attitude is totally correct, which is like, I'm not putting up with this shit. I disagree with it. I'm pushing back against it. Man, I got to go to a Cardi B concert. Looks like a lot of fun. Here's the clip right here if you want to see the rest of it. I don't want to get DMCA'd for playing this. I like it like that. But yeah, talking about ICE over here. I mean, we already covered this one, so we don't need to talk about that. But yeah, this is the kind of shit that ICE is up to. I mean, fuck the Fourth Amendment. Woke patriot. Calm down. Calm down. I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. What that booty does to us, right? What that booty does to us white boys. We just can't handle that booty. But no, this is the kind of shit that ICE is up to. This is in Texas, I believe. Viral video shows at least 2 ICE agents entering a house in San Antonio, Texas, armed, as residents reported that they did not have a warrant to enter. So, they got their corny ass, administrative warrant, which is literally just Ron Swanson style. I'm allowed to do this. Hasn't checked with a judge, hasn't run through a fucking judge or nothing, right? It's not a real warrant. Fuck the Fourth Amendment. They don't give a shit. They're just kicking down doors. And, and this is not a threat, but it's an inevitability because especially in Texas, there's the castle doctrine. And, people will start defending their homes with lethal force. It's not a threat. Please don't take it as such, Twitch. It's just a fact. Americans are armed, and they believe in the Fourth Amendment. They believe in the castle doctrine. And they're asking for it. And it seems like they want that. You know what I mean? It seems like they want that conflict. They want things to get lethal. They want things to turn into a shootout. They want another Waco. They want to get it out of the way and say that you're not allowed to defend yourself with your guns. You're not allowed to defend your home, right? That we're allowed to kick down your door and do whatever we want at any time, right? Stand your ground doesn't exist anymore. And of course, we all know stand your ground has always been used as an excuse to shoot black people. But there is, I truly believe that people have a right to defend themselves, right, against actual deadly deadly threat, deadly violence. But the right wing have done a great job of turning stand your ground into an excuse to pretend like you're scared and then kill people. So I understand that's muddy, but a lot of leftists also believe in your right to defend yourself, the right to defend your home, even if they don't necessarily agree with the right wing interpretation of stand your ground. But this is, they want this. It's seemingly they want this. They want things to get Waco levels. They want shit to get violent, and this is the kind of shit that they're up to. Beautiful home, by the way.
Hey, they're inside my house with no warrant. U.S. citizen and no warrant. Inside my house. They're inside my house. You're not have to warrant. Get out the house. No warrant. You didn't even touch him. Why are you touching him?
Oh no, they got the criminal. Oh no. What did he do? Steal a bag of Doritos from the fucking corner store? What did he do? Call your mom a bitch on Call of Duty? Are you kidding me? This is a child. This is a fucking child. What are you looking for exactly? What? A couple joints under the kid's, a Playboy? Does he got a Playboy underneath his bed? What a farce. What a complete fucking joke. This is the worst of the worst, huh? Right.
Why are you touching him? Why are you touching him?
Yeah, get the kid out of there.
Where is your warrant? Where is your warrant?
No warrant.
Where is your warrant? Hurry up! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out of the window!
It's like Mexican dudes too, man. It's like it's really something else. It's really something else what Trump has done to this country. At least they holstered their fucking weapons. Over here, it looks like this guy's actually has magazines for the weapon that he's holding, not a bunch of magazines for a rifle he's not even carrying.
Where's your warrant? Where is your warrant for arrested? Where is your warrant?
Right, so there you go. Waiting for his excuse. Right, any physical anything. Guys they're on their way out, trying to close the door. Puts himself in there, uses it as an excuse to do an arrest. And now they get to ruin this man's life, kidnap him, and of course they're kicking people into countries that they've never been to before. El Salvador, sending them to CCOT to get tortured, and in some cases, human trafficked. Sent to an ICE facility for months, sleeping on a cement floor, eating food with worms in it. And they're doing this to children as well, by the way. Right, so then they give up.
I didn't know you were still there. I didn't know you were still there. Get out of the house!
They want shit to get deadly. They want shit to escalate. That's what they're there to do, to intimidate, instill fear. And they don't even know what they're doing, right? Like, is this an arrest? And they're like, because he's personally insulted. So they start the procedure of arrest. And then they probably realize, okay, this isn't going to hold up in court. Judge isn't going to have our back because it's clearly unconstitutional. We don't have the proper warrant. We don't have the proper documentation. We don't have a judicial warrant. We got some if we got some get out of jail free card that Donald Trump gave them. So then they give up halfway through because it's just machismo. So the whole reason why they're there is to intimidate a child. Is to intimidate a fucking child. And then they try to get tough with the dad who had the audacity to try and close the door as he's walking out. They give up halfway through the arrest because he cools down for a couple seconds and realizes that they don't have a case. And then they just walk the fuck out of there after violating American citizens' Fourth Amendment rights, constitutional rights, on to the next victim. On to the next, they probably kidnapped somebody from a Home Depot parking lot. This is Stephen Miller's America. This is Elon Musk's America. This is Donald Trump's America. This is Tom Hooman's America. This is the conservative movement's America. This is who they are. It's not about criminality. It's not about legality. This is fascism. It's about getting people to be afraid, to stand up for themselves and their rights, to convince them that they don't have them. That's what this shit's about. It's disgusting. Moving on to something hilarious. If you guys didn't hear about it, there was a March for Billionaires protest in San Francisco. Yeah, you heard that right. Yeah, exactly. Factually active. These, that's a great point as well. I didn't bring up, but yeah, all these so-called patriots who've created their entire personality around fighting tyranny, fighting authoritarianism, and it's happening right in front of them, and they're licking boots, enthusiastically licking boots. But, if all you need to do is spend any amount of time with a conservative to know that they're hypocrites, they don't believe in what they actually say, they don't actually believe in the Bible, they'll cheat on their wives, etc., etc. Yeah, so we know that. Your average conservative is a coward hypocrite who is actually a nihilist who doesn't believe in the things that they claim to believe in. And it's about they're hammers looking for nails. They have preconceived notions of the world, and they just want to conform the world to those preconceived notions. It has nothing to do with open-mindedness or truth or patriotism or any of that. That's your average conservative. A little ball of delusions and inadequacies. Yeah, Michael Richards. I mean, it's like this is exactly what he was warning us about, and he's, because he wants to keep his little empire, he is attached to Donald Trump's anus. Any respect I had for Alex Jones, which was very little to begin with, out the fucking window. Give me a Jesse Ventura any day of the fucking year over Alex Jones, right? That's who I go to for my kooky nonsense, is Jesse Ventura. At least he's got a fucking spine, unlike Alex Jones. But yeah, no, back to this over here. March for Billionaires. About 10 fucking people showed up, and as pointed out in the chat, not a single one of them are fucking billionaires. Would you believe that they basically fit the sexless incel stereotype to a fucking T? That they fit the stereotype so well, it's hard to tell if this is actually satire, that this is some kind of like Andy Kaufman level satire. Would you believe that? That they're one fedora away from actualing into the fucking, red pill sphere? Would you believe that? Bunch of virgin fucking incels. When I lived in San Francisco, Bloomberg was running for president, and I'll never forget seeing some young people doing a, Bloomberg for president, campaign thing. They were trying to hand out buttons and flyers and stuff. I'll never forget that. Seeing these 20-somethings advocate for Michael Bloomberg to be president. But this is legitimately difficult to tell if it's genius satire or just utterly, epically pathetic.
Property rights are human rights. Property rights are human rights.
Property rights are human rights. We love you, Jeffrey Bezos. You know what I mean? Like, it could literally be next level, onion level genius satire, and I would have been 100% convinced.
So there's a march in support of billionaires in San Francisco in response to a one-time proposed wealth tax. We couldn't tell if it was satire or not, so we decided to go and find out.
The only thing that's ever cured hunger is rich people, not ameliorated.
Look, the pants up to his nipples, the bizarre hat. It's right out of Central Casting. It's right out Smash Communism. And he's over here doing a speech about the only entity that's ever cured hunger, ameliorated, real proud of himself for using that word, is rich people. Look, is there a, maybe this person's gay or something, but is there a person that could just touch this person's dick? Just take one for the team? I think one proper hand job would fix this problem lickety split. You know what I mean? Just, get a little tipsy, jerk his little wee-wee, okay? And he'll have a come to Jesus moment. Okay? Because that's the problem here. Is that his wee-wee is drier than the Sahara Desert. Okay? And nothing he tries gets his wee-wee touched. Okay? Someone's just got to, close their eyes and just help this guy out. Okay? I mean, look at the situation that we're seeing here. You know what I mean? I don't mean to judge people by their appearance, but goddamn. If you look in the dictionary for somebody that needs their wee-wee touched, it's literally this guy. Especially on Valentine's Day. Save his soul. Whisper on it, just for a few seconds.
Hunger is rich people, not ameliorated, cured. We have this amazing...
I mean, what is the hat? It's like a fedora, but it's also a visor. Where do you even buy a hat that looks like this? I'm sorry, I can't go full screen because this is YouTube Shorts. But he's got his hair coming out the top of this. It's like a visor, but it's also a fedora. Where do you even buy that? The pants up to the fucking nipples, dude. Like you're Mr. Magoo over here. God damn it. Sun visor, more like a vagina visor, protecting him from all the pussy.
Not ameliorated, cured. We have this amazing economy. Enjoy wealth, don't destroy it. I think if the bottom 1% owns a certain amount, the bottom 90% owns a certain amount, it doesn't matter. Eat the rich today.
I'm not even gonna, this person's clearly on the spectrum. I'm not even gonna. She's got a shirt that says, I'm in a polycule with a Ella, A-E-L-L-A. I'm not even gonna do that.
Amount, the bottom 90% owns a certain amount, it doesn't matter.
If you eat the rich today, there will be no one left to pay. If you eat the rich today, there will be no one left to pay.
California is extraordinarily lucky. This is where people come to start companies.
Stop. Please stop. Please stop making this so fucking tempting, okay? I'm about to give a motherfucker a wedgie over here, okay? I'm about to take this motherfucker's lunch money over here. Okay, I'm going to carry a fucking locker, and then I'm going to shove his ass into it. Are you kidding me with this?
And build fortunes. We should do our best to keep it that way. I hope you can join me in saying,
Thank you to the Golden State billionaires. We're so glad you're here.
You're welcome. The billionaire's net worth is not a measure of what they've taken. It's a residual, a small fraction left over after the vast majority of the value they created was already distributed to millions.
Lie, dude, like delusional lie. He's basically saying, you know, because these $1 million, $1 trillion companies that they're making, they take a small portion and then the rest of it is for humanity. It's like bog standard, debunked, trickle-down economic bullshit. God damn it.
Millions of ordinary people.
All of our lives are better off for the companies and the things that billionaires have done.
And if you don't know, what they're showing is all these pro-AI billboards, right? Fire your human staff. That's all over San Francisco. Almost like 90% of the billboards are for AI companies, encouraging you to fire human beings and replace them with robots. And he's like, our society's so much better because of them. Everything's so much better because of billionaires. And they're actively advertising how they want to fuck us all over.
In California, I can order almost anything and have it on my doorstep by this evening. I can hail a robo-taxi and see if there's any human driver to take me to the Presidio. Jeff Bezos is not a billionaire because he stole from you.
For us, the existence of billionaire entrepreneurs is overwhelmingly a sign that things are going right. You should not underestimate whether you can take the wealth that they have made. You will not. You will just destroy wealth.
It's just not true. It's just not true. And it's like, you're not destroying wealth. You're redistributing wealth that they refuse to give back to the economy. Because that's the only way this capitalist system works. It doesn't work when we have a couple dozen individuals or a couple hundred individuals taking as much of the wealth as they possibly can, with, you know, using all the power that wealth gives them to do that, and then hoarding it and holding on to it. You know, it would be one thing if these people were like Rockefeller, right? And they were building hospitals and museums and contributing to here and there, but they're not. They're a bunch of smogs, right? From the fucking Hobbit. They're a bunch of little dragons with a big pile of gold that no one's allowed to touch. And it's a weird mental illness that they have. That it's some weird competition that they're having with each other to be, you know, we got Elon Musk over here trying to be the first trillionaire. He doesn't want to spend that fucking money. He wants to hoard it. We have to come in. If they don't want to spend it, they don't want to distribute it, we have to take it back. The way that I would do it is, you know, I've heard other leftists like Kyle Kulinski talk about this, right? But you basically, you know, I've heard Bernie Sanders talk about this as well, but you basically hit a cap, right? You know, $2 billion, $5 billion, and then everything after that, you have to redistribute. I would force them to buy something. Other leftists would say the government should just take it, but I would be okay with them just like, you know, buy 1,000 yachts. Put that money back in the fucking system, okay? Because if you're buying 1,000 yachts, that's contractors, that's resources, that's something is happening, shit is circulating. That's capitalism. Ironically, what the fucking billionaires want is a weird, toxic form of communism, almost. Right? That, you know, profits for me, but not for thee. They don't believe in fucking capitalism, these oligarchs. And they're destroying the fucking system. Their greed is destroying this system that they're like forcing us all to be part of. You're not destroying wealth. You're taking that wealth back and putting it back into the system so that we can all continue to function. Bananas. Bananas.
Only about 20 participants showed up to the rally today, which tracked
20 of these fucking losers. We can't defeat them. We can't outvote these fucking people. We got neoliberal Democrats too afraid to criticize the oligarchs and the billionaires because they might lose an election. Meanwhile, 20 fucking people show up to defend them. It's intentional. The reason why the neoliberal establishment doesn't go after these people is because they're enriching themselves. It's not a political loser. We all know it's a political winner. You got Zoran Mamdani slam dunking the fucking competition out here. Nobody, the people, good majority of people not shedding a tear. This is a political movement that can be defeated and that does not have the power to push back against the grand majority of people who want to redistribute that wealth. Like I said, the way that I would do it is I would just force them to spend it. But, if they're going to get the fucking, French Revolution over here if they're not careful. That's the irony of all of this, is that, they're going to fucking destroy capitalism with their fucking greed. If they just allowed a little bit more taxation. I'm not even talking a lot. I'm not even talking about going back to the 1930s here. I'm just saying a little bit more fucking taxation. They could shut up a lot of people if you could just, grow the middle class a little bit. You could continue to ignore the lower classes even, which of course I don't think we should, but you know what I'm saying? But they want nothing. They want it all. They want everything. They want us all to be fucking serfs or slaves if you're Peter Thiel. They just want it all. It's a mental illness. They're mentally ill. And they need to be stopped. They will fucking kill us all if they are not stopped. I promise you that. They would rather have all the resources standing on a pile of ash than give you a fucking red cent, give you a single dollar. It's mental illness. And they're not going to stop. They have to be forced. They have to be forced.
Considering that the real people being driven out of the state are working class families, not billionaires.
This law is going to drive some of our most prolific job and value creators out of the state, which is a direct attack on what makes this state great.
Okay, so that was real, only in San Francisco.
Yeah. Central casting sexless incels. March for billionaires. I would say, they should be embarrassed, but I mean, who are we fucking kidding over here? They live in constant embarrassment. Look at this man's hat. Look at this man's pants. They are the physical embodiment of embarrassment. All right. Last video. Wanted to talk about Cuba. We're talking a lot about communism today. So I wanted to talk about Cuba here. The situation against Cuba is so bad. I don't agree with the Cuban government. I'm not a Castro guy or the new guy that, is basically Castro 2.0 or whatever. But I also don't agree with the way that the United States has treated Cuba since fucking JFK, basically. I don't care if we disagree with their style of government. We shouldn't be treating their people like this, especially if we're building fucking black sites. We got military sites over there that we're forcing them. We pay them for the privilege. They don't even cash the check. Right? So we got our little military torture black sites over there for the Taliban. Barack Obama, by the way, promised to close that. Abu Ghraib, I believe is what it is. Didn't do it because he's a fucking liar. Right? So I don't care if we disagree with the communist government over there. The sanctions haven't worked. The decades-long sanctions haven't worked. Right? Maybe necessarily we shouldn't open up and just, just forget everything or whatever, but we shouldn't be treating this country the way that it's being treated. They've proven to be an asset when it comes to, at the very least, medical stuff. World-class doctors are coming out of Cuba. They have a great healthcare system over there. So at the very least, we should be lifting up sanctions, cutting the fucking bullshit, all right? It hasn't worked. We need to try something else. Maybe a little bit more carrot, a little less stick. But of course, Mr. Antifa, Mr. Anti-Communist, Red Scare Trump, cranking up the sanctions even more. I think this is related to Venezuela. And the situation is getting so bad that now Mexico has to pull up and offer humanitarian aid to Cuba because of how badly we're treating this country. It's disgusting. It doesn't work. It's counterproductive. Makes us look like a bully. And it, quite frankly, makes us look weak. Situation in Cuba. So I thought I would show this this video here from Channel 4. Cuba receives humanitarian aid from Mexico as Trump blockade bites. Yeah, woke patriot, that might have something to do with it as well. Yeah, because Donald Trump hates everything Obama did, everything. I think one of the big reasons why he wants that peace prize is because of Obama, who didn't deserve it.
Answering Cuba's distress signal, help arriving in Havana today in the form of 2 Mexican naval ships loaded with aid. Neighborly solidarity in the form of rice, beans, sardines, nearly 300 tons of powdered milk. But it's oil that Cuba so desperately needs and that Mexico couldn't send without risking retaliatory tariffs from the United States.
It's very important help for the Cuban people at this moment we are living through. There's a lot of need and uncertainty, and we don't know how long it'll go on like this.
Since Donald Trump announced an effective oil blockade at the end of January, the effects have been cascading through Cuba's society. Already denied Venezuelan oil since the U.S. raid on Caracas at the start of the year, the situation growing ever more acute. Last week, rationing imposed on petrol to go with rolling power blackouts. Cuba relies on oil for more than 80% of its electricity generation.
People are buying 3 bags of charcoal at a time so they can cook when there's no electricity.
At the airport, jet fuel reserves all but exhausted. That's led to Canadian carriers unable to refuel for the return journey to cancel upcoming flights. Canadian and Russian airlines sending empty planes to repatriate stranded tourists. Canadian and Russian visitors making up nearly half of Cuba's vital tourism industry, which had already been in steep decline in recent years.
You know, and it's crazy because, you know, they're still driving around in these old cars from the 50s, and it looks so cool. But one of the main reasons why they're driving around in these old-ass cars is because of the embargoes, the tariffs, I mean, you know, the sanctions. They have no choice. They haven't been able to ship in new cars, but it's so funny how they've turned that into kind of part of their personality, part of their, you know, their cultural je ne sais quoi, right? These beautiful vintage vehicles that they're driving around everywhere. It's so cool, but it's also a sign of how badly they've been treated as a country.
In the end, everything is because of the lack of dialogue between the two governments. Ultimately, this is, as I say in the Cuban style, it's like a giant fighting with a child.
Down from the mountains, the conqueror comes.
A fight that's had little let-up since Fidel Castro's communist revolution of 1959. Through the botched invasion of the Bay of Pigs, the Cuban Missile Crisis that threatened a nuclear war, then decades of embargo.
It is an embargo, okay.
Until the brief détente of Barack Obama's second term.
This is a new day. Es un nuevo día.
And Cuba is ready to fall, you know? Yes.
Now in his second term, President Trump...
Yeah. I live in the closet. I'm a disgusting fascist. Yeah, get him. Bunch of brown people. Yeah. Fucking prick. Miss Lindsey Graham over here.
Trump has redesignated Cuba a state sponsor of terror, increasing the pressure on Havana. His Cuban-American Secretary of State seen as the architect of the policy.
Will you make a public commitment today to rule out U.S. regime change in Cuba?
Regime change?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think we would love to see the regime there change. We would like to, that doesn't mean that we're going to make a change, but we would love to see it change. There's no doubt about the fact that it would be of great benefit to the United States.
No, it wouldn't. No, the fuck it wouldn't. Right? We're spending billions of dollars to kick out a bunch of brown immigrants. Now we're going to assimilate an entire country. Right? It goes, I mean, because yeah, that's great. That'd be, you know, as a leftist, it's like, fine, yeah, let's bring them on in. Hardworking folks. But it's diametrically opposed to their racist, bigoted policies of being against, you know, brown immigrants. Now all of a sudden we're going to bring a whole country in. It's just fucking, these people are disgusting. Disgusting. It wouldn't benefit the United States to spend trillions of dollars to do a military fucking takeover of Cuba. It would make more sense to do what Barack Obama was doing, right? Slowly, gracefully, over time, cutting back on the sanctions and embargoes and all that, opening them up, allowing the country to make their own fucking decisions, trading with them, working together with them. Yeah, take it over, get them. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Take them over and then what? Deport them because they're fucking brown immigrants over to CCOT? Is that what you're going to do? People are disgusting. They don't even have a real plan. Just like George Bush in Iraq and Afghanistan, they don't have a real fucking plan. They don't even know what they're doing.
Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel says he's ready for talks without U.S. pressure or preconditions. Mexico, China, Russia, all calling for resolution through dialogue. Reports in Moscow, too, that it is preparing to defy Washington by sending oil to its friends in Cuba. The Kremlin spokesman not denying that and noting the...
Look, I'm gonna point this out, that Cuba, the Cuban government, I know it's been difficult to get this stuff in there, but the fact that 80% of the power generation is, oil being burned. No solar? Like, where's the government infrastructure, investing in any kind of green energy, anything? You don't have a nuclear, like, I get why it's nearly impossible for you to get a nuclear power plant, but you got nothing else going on, no deals. You've had decades and decades, and you're still heavily dependent on crude oil for your power generation. That's a failure of governance right there. But it's not like we make things any easier for them, right? Because I bet you solar panels and all that shit is banned, and they're not allowed to ship that in without the United States, dropping the hammer on whatever country that would dare work with them. It's ridiculous. Intentionally holding this country back from modernization for our own petty fucking reasons. Ridiculous reasons, by the way.
Relative lack of U.S.-Russian trade right now that could be affected by U.S. tariffs.
Well, earlier I spoke to Francisco Pichon, who's the UN's resident coordinator in Cuba. I asked him how bad the situation was on the ground.
The energy and the fuel crisis that we are facing is really the main humanitarian.
Yeah, Woke Patriot, that might be a reason. Like, they, maybe they have like a short-sighted plan to use Cuba as a refining plant for stolen Venezuelan oil. It's all like, they don't have a real plan though, right? It's like just some fucking, bar napkin, with step 1, we steal Venezuelan oil. Step 2, we send it to Cuba, baby. Some shit that fucking Pete Hegseth came up with in a fucking alcoholic haze. It's not a real fucking plan. And what's ironic is that we could, without invading Venezuela, without invading Cuba, we could set that up. We could totally set that up. We have that kind of power. We can negotiate, we're on the behalf of the United States, we're buying Venezuelan oil and shipping that to Cuba and getting it refined there for a good fucking deal. Right? We could be art of the deal, this motherfucker. We could be making these fucking deals. And we don't. We don't. They think they're fucking Attila the Hun. They think they're fucking Genghis Khan. But they don't have a real fucking plan. God, they suck at this. We could all be making money. We could all be making our lives better. But we got these fucking pedophiles, literally actual pedophiles, getting in the way of all this with their half-baked fucking bigoted plans. They're just disgusting and mediocre.
Risk multiplier at this moment. And we are not currently describing this as a full-scale humanitarian emergency, but
Gaius, exactly.
The risk is concerning.
Bunch of petty grievances.
It requires a lot of close monitoring and a lot of preventive action, and that is what we are focusing on at the moment.
Exactly, Michael Richards.
How many days or weeks does Cuba have before it runs out of fuel completely?
This is not very clear. There has been numbers of days that have been mentioned in the media. The government has last week announced a contingency plan to limit
could be making some
the use
deals,
of
man.
fuel to very essential functions. And I think depending on how the implementation of that plan goes, we will know. this energy and this fuel crisis is becoming a systemic issue in the sense that
this was a game of
energy
civilization.
underpins health services, water systems,
Yeah, Harry Haas, it's
food
like
distribution.
beyond
We are experiencing then the
counterproductive.
effects cascade across essential services.
In your long experience in the United Nations, have you ever seen a country like this being bled dry through an energy blockade?
Fire up some Civ now.
I think
fucking game is amazing.
Cuba, has suffered this blockade for more than 60 years. But this oil blockade, as you said,
this is different.
It's an extreme. I would say this blockade is an extreme form of unilateral economic coercion.
Yeah. Is it a crime?
Well, I cannot comment on whether or not it's a crime.
The Russians have said today that they intend to send.
It's going to turn into a massive war crime if we don't let up, because we're going to, men, women, and children are going to be fucking starving to death. Yeah, now I got to fire up some civilization, colonization. That's my favorite version.
Ships with fuel on board to help the Cubans. Are you worried that this might ignite another Cuban crisis?
I am sorry.
It's just so ludicrous. God, it's so tiring. It's so fucking tiring. A Cuban what? A nuke? Like, are you kidding me? They're not fucking with nukes, okay? I think they get the fucking point.
I cannot comment on these questions. Our focus is really on the humanitarian needs.
About Civ in the fucking chat.
But this, as I said, the situation is concerning, and again, we still have a window for preventive action, and we hope that that there is an effort at a higher level to really alleviate this situation, because I think in perspective, this is what would have the greatest impact.
Okay, Francesco Piccion, thank you very much indeed.
Right, so there you go. Those are my opinions on Cuba, right? What a pain, what a just, God damn it. You know what I mean? Like, it does not need to be this way. It really doesn't need to be this way, okay? Whatever beef we had with Cuba, we could figure it out. I got a lot of problems with Barack Obama, but him trying to normalize relationship with Cuba was definitely not one of them. Okay, if he had, maybe stopped with the drone bombs, pulled out of Iraq and Afghanistan, and normalized relations with Cuba, he might have actually earned that fucking peace prize. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. War hath no fury like a non-combatant. Interesting. Cuba's going to invade Miami someday, Pop said to me once. Then I went to Miami and sent Pop a postcard. They already did. They kind of already did, didn't they? Yeah, close fucking Gitmo. It's Gitmo. Yeah. Not Abu Ghraib. That's somewhere else. Guantanamo Bay. That's the one. Thank you. Thank you for that correction. All right, folks, 5 hours in, that's all the time I got. As you can hear, I'm still sick. My throat's hurting. I gotta go. Sorry. I literally gotta go. I gotta go to the bathroom, dude. Sorry. Big props to everyone in the chat. I couldn't do this without you. Sorry I wasn't available last weekend and throughout the whole week. Family stuff came up over the weekend, and then I got sick on Monday. And I was like sick. I was not in any shape to stream. But big props to Gaius, Michael Richards, Factually Active, thank you for coming in. Woke Patriot, big props, of course. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for sticking around. Big props to Good Guy Dari for sticking around the whole stream. Harry Haas. All you lurkers out there, appreciate the lurkers. You guys are the best stream. It's the best chat on this channel, on this fucking website. Best chat. Big props to your boy Strategy member hooking it up over there from D Live. Thank you. Simply Steve, thank you for coming in. Seneca Athena, big props. Your boy German Cow studying. Keep studying, German Cow. You're going to make the world a better place. Keep working hard. Let's not forget why we're here. We're here to create political change, and we do that using the simple 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. And step 3, we put in the fucking work like the late Charlie Kirk. We put in the work. We work just as hard as the fascists work to destroy this country. We put in the work to rebuild this country, to make this country a better place. I don't know why this is reversed. I don't know why this is like this. Why is this a different direction now? I don't know. Hold on. There we go. But we turn nonviolent direct political action into a lifestyle. We turn this shit into a lifestyle, and it's the only thing that's ever worked. You know, I wish I could give you an easier solution. Okay? But this is it. If you give a shit, this is it. There's another slogan. If you give a shit, this is it. Be the fly, be the elephant in the room. Okay? Don't be a wallflower. Get your ass out there and defend your country, defend the Constitution, defend liberty. It's important. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Free Palestine. And I'll see you on the other side. This has been the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism. Thank you to that Trump supporter for coming in, letting me flush him. Appreciate that. Fuck fascists, fuck Trump. Fuck you Trump supporters, lick my entire fucking asshole. Happy to flush you on my way out, bitch. Peace out. Take care of yourself.